And it's not working. There we go. And we're live. All right, welcome to our Guitar Answerpalooza. My name is Brock Douglas. This is Jonathan Boyd over here. And here we go. There's our names. All right. So we're excited to have you guys here. So this is something that we've been planning for a long time. We're actually really excited about it. So this is, well, real quick, my name is Brock Douglas. I'm one of the supergroup managers in breakthroughguitar.com. It's an online guitar course. Some of you guys aren't aware of that. This is Jonathan Boyd. He's the mastermind behind it. And with us, and we have a whole crew of team members that help build out the courses, help plan some amazing stuff for you guys that are planning on breaking through in guitar. For those of you guys who have been stuck for years and years and years, Breakthrough Guitar was created for you guys so that you can get out of that rut, that you can finally figure out what exactly you're doing on guitar. There's thousands and thousands and thousands, tens and hundreds of thousands of guitar players who have been lost down the rabbit hole of playing, trying to figure out guitar, right? Whether it's chords or soloing or how to make it in the industry or whatever it may be, there's tons of people that struggle with that part of guitar playing. And Breakthrough Guitar was created to help you guys break through, whether it's soloing or playing chords or just feeling comfortable to express the music that is inside you. That is what breakthroughguitar.com is. So we are excited to have you here, Jonathan. We're gonna spend some time answering some questions. We have almost 200 questions lined up. It's kind of a funny story why we have that many questions. Do you want to touch on that a little bit, Jonathan? Why we have?
Yeah, sure. Just to kind of paint the picture of why we're doing this and why we're calling it Guitar Answerpalooza. So basically, we sent out some questions to a few of our students, and we were definitely not expecting to get almost 300 questions for playing guitar, how to hold the pick the right way, or tons and tons of different questions on rehearsing, practicing, soloing, playing chords, almost anything. We're going to dive into all of those today. So instead of literally typing away for hours and making our fingers bleed and responding to all these messages by email, to which you can only communicate so much through a few words in email, we decided, what the heck, why not have a big, huge event? Why not make an event of it and just actually answer every single person's question live and make an event so we can actually be here live with you guys and actually explain things. I got a guitar here in case we need it. There you go. Got a guitar.
Perfect.
So yeah, we're just going to do it.
All right, well, great. So, yeah, exactly what Jonathan said. We have hundreds of questions that are there to anything you can think of that people are struggling with guitar. So we are just going to dive in. We may be here for the next 2 to 3 hours. If you have questions and you want to get your questions answered, feel free to put them in the chat box below. We are actually here in 2 different groups. So you might see a question, you might hear a question from us or answer a question, and you might not actually see it because we're posting we're streaming in a couple of groups. So I am just going to go. We're just going to go for it.
Before we go for it, just in case anybody hasn't seen us before, you want to do a couple of quick intros just so they know who we are, and then we can dive into the questions?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, great idea. So again, my name's Brock. I've been playing music, as long as I can remember. Professionally, I've been playing since 2004, 2005. I played contemporary Christian music for a band that I had started in high school. We toured the country when I graduated high school. I never had a backup plan. I was one of those guys that just went for it. So me and a couple of guys booked a show randomly in Las Vegas, hopped in a Ford Expedition, and traveled the country for nonstop. We booked a show in Las Vegas. We had a guy that was like a bulldog that would just pick up the phone and call everybody. And we played everything you can possibly imagine, from Florida to upstate New York to Washington to Las Vegas. And that was kind of the start of my career. We did that for 11 years. A couple top 20 Billboard songs, tons of album releases. I played with some other big acts, played at the Grand Ole Opry, played with Bon Jovi, played with Cyndi Lauper, and just a bunch of major acts throughout the years. So music is a passion of mine, and also teaching is a passion of mine. So I love seeing people get breakthroughs. Like that's what I live for. Seeing people figure things out. Me being able to teach you something, and you taking that thing that I taught you and actually using it in the way that it's meant to be used is where I get my passion in life. So yeah, so those two things. That's literally the reason I'm here, 6 o'clock Central Time, instead of watching the Lego movies with my kids, because I'm passionate about helping you guys out. So don't. There's no questions. Basically, there's no questions that are too far gone that we can't answer them for you. If we don't have an answer, we're going to get an answer. But yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I just want to reiterate what you said there, Brock, is that, look, guys, we're here for you. Like we could be, eating dinner and going to the bar, or just relaxing, taking showers, getting ready for bed, but we're not. We're here on this call, and we want to answer all these questions for you, even if it takes 3, 4, 5 hours. Doesn't matter, right? We're here to deliver value to you, and that's why we're here. So I love that you said that, Brock. And also, based on what you just said, I think pretty much what we're getting from that is that you've been there and done that, and you know what you're talking about. So guys, Brock is definitely listen to Brock whenever he gives you some advice, whenever he makes a suggestion, just do it. He's been there. He knows how to get you to the next level. He knows what you need to know next. So just real quick on me, just like most of our students, and like you said, Brock, a large reason, or the main reason why Breakthrough Guitar exists, is because I kind of went through the same story, if you will, of most of our students. And basically what that was is, playing guitar, starting when I was maybe a teenager, I think a little bit younger, maybe 12, somewhere around there. Actually, it might have been a little before that. Either way, it was around preteen, teen area when I first started picking it up. And, I've said this before, but for years, I tried to learn from friends. I had a couple of teachers that I didn't really learn anything from. They just wanted to teach me songs. And I went through it all. Like, I bought all the books I could find. I bought tons of courses. I've been through all kind of different online programs and whatnot. And basically over the years, for whatever reason, it just wasn't connecting for me. I just, I would learn things, or I would learn little bits and pieces of songs, and that was about it. Like, I could regurgitate those same pieces of songs, or I could regurgitate that same little piece of music or a solo or something like that, but I didn't really know what I was doing. And I would try to, read the books about scales, or read the books about theory. In fact, there was one specific theory book that I literally, no kidding, read cover to cover 3 times. And I was like, all right, I'm going to do this. I'm getting serious about guitar. I'm going to learn all this stuff no matter what, even if it's scary, even if I don't really understand it. At first, I'm going to get it down. So after 3 times through that entire book, still don't know what the heck I was doing. Like, I knew what the circle of fifths was called, but I couldn't apply anything. So anyway, long story short, there was one teacher that ended up being super helpful to me. He was actually from Colombia in South America. He was a jazz teacher. But again, summing this all up, long story short, I finally learned how it all worked. I learned how it all connected together through something that we'll talk about a little bit later, which is what I call the 7 feelings, how the different notes feel, and then also how to mentally be able to see your way around the neck, or really not even being able to play across the fretboard without having to think about it. That's the main thing. And at this point, I've dithered all that down to being able to do that with literally just one pattern, one 7-string pattern. Now, like I said, we'll talk about that a little bit later. As far as the story goes, whenever I finally did figure it all out, people started asking me for lessons. I started teaching, etc. And I don't know if I've ever told you this, Brock, but I literally started going door to door. I would go out to neighborhoods with a big bag, and I printed out tons of flyers that I made, and I would go door to door just delivering flyers, literally door to door. It'd take me like 2 minutes just to go to one house. And I just wanted to help people. Like, I struggled for so long, and like you said, Brock, like, when you see somebody have that aha moment, when you see somebody have that breakthrough, when you see the light bulb come on for them, like, that's it. Like, that's what gives us joy and fulfillment and whatnot. And that's why we're here with you guys right now. That's why we're here, because we want to help you. Like, that's the bottom line. We just want to help you. So long story short, I had a commercial guitar school for a while, had a lot of students. People were asking me if I was going to franchise and duplicate locations. And essentially, it basically boiled down to the fact that people for years, really, people were asking me to share these methods online. It was like super, super duper simple, where most of our students were going out there and trying to do all the stuff that I did, which was try to learn all the scales, or try to study the theory books, or memorize those 1001 chords in the chords books that you can buy at like Guitar Center or something. And they were just struggling, the same exact thing as me. So with the methods that I developed, more and more people started encouraging me to share it online over the years. And eventually, look, that's why we created Breakthrough Guitar, to literally help guys, just like you guys watching this right now. We literally created this for you to help you have the light bulb moments, to get to the next level, to get to the levels beyond that, and continue to have those light bulb moments. And so you can finally understand what you're doing on the neck. And so you can just pick it up and play. Like, we all just want to pick it up and play. We want to be able to jam. We want to be able to play solos, play with backing tracks, write our own songs, etc. And that's why we're here. So again, I'm compressing all of those years into a few minutes, but long story short, we created Breakthrough Guitar Online so we could help a lot more people, and here we are.
Awesome, good stuff. And we've helped tons of people. I mean, we've brought people to tears when they finally figured out how to play with feeling, how to play what has been trapped up inside of them. Like I equate it to that first time that I remember being in the garage with my first band, and we started playing a song together. Like, my eyes started watering, and it still brings that emotion back to me every time I think about it. And I was like, thinking, is that a unique feeling? Does everyone get that? And then we invited a friend over to play guitar too, and I saw his face light up the first time like he played with a band. And like, you can have that high again and again and again when you really are starting to play what's inside of you. And everybody has some kind of music inside of them. It's natural. It is literally natural, and we're just here to bring it out of you. So
yeah, well said, man.
Cool. All right. Well, that might be a good place to start with the feeling. Yeah. So the 7 feelings. Not everybody, because we have a lot of people that are already inside the course, and some people that aren't inside some of our courses might not know exactly what the 7 feelings are. Would you want to just give like a quick 1,000-foot view of what the 7 feelings are? Then I can come up with some 7 feelings.
So I got an idea, actually, I think might help. First of all, I think we should number the questions. So let's say question number 1 from so-and-so. So that'll allow us to keep track to see how many questions we're answering. But also, why don't we zoom out a little bit more first, and we can start answering more general questions about guitar playing in general, and then we'll get down to more specifics later, like about soloing and about the 7 feelings, etc., because that'll help us drill down. But let's start more on a big picture first.
All right, here's a great one. So here's a gear question. I'm gonna number this number 1.
Okay.
All right. How do I select a quality guitar?
Oh man, such a loaded question. So, okay, it's a great question, right? And it's whoever. Do we know who's asking that one?
I don't have any names, unfortunately.
Okay, all right. So Joe's asking that one. How do I select a quality guitar? First of all, Joe, I'm glad you're asking that question. That's a great question to ask, because that's going to allow you to play guitar a lot easier, a lot better, and have a lot more fun with it. But the one part that's kind of missing that we need to define here is what in your mind is a quality guitar. Now, in general, we can just assume that anybody who wants to play guitar wants to be able to play easier, wants to have or put forth less effort to play it, wants it to sound better, and wants it to be more fun. So let's just go for those 4 qualities. And I'm going to break down a few different categories of different guitars that you can be looking at. And then, of course, we'll talk about price range, etc. So remind me, Brock, if I forget, we're going to talk about categories, and then we're going to talk about price ranges. So in general, depending on what style of music you want to play, really is going to kind of dictate what type of guitar you want. So if you're into stuff like Pink Floyd and Jimi Hendrix and Stevie Ray Vaughan and even stuff like Nirvana or anything like that, something like a Strat style guitar is probably going to serve you better, just because that's what's been used in blues-based type rock and blues-based type music. If you are interested in something like shredding or playing really fast or playing like 80s rock, 80s music, something like an Ibanez, something with a flatter neck like the actual fretboard actually has a radius, meaning it's curved, and fretboards that are flatter actually help you play faster because all of the fretboard is closer to all of your fingers. That's really small. I can't show you right here, but essentially all you need to know is that flatter fretboard equals faster playing, faster, more accurate playing. So that's kind of more if you're interested in playing really fast, if you're interested in playing shred style music, etc. And yes, there are exceptions. This is kind of a general rule, right? And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have guitars like big jazz boxes or big jazz guitars, the fancy looking guitars with the little, F holes on each side. If you're interested in, listening to somebody like Joe Pass, or if you like traditional jazz or John Coltrane or Miles Davis or anything like that, that's probably going to be the realm that you're going to want to look in. And then, of course, you have Les Pauls. Les Pauls definitely works for blues, the rock arena, that kind of thing as well. But I think those are really the biggest categories of guitars, I think. What do you think I'm missing anything, Brock, as far as like the bigger categories?
No, yeah. I mean, we have, you get Fenders, you got Strats, Tellys, you've got, yeah. I mean, acoustic guitars, I think would be.
Acoustic guitar, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, acoustic guitar, I mean, I'm sure we'll get to this question later, but a lot of people say, or they ask, should I learn on electric or acoustic first? Because some people say that, maybe their teacher told them that acoustic guitar makes an electric guitar easier to play. Well, maybe in the sense of it could make your fingers stronger because the strings are thicker on acoustic. But my motto is, why waste time? Just go directly to what you want to do. Do you want to play an electric guitar? Get an electric guitar, play it. If you want to play an acoustic, mainly guys who want to play acoustic are interested in strumming, maybe singing when they play, maybe playing around a campfire or something like that where you don't need an amp, or they're just interested in like finger style type guitar, then yeah, go for an acoustic or even a classical if you like that kind of thing. That's kind of another category as well. But I think that pretty much covers all the categories. Now, when you're looking at price and we're talking about quality of guitar, these days, honestly, there are so many guitar makers that make pretty quality stuff at lower price ranges. In fact, my dad plays guitar. He bought I think it's called a Wolf. I never heard of him before, but a Wolf brand guitar. And it was like a Paul Reed Smith copy. And it was $500. They polished the frets. They set it all up. They did everything. And it feels great. Sounds great. It's $500. So there are definitely a lot of quality options out there nowadays. But that doesn't really give an answer to the question. So at the end of the day, what you're really looking for is a guitar that you can pick up that inspires you to keep playing it. That's really it. That's the criteria. It really doesn't matter if I had a guitar, no kidding, that was $3. I looked it up on eBay. It was worth $3. It was like a novelty acoustic classical guitar that like my uncle gave me or something like that. It was worth nothing, literally. And I loved playing it just because of how it sounded, how it felt, etc. So that's the number one quality is if you can go to a store, or if you can go somewhere like that and touch the guitar and play it, and it makes you want to keep playing it, there's your first sign right there that that's a good guitar for you. But when we actually talk about the tech aspects, when you look at the frets, like are the frets in good condition? I mean, it may be hard to judge that when you're just starting, or if you're trying to ask this question about what's a quality guitar. But the most important thing really is aside from does it make you want to keep playing it, it's really how the guitar is set up. So what that means.
Say that.
Yeah.
Getting a good setup guitar is huge depending on. Yeah.
Exactly. So a lot of that, sorry about the background noise, guys. Hang on a second. Hang on.
I'll jump in real quick. I mean, you could have a $3,000 guitar, and if it's not set up correctly, it's going to be difficult to play. It's not going to feel like a quality guitar. Or you could be playing on a really cheap guitar that could be played a lot better, but if you don't have it set up properly, then it's gonna feel like garbage.
Yeah, sorry about the dog. So in general, what does setup mean? A lot of newer players don't really know what a setup means. It just basically means how the guitar is adjusted. So these are called saddles. You can raise and lower the saddles, and of course what that does is raise and lower the strings off the fretboard. The higher the strings are, the harder it is to play. The lower the strings are, in general, the easier it is to play until you get to a certain point. Now, there are a lot of nuances. We don't have time. I wish we could spend an hour on this one question, because we definitely could. We could spend hours on this one question.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, maybe we should create a course on setting up the guitar, helping people get their guitar in an order where it's so much easier and more fun to play. Yeah, there you go. But that's another topic that's definitely worth exploring, because I think most guitar players, and I was like this too, are afraid of adjusting their guitar, afraid of adjusting the truss rod, this little thing in here, because I think they're going to break something, and it's just generally not true. But back to the setups. So this little piece here is called a nut. The lower your strings are, basically, to the fretboard, the easier it's going to be to play. Your fret size, the bigger your frets are, the easier it is to be more accurate and play fast. The smaller your frets are, the more your finger is actually going to drag on the actual fretboard itself. And that's indicative of more like kind of classical guitars or vintage guitars or older guitars have smaller frets. But anyway, that's really all you need to know. What I would do if I was telling somebody to go to a guitar store or something and pick out something, find something that interests you based on the style that you want to play, or the styles that you want to play. Within that category, just try to pick up as many guitars as you can and find ones that make you want to keep playing them. Do you like how it looks? Like, is it inspiring for you to want to pick it up and want to play it? Because that really matters. Like, in order to practice guitar, you have to keep picking it up. So having a guitar that makes you want to pick it up means you're going to get better a lot faster. And then the last thing is just get your guitar set up. Literally just go to a guitar store, pay somebody to set it up for you. It's so worth it. It might cost you somewhere between $40 to $50 to even $100 for a really good person, but it's so worth it. It's so worth it. So anyway, that's what I would have to say about that.
Yeah, awesome. Real quick, Greg Lundy down in the chat. Lalonde. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Just had my 30-year-old Fender Strat refretted. I love it. This is mine. So it definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, and literally what Jeff is talking about there is having these metal pieces, these frets ripped out and put new ones in. And that probably means because he's been playing it so much, he's wearing the frets out. So good job there, Jeff.
Yeah, and that's something I don't think most people would even think about doing. No. An older guitar refretted. So cool. Well, that's a great question, Joe. So I'm just going to jump over this question real quick, because I think it's relevant to some of the things you're saying about selecting a quality guitar. Maybe building your own guitar is a good option. Let me see let's try that. Do you have suggestions for setting up? Suggestions for setting up a guitar, DIY, intonation, bridge, nut, inside, etc. I would even say. It's kind of a lot to get into on this call, but I think you answered a lot of that. Having it closer to the fretboard, your strings closer to the fretboard makes it easier to play. But I would even say getting it too close. That's one of the things you got to be careful with. Getting it too close to the fretboard will actually cause some buzzing. And if you also just grab my guitar here. One of the easy things that you can do, guys, if you do want to know, like, does your guitar need work, is I'll just take it and just line it up and look down the neck and see if I see a curve. I would say if you've never had your guitar set up, I almost can guarantee that you do have some kind of concave or bend in your neck. Getting that, you'll notice that towards the top of the fret, the neck, it's going to be closer. And then around this area right here, you're going to start seeing a lot of space between the strings. It definitely makes it harder to play guitar that way when you have to press down a further distance. Slows down your speed. Even just switching from chords when you're in different chords down there, it's going to slow everything down.
Yeah, it makes playing guitar feel like a battle. It's not fun. And that's why it's so important to get your guitar set up to where it's fun to play it, because the whole point of this is to have fun. Like, if it's not fun, it's not fun, right? Nobody wants that. But also, we can get way deeper into setups and all that kind of stuff, I think, at a later time. I think, in fact, if for you guys watching, if it would be helpful for us to maybe put something together that actually completely goes over the entire guitar as far as how to set it up according to you, according to how you like to play, what you want. Even doing something like custom guitars, if you guys could say like yay or nay, if that would be interesting to you, etc., then we can definitely set something up like that a little bit later. I just wanted to say for now that you can also look at your neck this way. So looking straight down this way is how I usually tend to do it. But it is natural to have a little bit of curve in the neck. Again, there's so many more nuances to it than that. But most people are gonna see a little bit of a curve. That's a good thing. But when you start getting a lot better at playing, you start to develop preferences actually for how much curve you want in the neck. And there's so many nuances to it, which I geek out over this stuff. So I made this guitar. I made a bunch of guitars from scratch, but I don't play any guitar from the store. I can't. I have to have the specs that I like, and I love to geek out about this stuff. So if it would be helpful for anybody else for us to put something together on everything from woods to pickups to string size to fret size to fretboard material, everything, I would absolutely love to help you guys out on that.
Wow. So you don't want it looking like a half pipe. Still had a skateboard anyway.
Skateboard ramp, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy the amount. Like, so I would say that, like, we can probably just commit to making a course on how to properly set up the guitar, because the amount of questions that are coming in on how to properly set it up is like, just in the chat right now, is crazy.
Yeah. So we should probably get rolling.
Bill Hyman, Hillman says the curve in the neck is called the relief. Thanks for that, Bill. Sean Payment says recently built an inexpensive Strat kit for less than $200. It plays better than most of the early guitars I've owned, which is awesome. I think let me see. Having luthier set up one's guitar is well worth the money. I have a 1971 Martin D35 that has been refretted 6 times.
Oh man, good for you.
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
Somebody loves to play. So
yeah.
Here's a good one. My first guitar was an ugly red Eco Acoustic. It was crazy high, and it was painful to play. Played it until my fingers bled. Oh, I love that song. Eventually upgraded to an Ovation Acoustic. Good setup and low action. What a joy. Honestly, guys, I honestly think that some of the people that quit too early on guitar or feel like it's too difficult is just because your action is just too high, or the setup is just a little bit different. It's worth it to take it to Guitar Center or Sam Ash or a guitar store and get it set up professionally, or learn how to do it on your own. So
Yep. And I think, that's a good point. I think to segue into, I guess we're only on question number 2 now. We're going to start rolling through some of these questions. But I think it would definitely be worth putting something together, I think, as well, on how to put together your own guitar. It sounds complicated at first, but for those of you who have done it, it's a lot easier than you think. It's a lot of fun too. And as somebody mentioned, sorry about the dog again. So putting together a $200 Strat, it's $200, and you can make it play a lot better than most of the guitars you can buy in the store. So well worth it. We can definitely put something together on that for you guys later.
Yeah, great. Also, you can. There's some stuff, good information on that. If you go to breakthroughguitar.com, we do have some blog articles about that too, so you can get freshened up on it before we launch that course. All right. Let's see. There's so many questions that we can jump into. Let's see. Often, let's try this one. There's so many questions. Sorry, give me a second, guys. When tuning the guitar, and say you're in tuning the D string, and you are using an electronic tuner, it says D sounds like a B string. Which way do you set the string, tighten or loosen? The question applies to all strings and tuning. So that should be a pretty quick one. So basically, they are tuning their E string, tuning their D string, and it says it sounds like it's a B. Should they tighten or loosen? That's trivia.
Yeah, so let me answer that one in just a second. We got another one that says that we started to read a question about intonation, and it's a very important question that we kind of skipped over, so I want to make sure we address that. I just want to say that we are going around, we're kind of skipping around these questions based on how we're having the conversation, but we will address every single question. That's why we're here. Like, we're going to be here until we literally address every single question for you guys. So we're going to help you. We're going to get to it. Don't worry at all. We got you covered. So back to the question about how do you know if you tune it too high or too low? Honestly, the dead honest answer that that is like kind of like take your medicine answer is you need to start developing your ear to hear if it's too high or too low. Now, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't use your tuner. I'm not telling you to just go away and start trying to listen and try to have perfect pitch. That's not what I'm saying at all. Because the real answer is it can be both too high and too low. If you're playing an E note or any note that you're playing, what was the question about a B string or it sounds like a D string? Or the D string that sounds like a B?
Yeah.
Okay. So
D string sounds like a B.
Right. So if you're playing a D note, there is both a B note above that D and below that D. So the answer to that question is you can tune up higher or lower. The real question is which of those notes is the right one. And I would just encourage you to get like an app on your phone. I got my phone in my pocket, but I would encourage you to get an app on your phone that just tells you which specific note you're trying to tune to for the guitar. It will literally just tell you if you're too high or too low, regardless of what note it actually is. That would be the simplest way. They also have the little tuners that you can buy that are battery powered. You can buy those from the guitar store, like the old school ones that you push a button and maybe it rings a certain note. You can try to match that note. Or you can also, that's the exact one that I used right there. It's called Guitar Tuna, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would just get that.
You can select the one that you want, and then it'll actually just tell you which direction you should tune it to. Type better.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. Just here's the summary of that. Let technology tell you. You don't worry about trying to figure it out yourself. Just use an app like that, and it will tell you if you need to go up or go down, and then just match the note, and that's it.
All right. So you want to jump back to intonation? That intonation question.
Sure. This is number 3.
Well, so the previous question actually is question number 2. Do you have some suggestions for setting up intonation?
Okay.
So that's part of it. So do you have suggestions for setting up a guitar DIY intonation, bridge, nut, string size, etc.?
Yeah. So that's why I mentioned us putting together something that's a little bit more in depth on setting all of that stuff up. I did just cover the general aspects of that. I'll go over it very quickly again. So as far as the nut goes, I mean, again, the lower the nut is to the fretboard, the easier it's going to play. But if you get it too low, it's going to start buzzing or fretting out, meaning the string is going to actually hit the first fret and it's not going to make any sound or it's going to buzz. So me personally, and again, this is all personal, and you don't really realize how personal it is until you start getting pretty good at guitar and until you start having those preferences like that. But for me, having the string as low as possible before it buzzes is exactly where I want it. The same thing with the saddles down here. In general, the lower you go, the easier it is to play. The higher the saddles, the harder it is to play. But it's also preference. It depends on the style. If you're playing slide guitar, you're going to want your saddles a little higher. If you're playing, let's say, shred guitar, most of those guys put their strings, not all of them, most of them put their saddles really low, so the strings are really low to the fretboard. But if you get it too low, like Brock said, it's going to start buzzing, and you actually start to lose a little bit of musicality because the string barely hits the fret when it resonates, and it kind of kills a lot of the tone. It sounds very like lifeless, kind of sounds bland, if that makes sense. What was the other part of that question?
So that main question was intonation, bridge, nut, string size.
Yeah. Intonation. Okay, so what I've always done for intonation, and I always set up my own guitars now. So what I always do is, if you know how to play a harmonic, at the 12th fret, you just barely touch the string. I'm not pressing down the string. You can look this up later about how to play a harmonic. But all I'm doing is putting my finger over the 12th fret, not in the space, but actually the fret, and I'm just touching the string. And then if I play the string, it makes a harmonic sound. So what I would do is get your tuner out, get a good tuner out, and play the harmonic on the 12th fret, then play the 12th fret. What you're trying to do is match those two pitches together. If you play the harmonic and then you play the 12th fret and the pitch is too high, then I think that means, I have to think about it for a second. I haven't set up my guitar in a while, but that means your string is either too, this is hard to show on this. Can you put me on full screen for a second? Yeah. So basically, what is intonation in general? It's trying to make your guitar in tune across the entire neck. So from this point, the saddle, to the nut, your string is a certain length. So you can actually move these saddles back and forth, And if you move it forward, it makes the entire string shorter. If you move it backwards, it makes the entire string longer. So all you're trying to do is find the perfect length to where the harmonic of the 12th fret and the actual 12th fret note they match. That's exactly what you're trying to do. So that's what I would do. Play the harmonic of the 12th fret, play the 12th fret, play the note of the 12th fret, and then adjust your string, either making it longer or making it shorter, just a tiny bit of it at a time until those notes match. That's how you do it, and do that for every single string.
Perfect. I've got some quick questions just because we're on guitar strings. This question right here is, why is the... It's not showing the whole question. Sorry about that. Move it over here. Okay. Sorry about that. So why is the G string on most guitars sound flat with no deeps?
So I'm imagining that this person asking the question is probably used to playing a guitar with what we call a scale length that's short, like a Gibson scale length, meaning the distance between the nut. It's actually the distance between the nut and the 12th fret times 2, but we don't want to get nerdy about it. Let's just make it easy. Can you put me on full screen for a second? Yeah. So the distance between this nut right here and the distance between the saddles. This is not technically accurate, but just for simplicity's sake, this is how we're going to use it right now. This distance is different for different brands of guitars. So Gibson scale length, when they say the word scale length, what they're referring to is this distance right here. On a Gibson, the scale length is a little bit shorter. On a Fender, which this is a Fender style guitar, the scale length is a little bit longer, which means the strings are actually stretched a little further. So what happens on shorter scale length guitars is the G string, just because of the thickness of the string and the pitch that it's tuned to, depending on the length, the scale length, it can sound out of tune a lot. And I think that's what this question is really referring to, is not so much that the string itself sounds, not full or not deep. It's really just because it's a little bit out of tune, especially when played with the other strings, that you can't really get the G string in tune. This is a very common problem with like Les Pauls and other Gibson style guitars, Epiphone guitars or whatever. And it just kind of sounds a little bit annoying. Like it just sounds a little bit out of tune. It never sounds perfect. A great setup will help with that. And again, there's so much more we could talk about here. The actual bridge that Gibson guitars use most of the time, especially Les Pauls, I think it's called a stop tail bridge. I've been in researching so many different kind of bridges and building so many different types of guitars. I can't think of all of them right now. But either way, certain bridges limit you from actually setting the intonation right, meaning intonation means basically getting every string in tune across the entire guitar neck. And when you have those kind of bridges and when you have a shorter scale length, the G string in particular, I think, again, just because of the gauge of the string and just because of the pitch of the string, it makes it really hard to get in tune and stay in tune compared to the rest of the strings. And therefore, you get that kind of weak, not very strong sound. So how would you get a stronger sound from a G string? Well, depending on if you like to bend the strings a lot or if you like to just kind of play jazz and where there's not a lot of bending, you can get a wound G string. Like the G string will be wound just like the rest of the E string, the A string, and the D string. That will give you a bigger, fatter sound, but it'll be a lot harder to bend. So it really depends on what style of music you want to play there. Another thing you could do is get thicker strings. That's another option. And then the other thing you could do, of course, is get a guitar with a longer scale length. So the string is more taut, it's stretched further, and therefore it's going to give you a deeper sound.
All good answers. Here's a this is from Mark. Let's see if that shows. I've watched videos on harmonics and intonations, but now not why the harmonics is required. You answered it. Thank you.
Bingo.
Mark, so thank you for that.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. Next question I have.
What number are we on now?
This is number 5.
Number 5. Let's go.
40 minutes in, number 5.
All right.
All right. This is it says my Gibson I think it might be Epiphone with the type of electric has 2 odd sounding strings. I put new strings in, but they tune to a plump. Do you have any suggestions or remedies? I think we might have touched on this a little bit already.
They tune to a plunk, like they sound dead, maybe.
Yeah.
Like they don't ring out really.
Yeah.
That is probably, I would be willing to bet money, but not a lot, maybe 50 cents. So I can't see the guitar right now. That is probably the nut. The nut is probably pinching the string. So whenever you pluck the string, let's say this high E string here, whenever you pluck the string is supposed to vibrate fully. But what might be happening is the string can get stuck inside this nut, or the nut slot is too narrow. So it pinches the string and prevents it from vibrating as much. Another thing is a similar thing can be happening with your saddles. It doesn't matter if you have an acoustic or a classical or an electric guitar with individual saddles. It really doesn't matter. You want to look at your saddles and your nut for why the string isn't ringing. Those would be the culprits.
Yeah, I remember I was on tour for a while, and I was actually playing bass, so it's probably not as relevant. But I was doing a little bit of slapping for this tour. We got a funk rock song that we were playing, and my bridge would drop in the middle of that song. It was so bad. I would actually have to like pull the string and then wind it back up so I could finish the song. Pretty bad. I think I ended up buying some Loctite and set up my guitar that way.
That's always fun. I remember one specific show that I played. Somebody was talking to me as I was tuning. So I was at the mic, I was talking to somebody through the mic, and I had my guitar, and I was looking down tuning at my pedals on the floor, and I was tuning the G string. Funnily enough, we're talking about the G string, and I tuned it. I later realized that I tuned it a half step too sharp.
Oh man!
So we started playing. It was the very first show. I mean, it was the very first song of the show. So many people were there. So many of our friends were there and everything. And we started, and it just sounded like garbage. And no matter what I played, it just wouldn't sound right. And I ended up realizing halfway through the song that I tuned one of the strings wrong, and I could only play like 2 or 3 strings for the whole song. So ruined that one. But it happens.
So I got just a couple more setup type questions.
Okay.
And then we can move on to some other related.
Sure.
So, this one, let me see if I can drop this one in here so you guys can see it. Let us know in the chat box below if you guys are enjoying this so far. If you feel like you're getting some value from it, I would definitely love to know. Like if you guys, if you have questions, definitely put them in the chat. We'll try to get to those as well. But yeah, this is so far it's fun. So every time I string my guitar, it's never as good as when I take it into the shop. Why is that?
That my hunch is that this person has tuners where they have to wind the strings around the tuners. So they stick the string in, and there has to be a bunch of winds. And what I'm assuming is happening is that either there's too many winds or the winds aren't tight. So when they play the guitar, the strings are slipping, meaning they're actually like coming loose from the tuner or stretching a little bit from the tuner. A little bit of stretch is natural at first. Every guitar is going to do that when you put on new strings. But let's say too many winds or not very tight winds on your tuners will cause the strings to continue to slip and continue to go out of tune like every single time you strum, every single time you play it. The other thing might be because strings stretch. Whenever you take your guitar into the shop to get it restrung, they might already stretch it for you so that now it's in tune. When you get it back, you play it, sounds good, doesn't go out of tune. That would be my guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that will help keep your guitar in tune or sound better. I mean, they could be using different types of strings unless you give the strings to them. They might be using a different quality or a different weight that you're not used to.
Exactly.
I know every time I put on a new set of strings, I go through and I stretch every fret. I don't know if that's kosher, but I definitely stretch every fret because you start playing it, it's going to drop out of tune pretty quickly if it's really fresh string. So,
yep.
Ooh, all right, there we go. Let me see. All right. A lot of good questions, guys. And yes, we will try to answer some of the questions in the chat. We have, let me see. We already have 128 questions lined up, but I'll definitely jump in for you. Some of you guys that are actually live.
Yeah. Let me say this too, Brock, before we keep going, that if you feel like we may be going a little bit faster than where you're thinking or where you're playing is at right now, don't worry, because we're not starting at 0 and then going to 100. We're not going from start to finish. We're literally we're going to bounce around. as the categories come up. So questions about, let's say, setting up your guitar, we'll touch on those for a little bit. We're going to bounce around and we're going to keep going. Some of the questions might be a little bit more advanced, and that's actually a really good thing, because you can see what's coming. You can see how more advanced players are thinking. You can see what questions they're asking, so you can get to that point a lot faster. And then also, too, we might touch on some brand new beginner questions as well. It just depends. So don't feel like we're going ahead. We're really just going, back and forth and all around.
Cool. Yeah. Speaking of which, let's jump into a quick gear question. Someone said they're a classical guitar player. They said, I've noticed a small amp, like an Ibanez, does not work too well with my classical guitar. Is that because of the 9-inch strings?
Said that, I'm sorry, the question is that
Yeah,
the amp's not picking up the guitar too well?
Yeah, it says that it doesn't work too well with their classical guitar.
Okay, so classical guitars, unless your classical guitar has a pickup in it, which I'm assuming it does. Okay. Most amplifiers are made to be used with steel string guitars, or AKA metal string guitars, and metal string guitars, steel string guitars have pickups, right? Like electric guitars, even acoustic guitars have pickups. And what is actually happening here, without getting too deep into physics, is, I don't know if a lot of you guys know, I used to be an engineer, so I went to engineering school and all that stuff. But what actually happens is your pickups create a magnetic field, and anytime a metal, literally any metal, moves in that magnetic field, it creates a voltage. And it sounds crazy, but that voltage goes out through your amp, and that's where the signal from your amp comes from. So in this case, what I'm assuming is happening is that because the strings aren't metal, exactly like I said, it's not creating enough of a magnetic field, it's not creating enough of a voltage from the magnetic field. So therefore, either the signal is very weak, or it just doesn't sound very good because it's an acoustic guitar going to a little amp. If you have a pickup in your classical guitar, I would try to get like an acoustic amp, or what you can also do is put a microphone. I know this might be a little harder to do, but you can do it. Put a microphone close to the guitar, pointing at the guitar, maybe pointing toward the 12th fret, or maybe pointing toward the sound hole, depending on what type of sound you want. What type of sound you want. But you can also amplify the guitar that way as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Really great question. A bass guitar is not going to work as well on an electric guitar amp. An electric guitar is not going to work as well on a bass guitar, generally speaking. I would say the same would go for a classical guitar and acoustic guitar. You want, they make some amps that are specific to pick up those frequencies or those types of strings, and again, what Jonathan was saying with the types of pickups, I think it's really important to pay attention to. So, probably the solution is either get a better pickup inside the guitar, which might be a little more difficult, or get a better amp to play out. One that's usually specific to acoustic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yep.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right. So let me see if there is any, is there a set distance between strings? There we go. Set distance between strings. Hey, Wyatt. It would be better for big fingers to have more space.
So my answer may be different than what you think. So I'm going to give you kind of the answer that I think you might be looking for, and then the other answer that will help you as well. So I mentioned before that how you set up your guitar and how your string spacing is it comes down to personal preference, not only for your anatomy, so how you want to play, your style preference, your anatomy, but also just the feel that you want. So a lot of finger style or classical guitars will have the strings spaced further apart, just because, number one, that's how they've always done it, but also because when you're playing finger style, songs like classical music and things like that on the guitar, it's just easier to do that with strings that are spaced out further apart. The other answer that I was going to give you is that if you look around any of your favorite guitar players, you can find guitar players of all shapes and sizes. People 7 feet tall, people 4 feet tall, people with what some people call sausage fingers, people with like really long, skinny basketball fingers that are, like imagine somebody like LeBron James playing guitar. There's all kind of people all over the place, and all of them play all different types of guitars and all different types of instruments. honestly, at the end of the day, it really comes down to what you get used to. Now, you can increase the level of your playing a little bit by when you start to get good and you start to notice the nuances between the string spacings or between the neck size or the neck width, all of those types of things. You can kind of dial in those specs to more match the style that you're going for, and that will enhance your playing a little bit. It will actually enhance your ability to play a little bit. It won't enhance your playing on its own. It's exactly the same thing as, let's say you're a runner and you want to run in marathons. It's the same thing as putting on running shoes, like quality running shoes. It's not going to win a race for you, but it's going to more easily allow you to win the race, if that makes sense. So it just all boils down to equipment. I honestly, if you don't have a way to maybe get a different guitar with different string spacing, or if you don't have a way to get a different nut or different saddles or something else to where you can change the string spacing, what I would honestly do is I would suggest that you don't really focus much time on those things, just because the bulk of playing well comes down to the amount of time that you put towards playing well. I always say that whatever you practice is what you're going to get better at. So if you practice, let's say, I've done this in the past, if you practice looking on Google and researching different fret sizes and different string spacing, you can read all about it all day. You can learn as much as you can. You can learn way more than anybody in your neighborhood or anybody, in your entire city knows about any of that stuff. But it's not going to make you any better at playing guitar. It's just going to make you more knowledgeable about knowing about that stuff. And at the end of the day, we're all here to play guitar. Nobody cares about how much you know about guitar. They just want to hear you play the thing. And you just want to be able to play it as well. So that's what I would have to say about that.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is from Greg. He actually says, going back to the classical guitar question, I plug my classical nylon string guitar directly into the mixer board, and it works much better than into my guitar amp. So,
there you go.
From a classical player himself. All right.
Nice. What number are we on now, Brock?
We are jumping to number 9.
Let's keep rolling.
All right, so I'm going to jump over to this is more technique. So that we're not just sticking on, setup and gear and things like that. This question is, boom, do I need to use a pick or can I fingerstyle all of the exercises? I think he's specifically talking about inside the course.
Yep, that's a great question. And the answer is do whatever you want. Like, I know when I was learning from a lot of different teachers, and I still look out there, every now and then, first of all, you can always get better. You could always learn something new. I personally believe you should always have teachers, honestly, in every area of your life, whether it's your relationship, your finances, your guitar playing, etc. I'm always a proponent of learning more from more people, from the right people. But one of the ideas out there is that you should do something or you should not do something. Like you should start with an acoustic guitar, or you should use a pick, or you should only play with your fingers. It doesn't matter what you should do. If any of you guys know who Tony Robbins is, he says most people should all over themselves, and I like that one. So my answer is do what you want. Do you want to play with a pick? Then play with a pick. If you don't want to play with a pick, don't do it. Like, life is too short. Do what you want to do.
Yeah, I feel like, you will create your own style. Like,
exactly.
There's a lot of people that are playing with picks, and they've taken finger style and incorporated that into their pick playing. So yeah, I think that's awesome. Great, that's a great answer. Great question. Here's a nice follow up. Holding the pick. Here, let me drop this in here. I like this little show and tell. There we go. I can't see it all the time. So. The full question is, holding the pick, what is the best way to hold it in your finger position, such as straight out, curled in a fist? So I think they're talking about like this, curled, or what do you think is the best way?
Yeah. So again, this is one of those things that I don't think there is a best way. It's not about what's right or wrong. And I used to tell students this all the time. It's not about what's right or wrong. It's about what's more or less effective. And that also is in the context of what's more or less effective for what you want to do with the guitar. So for instance, do you want to stand up on stage and play blues like Joe Bonamassa? Well, there are going to be certain things that you need to do to allow you to play that way a lot more easy. Or do you want to sit in front of a concert, like in a classical music hall or something, and play with your fingers and play like a Beethoven song or Beethoven piece or something like that? There are going to be other things that you need to do that are different from the Joe Bonamassa guy that needs to do that's going to allow you to more easily play classical guitar. See what I'm saying? So it really depends. Now, as far as a general guideline of holding the pick, I'm not sure if I'll be able to show this. Let's see. I'll do it the best I can. So what I generally do is you can think of it as like resting the pick on your finger, almost like if I have a guitar like this. The pick is right now. The pick. Let me see if I can turn this. Yeah, the pick is pointing toward the strings. So I'm just going to relax my hand. See how my fingers are out, and I'm just going to balance the pick on my finger. So the pick is still, if you can see that, the pick is still pointing toward the strings. So just balance it on your finger, and then put your thumb down on top of it to where your thumb doesn't go over the edge of the pick like this. I used to play like that all the time. A lot of people still play like that. It is limiting in certain scenarios. I'm not saying it's the wrong way to do it, but it does limit you in certain scenarios. So it's going to feel awkward when you do it this way at first, when you don't allow your thumb to go past the edge of the pick like this. Remember, all you're doing is balancing the pick and then putting your thumb down on top of it so that your thumb does not go over the edge of the pick or reasonably close. But what you're going to find is picking in this way, it's going to feel a little bit uncomfortable at first, in the sense of you're not going to feel like you have as much control. But as you start getting used to it, and this can take 5 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, or even a week. It doesn't really matter. When you start consistently playing that way, you're going to find that you have a lot more control, a lot more accuracy. Now, the other thing to watch is these 3 fingers here. A lot of people will say you need to anchor your pinky, or you need to anchor your hand, or you need to anchor one finger somewhere. Think about it. Anchoring is the only reason a boat puts an anchor in the water is because it wants to stay put. As soon as you stay put, you're limiting yourself from moving around on the strings. You're limiting yourself from what you can do. So we don't want to be limited. We want to be unlimited, literally. So what I always suggest is whatever I just suggested with the pick, have your pick grip, and with these 3 fingers, completely relax the fingers and literally just plop it down onto the neck. Or not the neck, the guitar. Just plop it down, just like that. Now, some people will say, like, well, how am I going to play the strings if my hand is on the strings? Well, of course, you want to raise your hand just enough to be able to play the strings and have the strings ring out. But this is generally what I would suggest. And if you notice a lot of professional players, these fingers here, they'll be moving around. They're just free to slide around, right? And a lot of times you'll notice on really good players, especially really good jazz players and like shred players and whatnot, their middle finger, this finger, as they play, notice how my middle finger is rising. My middle finger is a little bit higher. When you find somebody who's playing like that, I would suggest mirroring that playing position, or that picking position. I wouldn't try to make your ring finger come up. It's going to do it naturally. The whole object is to not try, right? The pick grip, relaxing the fingers, plopping it down on the fretboard, all of this is to help you not try to play guitar. It's just to make it easier and more effortless. Like I said, it's going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable at first. You're going to feel like you have less control, but you're going to develop more control as you continue to use that pick grip. Are there other grips? Are there other famous players who have other grips? Absolutely, 100% yes. My favorite guitar player of all time, Pat Metheny, I think he plays with 2 fingers on the pick and curls his hand up like this. So again, a lot of it's personal preference. The reason I suggest starting of how I just said is because it literally unlimits you when a lot of other ways of playing are limiting. You can always go back to whatever you want later, but I suggest trying this first. I think that's good enough on that one.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I've talked about this in the past in Supergroup, and I think there's a video up on YouTube that sometimes when you're coming into, there's so many teachings, so much training out there that you can get lost and get confused, and you probably had tons of teachers who've taught you contradictory things. I would say if you want to jump into breakthrough guitar and do the system that we've had tens of thousands of people take and have breakthroughs, I would say be comfortable with changing some of the habits that you've had in the past and testing out some of these strategies, these habits that Jonathan Breakthrough Guitar we teach. So be comfortable with those things, test them out in the future, and then if you find that it's slowing you down in a certain style or technique that you want, then go back to your old ways. But if anything, it's going to help diversify your playing.
So I want to make just one quick note on that, and then we can roll to the next question. I think the next one is number 10, right?
Right. 11, actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, we'll keep going. Now we'll do in sections of 10. So there's basically 2 main types of guitar players. and only one of these types of people really becomes great players really quickly. And the other people kind of stay stuck in a rut and stay frustrated and kind of angry and bitter and jealous and envious pretty much their whole lives. The two different types of people are the first person who is going to be successful very quickly and is going to continue to enjoy higher and higher levels of success is the person who is open-minded to just doing what somebody who's further along than him or him or her, to just doing something that a mentor or a teacher, etc., suggests, and then just experiencing it. There's an old saying, to know and not to do is not yet to know. So for those who just do without questioning it and do what the teacher tells you, whether that's a personal coach or a fitness trainer, it doesn't matter what it is. For those of you who just do what the person says and experience what they say, you're generally going to find that, oh, this works, or oh, this is like getting me so many more results than I've ever gotten before. Just like the thing I showed with the pick. And that also applies to things that you think you've seen before, things that you think you already know. But remember, to know and not to do is not yet to know. You don't know something until you experience it, even if you've seen it before or you've heard it before, and you think you already know it. The other person or the other type of guitar player who's honestly just going to keep spinning their wheels, and I hate to say it, but it's the truth. Like, why sugarcoat it? It's the truth. Are those people who say, maybe they buy a course or something, or they buy a book and they just skim over it, and they see words that they recognize, they see concepts that they recognize, and they're like, oh, I've seen this before. There's nothing new in here. There's nothing, I already know all this stuff, or that way of doing it is stupid, or I'm not going to try this. It's just the attitude. It really boils down to attitude. There's another great saying that I love, I heard recently. Your attitude determines your altitude. If you want to be a great guitar player, you need to change your attitude. If you're one of those people who doesn't like to try new things, or who thinks that you already know maybe a scale that you've seen before, or a certain series of patterns that you've seen before, or chords, or a theory concept, it doesn't matter. In order for you to grow, in order for you to become a better guitar player, a better person, et cetera, we're here talking about guitar, then be open to doing without prejudging it, without thinking about it. Even if you think you know something. Like if we play a basic scale pattern that you've seen before, there's a reason you need to do it, and you need to put all your effort into it, and you need to be open-minded and just follow through, because we're going somewhere with it, right? It's not about just teaching you one scale pattern or just teaching you one chord or something like that. That's not the point. The point is we need to establish steps that we can build on, and I guarantee you, we're here because we're guaranteeing you, we're betting on it, we're here to help you, that if you follow these steps, when you follow these steps, you will reach a higher level of playing than you ever imagined possible for you. You will. It's simply the law of cause and effect. If you jump off a bridge, you're going to be sorry. If you throw a ball in the air, the ball is always going to come back down. It works. It always works the same way. Just follow the steps. That's all I have to say.
Beautiful. That's awesome. Okay, so along the guitar pick line, and then we might jump to a chat question. This one is, what about the size of the pick? I noticed that the jazz players has a much smaller size pick. Can you explain why is this? I tried the small jazz pick, but it brought my right hand too close to the strings, since I've grabbed most of the pick body to have better control.
Yep, that's a great question. So I have these two picks here, oddly enough. One is a Jazz 3 pick, and one is the normal pick that I use all the time. Purple, I think it's 1.14 millimeter Dunlop. I've been using these purple ones for 10 years at this point, something like that. So I'm going to use these two as an example. And these are just general guidelines, right? The smaller your pick, the more accurately you're going to feel like you're able to pick, the more speedy you're going to feel like you're able to pick. That's not always true. It's just in general. A lot of this comes down to personal preference after you've experienced different types of picks, right? So that's the size. Size is the smaller, the more like resolution you feel like you have. The more, when you have a smaller pick, the more you have to move to touch the strings. So it's almost like you have more, the control is more up to you. When you have a bigger pick, obviously you don't have to move as far. You can kind of do this and hit the strings, right? So it might be a little bit easier to play kind of sloppy. When you're strumming strings versus playing lead guitar, maybe a bigger pick might be a little bit easier. But then again, I know a lot of like really I personally know a lot of really good world-class, like neoclassical guitar players who play super fast, only play one note at a time, and they use huge picks. They use the big picks that are like triangles, and they're huge, they're like bass picks. So in general, these are general guidelines, but it does come down to personal preference after you've experienced different types of picks. Now, the other thing that I'll mention is size this way. So thickness, very generally, the thinner your pick is, the more it's going to bend when you play, the more flexible it's going to be. So that's generally better for like strumming, having a light touch, or having a lighter sound. As your pick gets thicker, the thicker your pick gets, the fatter sound you're going to get. And also the pick isn't going to bend when you push through the string. It's going to be very hard. So you have to have more control of the pick in that case, but you're going to get you're going to get a deeper, fatter sound. And also you can play faster very quickly with a thicker pick because the pick doesn't bend whenever you push through the strings. That's it.
All right. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't think that people know the differences between a lot of the picks. We actually get a lot of questions in. Should we use a thin pick, a thick pick, a heavy pick?
Yep.
So yeah, that's a great question. All right, so here is one. Jumping over to the guitar grid. I play exclusively with a slide in open E and D. Will the guitar grid course enable me to transfer its knowledge over to the open tuning? So I would just say, can you explain to us what the guitar grid course is for those of the people in the chat that don't know? And then,
Sure.
then jump to that question.
Sure. So I'll just explain what the guitar grid is as a concept. So I don't know if you guys can hear the music in the background. There's music playing in this hotel that I'm in. And that's why we have some noise. So I apologize about that. But in general, for any song that you hear, you're just hearing background music, right? Any song that's playing, automatically, all of the right notes are in a certain place on the fretboard. That's it. So the roadmap, or I call it a grid of all the right notes, is fixed for any song. Now, what most people don't realize is all the right notes are always in the same place relative to each other. The only difference between different songs, aka different keys, or different songs in different keys, that is that this whole grid shifts up or down the neck. And that's it. Like that's basically it. When you know the grid, you know how to hit all the right notes. And when you know how to shift the grid based on the key, you can literally play every single right note anywhere on the guitar neck in any key. It's really just that simple. So Brock, what was the second part of the question there? The open E playing? How to play in, does the guitar grid apply to open E?
Yeah, so the question basically was they play a lot of slide in E and D and open E and open D tunings.
Yep.
Will they be able to transfer the knowledge from the guitar grid training into open? We actually get this question.
Okay, so that's a great question. The simple answer is yes, but let me explain the nuances. The reason the answer is yes is because the guitar grid is based on principles, fundamental principles about how music works and how music works applied to the guitar. It always has worked that way, and it's always going to work that way. Okay, so it always works. The principles are always the same. The only thing that's going to be different when you change the tuning is that where the right notes are going to be in different spots. So as soon as you change the tuning, let's say I have all these notes that are the right notes. As soon as you change the tuning, all the right note positions shifts. So literally sorry about the dog, any pattern that you play, hang on a second. Oh well. Any pattern that you play on the guitar neck is going to be different because the right notes are in a different place. That's literally it. So yes, it applies. The only difference is going to be that the patterns are going to be different because the right notes are in a different place.
Sorry. Jonathan's in a hotel lobby right now for those of you guys that don't know. So someone is their dog's running around or something, right? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, there's basically I don't want to say it too loud, but there's basically a lady just letting her dog run around and like that. So, those people.
Cool. All right. So yeah, we do get that question a lot. There are a lot of people that play in open tunings for multiple reasons. Maybe people play, they I would say the number one reason is we have a lot of people that have injuries to their hand where they're not able to form chords or whatever it may be. So the open tuning is something that they're able to do to modify it so that they're able to play like they want to. So yeah, awesome. Did you have a follow up on that, or is the dog still barking? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Hanging out. Yeah, thank you guys. So real quick, I just want, if you guys are getting some value out of this, definitely let us know in the chat box, in the comment section, what you guys think so far. We're having fun. I'm having a blast. I think this is amazing. So I don't know if there's another duo that would spend their Wednesday night when there's college games on or something.
Oh, it's Wednesday? I didn't even know it was Wednesday. See? Yeah, and that's
messed everything up. It doesn't feel like Wednesday.
That's true. But I was going to say that's one reason, guys, why we wanted to do this, because I've personally never seen anybody get on for hours and answer everybody's questions. Like we just want to help. We just want to provide more value than other people. We want to. It's not about competition. It's just about, we know questions go unanswered. We've been there. Like we've gone through all these same roadblocks. We've had all these same questions ourselves. We know how hard it is to find answers out there, and we know how frustrating it is to, have to sit down and search on Google for hours and wade through a bunch of boring YouTube videos and really just get even more lost and more confused. So we figured, hey, why don't we just answer everybody's question? Like, how helpful would that be? So here we are. Let's keep going.
All right. So I think we. Okay, cool. Next question. This is number 13. Also, finding the correct string with your one hand on the neck it is easier to feel where you're at, but with the other hand holding a pick, there seems to be no place as a starting point or area to know where you're at. So I think basically the question is, with your left hand, you can kind of figure out where you're at without looking. With the right hand, what is the easiest way to figure out what string you're on without staring down at the guitar?
Good. So if you can show the whole guitar. What the question is about is actually, and thank you for whoever said enjoying this very much. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. And thanks for your dedication. I appreciate that as well. We appreciate you guys being here. We know you could do other stuff. You could be eating a steak and drinking a beer. Shoot, you may be doing that right now. Hopefully you are. But we appreciate you as well. We appreciate you being here, spending time with us. We're just here to help you. So regarding the question about knowing where to start with your fretting hand, but not really knowing where to start with your picking hand, that really comes down to what we call two-hand synchronization, or two-hand sync for short. It's very common. As I always say, nobody comes out of the womb being able to play a guitar. It's not a natural thing, right? Every single person who's ever played, from Jimmy Page to Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead to David Gilmour to John Mayer to anybody who's ever played guitar in their life, they had to learn how to do that, right? So if they can learn it, you can do it too. A huge myth that maybe we should touch on this later is that like really good guitar players are somehow smarter than everybody else, or they're somehow geniuses. Or my dad used to tell me that Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin used to be a chemical engineer and therefore he's smarter than everyone else. That's a bunch of BS. It's totally not true. If anybody else can do it, so can you. You can learn it, right? And we're here to help you with that. So regarding the two-hand sync thing, here's exactly what I would do. Here's exactly what I would suggest. Let's say you have a pattern that you can play with your fretting hand. Pick one string at a time. So let's say you pick the low E string, and let's say you're going to play something really simple like the 3rd fret, the 5th fret with your ring finger, and then the 6th fret with your pinky. It doesn't matter what the pattern is on your left hand, or excuse me, your fretting hand. It doesn't matter what it is, right? You just want to have a pattern. So just practice playing on that one string with this one pattern, just playing the notes. I don't know if you can hear my guitar right now. It's not really important, but all you're practicing is not looking, like I'm not looking at the guitar, but I'm just playing on this one string with this one pattern. And that's it. Like you just practice that until you get good at it, and then go to the next string. Practice that till you get good at it with that one string. And then what you can do is combine those two together. So let's say I'm going to play on this first string here, the E string, and then I'm going to go to the next string. maybe I'm going to play a pattern like that. You just play the whole pattern without looking with your picking hand. You just get, this is the key, guys. You want to pick something so simple, it's so brain dead simple to do that you don't have to think about what you're doing. But it needs to be a little bit challenging, as in you can't necessarily physically do it that great yet. And that's how you get better. It's just like going to football practice or baseball practice or learning how to rollerblade or getting better at golf. It's all the same, guys. Guitar is a physical activity. And most guitar players they get roadblocked in the mental part, like how it all works, what is the theory, how does it all connect, etc. And that's why, we want to help people overcome those mental roadblocks as fast as possible, because, guys, listen to this. Learning the theory, or learning, I hate to say learning theory, learning how music works on the guitar is not the end. It's just the beginning. That's why we want to get that out of the way as fast as possible, so you understand what you're doing. The real work, the real practice is the physical part, right? When you understand what you're doing mentally, that's easy. It's easy to look down and say, oh yeah, I know where this chord is, or I know where this scale pattern is. But putting in the practice is, that's where the gold is, right? That's how you actually get better at doing it. Guitar is a physical activity. You have to do it. So anyway, what I just mentioned about the practicing the two-hand sync, that's exactly what I would do. Even if it seems too simple, remember, to know and not to do is not yet to know. Just do it, just like Nike says. Do it, and you will get better.
All right. So I found one that kind of bounces off that a little bit. In your booklet, you tell us what fingers to use when playing scales. I think they might be talking about the Unstuck book. Anyway, I have small hands and cannot use my little finger, leaving me with only 3 short ones. I have to move my hand to reach the correct fret and want to know if I can overcome the additional movements.
Man, so this is such a common question, and I'm glad you asked this question. But man, this is a mental roadblock. This is not a physical limitation. Okay, first of all, you said you can't use your pinky. If anybody remembers Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motor Company, he said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. As long as you keep saying, I can't use my pinky, I can't use my pinky, I can't use my pinky, you're never going to be able to use your pinky. The reality is you can use your pinky, you just haven't found out how to do it yet, right? So whenever the general rule here, or not a rule, a general guideline that you can use is that the reason most people can't use their pinky, and actually before I get to how to use your pinky, let me say that the size of your hand does not matter. I'll say it again, the size of your hand does not matter. You can have tiny hands, you can have massive monster hands, Bigfoot hands. Go look on YouTube, you will find 5-year-old Asian girls killing it on the guitar. They have tiny hands, they can play. You can find basketball-sized people playing guitar and killing it. They have huge hands, they can play. You can do it, okay? Your hand is not the limitation. It's how you're approaching it that's the limitation. Now, about the pinky. Most people approach playing, like let's say I wanted to play this note. I'm playing on the low E string here, but just so you can see what I'm doing, I'll play on the high E string. So let's say I want to play the note on the 3rd fret, then the note on the 5th fret, then the note, my pinky, on the 7th fret. Now, most people, myself included, cannot make this stretch at first. Okay, you have to learn how to do it. You have to train your hand to be able to do it. It is not natural. We're all in the same boat, guys. We all have to learn it. Okay, I could not do this at first. Now, most people, notice how where my elbow is close to my body. Most people will approach playing these notes like this. Notice how where my pinky is. I can't reach that note right now. This is the biggest problem that there is that your elbow is out or your hand is slanted like this. Notice how when I slant my hand, my elbow goes out, or I slant my hand, my pinky goes away from the fretboard. I can't reach anything like that, right? I literally can't reach it. That's the biggest problem. All you need to do, also look where my thumb is. My thumb's way back here like a hitchhiker's thumb. There's two main things that you need to do. One, put your thumb about in the middle of where your fingers are. So middle from left to right, right? So don't have your hitchhiker's thumb. Sometimes it's okay to do that depending on what you're playing, like if you're playing a huge bend or something. But in general, right, this is just a general principle. Have your thumb in the middle of these 2 fingers. And I mean in the middle, like laterally this way, in the middle. Now the second thing is, when you do that, it's going to be more natural to rotate your elbow toward your body. Now watch what happens. If I put my thumb here and I put my fingers, let's say somewhere on the fretboard like this, I'm actually going to put just my first two fingers on here. My pinky is going to be off the fretboard. Watch what happens when I rotate my elbow toward my body. The pinky naturally goes, look, see how much further I can put my pinky up there? Anybody can do this. Any person can do this right here, right? If you can do that, you can hit any of the notes. It's just about how you're doing it. Where is your elbow? Where is your fingers, etc.? You can do it, okay? Anybody can do it.
Awesome. Great answer. Great question. Here's a nice follow-up, actually. Is it necessary to have my thumb on the neck for all chords? My hand doesn't seem to bend properly for certain chords. I've tried shortening and lengthening the strap to allow my hand to bend differently, but it's no help.
So in general, the question is, should I always have my thumb on the back of the neck?
Back of the neck for all chords.
Well, okay, so you never want to do something all the time, right? There's never a blanket statement of we always want to do this or we never want to do this, right? We want to have freedom, and freedom means sometimes you want to do something, sometimes you don't want to do something. So if I'm going to play a chord, let's say I'm going to play, I don't know, an A bar chord. Well, my thumb's on the back of the neck. That's just because it's the easiest place for me to play an A bar chord. But if I play something like, I don't know, this is called a G major 7 chord. Well, you see my thumb? My thumb is not exactly on the very back. That's because if I put my thumb all the way right here, it makes the chord to me feel unstable. So if I move my thumb up a little bit, it gives these fingers a little bit more stability, so where I can feel better about playing the chord. Other chords, like let's say this open D chord, see where my thumb is? It's not on the back of the neck. If I put my thumb on the back of the neck for this open D chord, and a lot of people try this, these fingers feel so not uncomfortable, but uncontrollable almost. It feels like you're walking across a tightrope, where you have to. It's like a balancing act. We don't want to have to balance. We want it to be easy. So D chord, the natural place to do it is put your thumb up here. It's so much easier to control these fingers. So does that answer the question, you think, Brock, or do you think I need to go into some more detail?
Yeah, I think so. Basically, you don't. I think the confusion is we teach that when learning to stretch, when you're soloing or playing different notes, having your thumb in that position. Playing chords. I mean, there's some circumstances I've seen where you hit the low E string with your thumb, and some people are comfortable doing that. So
yeah. So let me give you an example. So what you just said, Brock, is this is a D chord, like I said, and then maybe I want to hit the low E string. This is an F sharp note with my thumb. That's a certain chord, right? The other extreme is that if I put my finger on the back of my thumb on the back of the neck, like you said when we were playing scales, I think you're right that most of the time when we're practicing scales or scale patterns, we do want our thumb on the back just because it makes it easier to do this, right? It makes it easier to do this motion. So if I play this chord that looks something like what it looks like this, it looks kind of complicated at first. This is a G major 9 chord. Well, my thumb is exactly in the middle of the back of the neck because that's exactly how I would play the scales. So it really just depends on what it is that you need your fretting fingers to do, and you move your thumb around to help you to facilitate making those chords. And it's also a thing that it gets better over time. You want general guidelines, but you don't always want to be thinking about, is my thumb in the right place? Are my fingers in the right place, et cetera, et cetera. Just go with a few general guidelines and just do it. Remember, just do it. Just practice it. Just play the chords. Just do it over and over again. Your hand is naturally going to start to adjust as you follow those general principles. Your hand is naturally going to start to adjust in the positions that are easier for you to play whatever you're playing.
Yeah. Well, here's a good follow-up. Since you have your guitar in hand, we're talking about where to put my thumb in the bar chords, not just when improvising solos. You talk a lot about the thumb when you're talking about scales, but not as much when you're talking about bar chords.
Yeah. So thumb on bar chords, I played I'm saying I'm playing. I'm not playing anything. I'm fingering an A major bar chord right here. My thumb is literally exactly on the back of the neck. Let's see if I can show you this. Exactly in the back, right? And actually, I talked about having custom guitars earlier. I guess you can't see that. I'm trying to get a shine. But anyway, I always sand a flat spot on the back of my neck, just so it's so much easier to play when you have stability on the very back. And this isn't necessary. I'm just opening your eyes to other possibilities. that when the back of the neck is totally flat, it actually allows these fingers to move easier and it gives you more stability. But back to a bar chord, like I said, if I'm playing any kind of major bar chord, maybe a minor bar chord starting on the A string, I'm always going to have my thumb right in the back, right there. It's very uncomfortable to try to play a bar chord like this. People try to do it, but if you notice, this finger won't go down, and that means all the strings won't ring out if I can't make this finger flat. So the easiest way for me to make this chord is to put your thumb right on the middle of the back of the neck. And that's what I would suggest as a basic guideline for playing all the bar chords to start with.
All right, that was good. We got a bunch of bar chord questions, so I think since we're on that topic, it might make sense to just kind of roll through some of these.
Yep.
With bar chords, do you have to put pressure on all the strings with your index finger or just the ones that make up the chord?
All the strings.
Question number 17.
17, yeah. So all the strings. That's why it's called a bar chord, because you're barring all of this. You're making a bar with all of your fingers, and you do have to press it down. What most people get tripped up by is two things. Number one, your hand is not strong enough to make a bar chord sound clear at first. That happens to every single guitar player who's ever walked the earth. Okay, it's just a fact. You got to get over that phase by making your hand stronger, and with the specific exercises that we have in a course called Effortless Bar Chords. Of course, they're not effortless at first, but going through those exercises that we lay out in the course, it makes them feel effortless after you do all the work. But you have to do the work. You have to do the exercise. Now, part of that is to make your hand stronger so you can play any bar chord and it feels very easy. The second thing is most people, we all have joints, right? In humans, we have hands and we have joints in our fingers. We have this joint and we have this joint. What happens is the string goes inside this little joint here sometimes, or this one here, whenever we're barring the strings, and because there's a little gap or there's a little crevice, the string actually lifts off the fretboard and therefore it doesn't ring. So it mutes some of the notes. So what I would suggest in that case is lift your bar finger up and adjust it up or down a little bit while it's not touching the strings, just so you can move that little crevice or move that little knuckle up or down so you can get a more clear sound. That's what I would say about that.
Yeah, well, that's perfect, because the question here, how to actually get that second knuckle of the finger to touch all the
Perfect. That's a perfect question, common question. And first, I just want to say, hey, Sean, you mentioned that you had a question submitted in advance, and I just want to let you know that we're definitely going to get to your question. Every question submitted in advance, we have a huge sheet that we're going through. Brock's helping me go through all of these questions, so we're going to get to all of them. Okay, that's why we're here. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to answer everybody's questions, so don't worry. Regarding the bar chords, so the question is, how do you press down all the strings, basically?
Yeah, they're talking about, I think they said F sharp minor.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason somebody would ask about F sharp minor is because the F sharp minor chord is as close to F as right here. So F is a more common one actually, but F sharp minor, any of these chords are farthest away from your body. And the further away you go from your body, the less you can squeeze stuff. If you ever watch somebody lifting weights or doing bicep curls or something, let's say like I have a water bottle here, and if I'm doing bicep curls, if the more muscle I need to use, the closer to my body it's going to be when I do the curls. Like if you do this, you're probably going to break something in your shoulder, but it's going to be a lot harder. You're a lot weaker like that. So inherently, the further away your hand goes from your body, the weaker your grip is going to be. And part of that is, like I said, those exercises that we have in Effortless Bar Chords will help you with that. The bottom line is that you're just going to have to get stronger at bar chords to get your hand stronger at bar chords through the step-by-step process that we walk you through to be able to hit those chords cleanly. There's no way of getting around it, guys. There's no magic formula for, super eepy duper, like swallow a pill and you can magically play bar chords. Like, I've seen some stuff like that on the internet. I'm sorry, there's no way around it, right? There is no shortcut, period. The shortest shortcut is literally following the steps that we laid out for you and just walking up the stairs and being able to do it. That's literally it. That's the fastest, easiest way to do it without thinking. Now, as far as being able to press down all the strings, so this is a mental thing, okay? Most of the time when people play single notes, we're thinking about playing the note with the tip of our finger. So just like this, or like this, or like this, or like this. So when somebody starts to try to play bar chords, they're still in that same line of thinking that I want to press down here. But what happens is there's a space right there, if you can see the space, and this knuckle is bent. So when you think that you're playing single notes, or even if you're not consciously thinking about it, you're subconsciously thinking about it, and you're still trying to press down the bar like this. It may not be this exaggerated. I'm just doing that. I'm exaggerating on purpose to show you what I'm talking about. But okay, so here's how you solve that problem. There's two parts. Part of it is getting your hand stronger. There's no way around that. You've got to do that. Okay. But what's going to help you with being able to play cleanly is that instead of thinking you're playing with the tip of your finger, think that you're playing with this knuckle right here. Not this knuckle, but this knuckle. And what you want to do is press this knuckle into the fretboard. Like if you could see how I'm trying to exaggerate it here. This knuckle, I'm pressing that knuckle in. I can even press so hard that my finger comes off the strings a little bit. See that? But that's how you want to think when you're playing bar chords. So think that you're pressing this knuckle into the strings and simply just do the exercises that we show you. It will make your hand stronger. That's it.
We have a lot of people that tell us that they can't do bar chords. Like what can I do other than bar chords? Because they talk about how strong their hand is. And I'll tell you guys that I was a full-time touring musician. I was playing bass and drums on tour, and I got asked to play acoustic guitar for a band called the Afters. Mm-hmm. And that first tour, which was from probably October to early December, my hand was in so much pain just because I had to play bar chords for 50% of the set. And it started where I couldn't make it up to the bridge of a couple of songs without being in excruciating pain. And then it slowly became I could play through the bridge. And then it was slowly, by the time I got to the next tour, which was in the spring, I was able to play through the entire set without taking a break. So it is a workout, and it is a workout. So, but eventually you will get there. I mean, it's just, I mean, that's just it. And I was always playing an instrument all the time, but I still had to work that hand out because I wasn't playing on the bar chords.
So let me say this too, guys, that when you're just starting to play bar chords, it's obviously the hardest it's ever going to be when you're very first starting to play bar chords. But really what happens is that you just extend the length of time that you can play bar chords. The better you get, the stronger your hand gets. All you do is you're just extending that time length. So maybe at the very beginning, here's what I mean. At the very beginning, you can only play bar chords for 10 seconds before your hand starts to hurt, or 5 seconds, or even 1 second, right? Making your very first bar chord might hurt. But as you train, the length of the time that you can play the bar chord gets longer. So maybe you work your way up to 30 seconds, and then a minute, and then 2 minutes, and then 3 minutes. And then this is something that most people don't realize. Just like Brock said, as professional musicians, we get up there on stage and it hurts, man. Like you play a song for 4 minutes long, that it's mostly bar chords, it freaking hurts. Like nobody's immune to hurting from bar chords. It hurts. Like it is what it is. You can continue to make your muscles in your hands stronger and stronger. Just like if you go to the gym, you see those guys that are big and ripped. But I mean, nobody's really going to play bar chords for 15 minutes straight. So you don't really need to train that much. I just want to tell you that, hey, look, we get it too. It hurts.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So question number 19. I got two that are going to be pretty good bar chord questions about form. So how do you keep your forefinger? How do you keep your forefinger and your ring finger 2 frets apart from each other while playing the E form bar chord? I assume they're talking about on the 12th fret.
So when they say the E form, I think we're actually referring to this chord right here. How do you keep your finger 2 frets apart? Okay, part of that is that there's 2 different things that people do. One is putting your thumb higher. The higher your thumb goes, if you just look at my hand, see where my thumb is in the middle right here? It's a lot lower than my fingers. If I move my thumb up, look what naturally happens to my fingers. They go together. My actual fingers come together. That's just how we're wired. That's how humans work. If you imagine you're holding a crystal ball right here, that's what I always say. Imagine you're holding a crystal ball and then apply that same crystal ball grip, if you will, to the fretboard. So one thing, like I mentioned, is when you're playing this form of a bar chord, if your thumb creeps up, your fingers are going to go closer together, and it's harder to separate your fingers. Like you can't, like I'm trying to move my fingers apart. I can't do it. We just aren't built to do that. So the first thing is put your thumb down in the middle of the neck to start, right? The other thing is hitchhiker's thumb. So we want to have our thumb down this way. We also don't want to have our thumb out this way, hitchhiker's thumb. Again, the more I move my thumb this way, the closer my fingers get together. I'm not trying to move these fingers, but if I move my thumb, those fingers naturally go together, right? So again, crystal ball, put your thumb in the middle of your fingers, and then, make sure you don't do a hitchhiker's thumb, but also have your thumb in the middle of the neck like that. And that will give you the easiest positioning to be able to play that chord. The next part is exactly like we've been saying over and over again. You just got to do it. You just got to get better at it and just practice it. You won't be great at it at first. That's the truth. Just practice and you will get better at it. Actually, somebody in the chat said, "Tell it like it is, John." I love that. So yeah, and then we had one more question that I want to address. How long will it take for the finger to be trained to play bar chords? That really depends on how much time you put into it. It depends on two things. How much of the right time you put into doing the right things. You can put 20 years into it and never get any better. You can actually put 20 years or 40 years or 70 years into it and actually get better at being worse. You don't want to do that. You want to practice the right thing. And as I mentioned before, in Effortless Bar Chords, I walk you through the series of steps to do to be able to make that process as fast as possible. Now, depending on how much time you put into it, into doing those steps, you could get up to speed with bar chords and being able to play them reasonably within, the same week that you start, or maybe a month, depending on how much you play. If you do like an hour every other day or something, you can get pretty dang good at bar chords within a month or so. Or if you might play a little bit less than that. And again, this is all personal preference. This is all up to you. But anywhere from, I would say, a couple weeks, a month to 2 or 3 months, depending on how much you practice and how much, they say no pain, no gain, right? How much you can deal with the pain and keep going, you'll get up to speed with bar chords really quick. The main thing is doing the right things in the right order. That's where most people get off track and mess up and waste a lot of time.
All right. Question number 20. How do I keep the tip of your ring finger from hitting the A string when playing the A form bar chord?
Okay, so I actually think I messed up. I think that was the A form bar chord that I just talked about. This right here. But either way, the answer is, how do you keep the ring finger from hitting the A string? Is that what the question is? Was that what it was, Brock?
Can you hear me? Here we go.
I can now, yeah.
Okay. How do you keep the tip of the ring finger from hitting the A string when playing the A form bar chord?
Move your ring finger down. That's it. Just like don't move your ring finger so high that it can hit the A string. Literally just take your finger off the strings, move it down a little bit so you can still play the D string with the tip of your finger and then play it from right there. That's it. Just practice with that. Like practice with it until you can do it without touching the A string.
All right. Let's see here. Regarding the ring finger and your middle finger, I see guys arching them backwards against the last knuckle, curving backwards, so to speak. Do you recommend? Can you read that again?
So yeah, I want to address something in the chat real quick, and I don't mean to keep going to the chat, but so we get a comment that says pros make it look easy, right? And we all know that, we've all seen that, and I want to address that in a second. But we have a comment that said, "Thanks, I'm learning things I didn't think I would and never thought of. I just thought it was only me." Guys, we all feel like that. All of us feel like we are the only ones that struggle with those specific problems. We feel like an idiot when we can't learn something from a book, or we just can't get a new exercise or a new pattern down, or we go on YouTube and we, watch a video of some kid who's 8 years old and he's just tearing it up and not even thinking about what he's doing. It makes you want to quit, right? And Brock, I think you'll agree too. Even as a professional musician who's played on stage, you played with Bon Jovi. You probably still feel like that, right? It never goes away. Like we all feel like that, guys. That's what I want to say. Regarding the pros make it look so easy thing, look, here's something that I really want you to get that nobody else will tell you. The reason pros make it look easy is because it is easy. It looks easy because it is easy to them. Now, they weren't, like we talked about, they weren't born that way. Like me and Brock weren't born being able to just pick up the guitar and jam together and play. Nobody on earth was born that way, right? We learned how to do that. You can learn how to do that. Now, if you wake up in the morning and tie your shoes, would you think maybe a 2-year-old would say, "Oh, how do you tie your shoes?" And you make it look so easy. And to you, why is it easy? Or why does it look easy? Because it is easy, right? It's as easy as tying your shoes. You don't have to think about it. You've done it so many times. Your hands are conditioned to be able to tie your shoes. Like it's an automatic process, right? It's repetition. It's over and over again. It's doing the right things in the right order and the right way for the right amount of time. That's all it is. And you can do the exact same thing. There's nothing stopping you other than you. Like there's nothing stopping you from making it look easy yourself other than you just simply not doing what you need to do. That's it. So, anyway, I think I wanted to touch on that because that's such a common question and something that I used to think of all the time as well. It's like I would watch people on stage or on TV or, watch your favorite players and they're like, man, they just get up there and it's like they were just born with it. Like they just, don't even have to try. Yeah. And you, I'm sorry, but you didn't. Here's the thing. It looks like they don't have to try because you didn't see all the trying they did before they made it look easy, right? There's no way around it.
Yeah. I think about it like this because I've started a ton of different jobs and I've learned a bunch of different instruments, and I actually like a hobby of mine is just to take a new skill and just learn it. Like I wanted a Google Chrome extension, so I learned how to build an app. Took me a couple days, and I just sat down and just learned. Like it's very simple, but and I always think like you think about those things that are really, really difficult, and I always think, well, for other people, it's really, really easy for them. So I sit back, I take a step back, and I realize it's hard for me now because I don't know how to do it. But when I learn how to do it, it's going to be easy. So I push those negative thoughts out that it's like, this is too hard. I push those out so that I can slowly learn things step by step by step. And then eventually I look back at myself a month ago and I'm like, holy cow, it was difficult just because I didn't know. It's easy now. Like I get it. It's all second nature. And that's going to be with your hand strength, your dexterity, the way you stretch your fingers. All of it is hard right now. But if you just keep doing it, if you just stick with it, if you do the right techniques, it gets easier to the point where you'll be able to play the same things that your favorite guitar player is playing or close to it.
Or even better.
Better.
Most people can't see past that. They can't see that somebody could play a solo as good as Jimi Hendrix or Stevie Ray Vaughan or whatever. The fact is there are a lot of players that are better than those guys. You don't see them, right? It's just the truth. One other thing I want to point out in the chat, and now you got me going. So thanks guys for chiming in on this. This is great. This is why we're doing what we're doing, just to help you guys out and to help you have these aha moments, to help you get over these mental hurdles and these mental roadblocks, to show you that you can do it, to get you to believe that you can do it. That's really the biggest obstacle, is your belief in yourself that you can do it. I'm dead serious. You believe. Our job is to get you to believe that you can be the guitar player that you always wanted to be. That's it. And then as soon as the light switch goes on for you, as soon as you realize that it is possible, it's not easy, but as soon as you realize that it is possible and it's simple and there are steps to take to get there, then it becomes possible for you. Then it becomes a reality. Then it becomes, I can actually wake up tomorrow, take a step, then take another step, then take another step. And as long as I'm going down the right path, I'm going to get to my destination. Even if I try to drive in a car from Orlando, Florida to Seattle, Washington, will it take me a long time to get there? Yeah. But if I just follow the GPS and I literally follow every turn, I'm going to get to Seattle. That's just how it works. So anyway, one other quote that I wanted to point out here. I've posted this before, but it's my favorite musician quote. A good musician practices until he gets it right. A great musician practices until he can't get it wrong. That is amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Here's a little industry secret, guys. A lot of your favorite musicians, professional musicians that are on tours, playing sold out shows every night, know how to play the song perfectly. But when they step out and do some of these other things, they're going to struggle just like everybody else. Because you guys have done it. You've sat down and learned tabs and perfected some songs, so you can probably step on stage and play just as good as some of these artists. But when you want to express your own music, some of those guys can't do that. And we literally have some of those people in breakthroughguitar.com taking the courses because they want to. They know how to play the songs, but they just don't know how to break through. And it happens to everybody, guys. So I just had to say that. Okay.
I'm sorry, Brock. I got to say something else.
Right.
This is the gold, right? I got 3 things. I just wrote them down. I got to say these things. Okay. So this is definitely part of my teaching philosophy and my philosophy and life in general, that always works if you work it. When we talk about like things being hard or things being easy, of course, when you play a solo a million times, it's going to get easy. It's going to feel easy, etc. Right? But what we haven't talked about is the amount of work or challenge that somebody's trying to do at one time. If you take a brand new beginning guitar player and you try to get them to play a Jimi Hendrix song, guess what? They're not going to be able to do it, right? There's just way too much. There's too much to do. There's too much to learn, etc. And I think most people make that mistake. They bite off too much. They bite off more than they can chew. That's what it boils down to. And there's an old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So here's the saying that I always have. Listen to this. And I really want you to think about this, guys. If you only do the easy steps, there are no hard steps. It doesn't get harder. Like the better you get, the easier it gets to get better, not harder. It doesn't get more complicated. It doesn't get harder. The theory and all that stuff doesn't get more involved or more complicated or whatever. If you only do the easy steps, there are no hard steps. And the better you get, the easier it gets to get better. Okay. So the other couple of things I wanted to mention is that you were talking about, Brock, that basically people have areas of competency. So somebody might be really good at playing certain songs. Like if you go see a band, they're great at playing their own songs on stage, right? But if you ask them on the spot to play, somebody else's song that they've never heard of or they've never played, chances are they probably can't play it. And even if they can play pieces of it, maybe by ear or something, it's not going to sound good. Like that's just a general, everybody's like that. They're good at what they're good at, but outside of that, they're not so great. Case in point, most people don't know that B.B. King, one of the greatest blues guitar players of all time, could not play chords. I want you guys to go look this up later. There's a video of B.B. King and, sorry about the noise in the background. There's a video of B.B. King and the guys from U2, from Bono. And I think B.B. King is saying, like, I don't do chords. Bono's asking him to play something in the chords in a song that they're doing together. And B.B. King says, I don't do chords. And there's other videos of him out there, like trying to play bar chords. And he sucks, man. He's terrible at it. He can't do it. So that's a big eye opener for people. And then the very last thing, just another eye opener. I know we're going to get into rehearsing later, so maybe I should have saved this for the rehearsing section. But there's just so much good stuff that we want to share, Brock. If you are a professional musician or if you're really good at something, this just gives you an idea of how good you should be or can be at something. If you, let's say you're in a band, and this could be just sitting at home or at a party or wherever you are, it doesn't matter where you are. Let's say you have a song that you can play. If you can't sit down or lay in your bed at night and listen from start to finish, you playing the entire song, and you don't know it well enough. I always say that you can't play something that you don't first hear. And if you can't hear it, then you don't know it well enough. So that, just to give you an idea, I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that most professional musicians that you see playing on stage, your favorite artists, etc., could probably sit in a chair without a musical instrument and mentally play every single one of their songs from very start to very finish.
Yeah, that's a really good thought. All right. So let me jump over to this question real quick. How are you able to play with your fingers so flat?
So flat?
Flat, that's the question. So I'm curious if it's maybe it's a bar chord, when you find that.
What was the last word there?
How are you able to play with your fingers so flat?
Flat?
Yeah.
I guess meaning like being able to do that, like making it flat. It all comes back down to the same thing we've been saying. It's training. It's practice. Me, personally, I could not make this chord for about 2 years. I could not do this right here. You see how my knuckle is like pressed into the fretboard? I could not physically do that for years. I had to, my hand would do this. I would have to push it down to be able to play the chord, right? But just like you said, Brock, I just kept doing it. You just keep doing it. You do it the right way. You do things in the right order, in the right way, and you just keep doing it. You're going to get good at it. I say this all the time, but you get good at whatever you practice. If you practice tying your shoes, you're going to be pretty darn good at tying your shoes after a while. If you practice playing bar chords, you're going to be good at playing bar chords. If you practice driving, you're going to be great at driving, right? If you practice the right way, of course. But either way, yeah, so that's it. It just comes down to training.
Here's a follow-up to that one. Also regarding the ring finger, many good players can bend their ring finger in a backward arch, just raising it off the high string, but still holding the B string down. How do they do that? My finger won't bend backwards that way. I think that's a similar.
Was that the question we missed a minute ago that I kind of went off on a tangent on?
No. This is, I hadn't touched on this one, but okay. I think that's answering that same question.
Yeah.
They called it a backwards arch.
Yeah. So it's this. It's doing. I don't know if you can see. I'll move this finger. See, I can't. Here's a perfect example. I can't put this knuckle flat with my fingers behind the fretboard. Like I can't do it. So it's just a matter of practice, repetition rather. So I think what they're asking is that this E string. How do you get this E string to ring out when you flatten your finger out like this? Yeah. And really, it's a matter of two things. One, getting this knuckle to bend. And as I mentioned, I had to physically push this knuckle down for years, but now I can do it, right? So just keep doing that. The other thing is you can adjust where your finger is on the fretboard up or down. So if you adjust it too high, of course, like we already talked about before, you're going to mute the A string. But if you do it too low, then you're going to mute the E string. I honestly would say don't worry so much about trying to get the E string to ring out. Don't worry at all, but just be happy, right? Don't worry, be happy. But focus more on playing the chord and playing it in rhythm. Once you're good at playing the chord, moving the chord, playing it in rhythm, being really good at it, then come back later and see if you can move this finger around, move it up a little bit, see if you can raise this part of your finger off the fretboard enough to where you can get that E string to ring out. Again, there's no secret. You just do it until you can do it.
All right. This question, there wasn't a whole lot of context, but they said, how to keep my wrist straight?
Okay. Maybe I should just keep this guitar, right? And keep grabbing it. How to keep your wrist straight? So
someone's asking if they can win your guitar. So if
they can win it?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, sure. Maybe we should set something up like that. I mean, I love building guitars, so I'll build another one. Yeah. Let's make a note of that. By the way, can we save this chat? I definitely want to see how we can address all these questions later.
It'll be in the Facebook group, so we'll be able to.
Awesome. Very cool. All right. The question was
how to keep my wrist straight.
How to keep my wrist straight. Okay. What comes to mind when this question is asked is it comes down to what I think might be happening is the actual position of the guitar. So a lot of people play like this. I don't know if you can see my wrist, but if you play with the actual neck kind of sideways or pointing down, you're going to have to bend your wrist to get around the fretboard. Especially if you see those guys who play with their strap really, really low, they have to bend their bend their wrist to be able to play the strings. And look, why not just make it easier on yourself? Don't do that. Like what you really want to do, and it feels weird at first, but put your guitar kind of in the middle of your body where it's going across like a seatbelt almost. This is called classical guitar position. If I put this is my left leg, I'm right-handed, but if I put the leg of my fretting hand, the same side as my fretting hand, if I put the guitar on that leg, wherever you have your guitar strap, if you strap your guitar onto your body, that's about where it should be. Why? Because the human body is designed like this. Like if I raise my elbow, or if I bend my elbow and raise my hand, where is my hand? It's about right here. So if I put my guitar there naturally, it's so much easier to play. And if I tilt my guitar this way, I can keep my wrist straight. If you want to keep your wrist straight, I mean, you don't always need to necessarily keep your wrist straight. So be careful about thinking that you always need to do something. But in general, playing in this position, it just makes it a heck of a lot easier to play. And I guarantee you, when you do this, even if you think it looks silly at first, who cares? Would you rather look silly, or would you rather be a freaking awesome guitar player? Yeah, I guarantee you people won't think you look silly when you're an awesome guitar player. But playing in this position will help you with your wrist, will help you hit all of the notes a lot easier. The pinky thing that we mentioned earlier, being able to hit the notes with your pinky, that will help you a lot easier playing in this position too. So I highly recommend playing in this position.
I vote for being a freaking awesome guitar player.
Yeah. Who cares if you look silly, right?
Yeah. Look silly you'll stand out more. People remember you.
Yep.
So, all right. I'm wondering the best way to strengthen and prepare my hand to play bar chords without muting any strings.
Okay, here's the answer you don't want to hear. You can't. You're gonna mute strings at first. Just mute the strings, right? Just mute the strings and play anyway. Like I said, the exercises that we have in the course called effortless bar chords, just walk through the series of exercises. Some of those examples of an exercise might be something like playing a major bar chord like this, and then playing a minor bar chord like this. And then you're just moving these shapes around. And at first, let's just be honest, you're not going to be good at it. Like that's why you're practicing it, because you're not going to be good at it. That's why we have you do those exercises, because it's challenging at first. You're going to mute some strings. That's okay. Stop worrying about muting the strings and don't worry. Remember, focus on completing the exercise. That's the point. We will fix the muted strings later. Just follow the steps. Just do the exercises. Just example or analogy that I always love to use is that most people focus on making mistakes, or they focus on the mistakes themselves. Dude, don't focus on mistakes. What you want to focus on where you're going. It's just like driving in the rain. When you're driving in the rain, you don't pay attention to every single little water drop on your windshield, right? You just turn on your windshield wipers, wipe them away, and you focus on where you're going, whether you're going to a friend's house or the grocery store or whatever. That's where you focus on. Same thing with a guitar. If you have an exercise that you're trying to complete with bar chords, ignore the mistakes, wipe away the raindrops, go through the exercise and do it. You will get better, and you will stop muting notes over time.
Okay, I'm gonna throw you for a loop with this next question.
Okay. What number is this? What number is this?
This one's 24.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Am I kidding myself at 91? Am I fooling myself at 91?
Let me ask you this, Brock. How tall should a tree grow?
Man, as tall as it wants, honestly.
There's your answer.
There you go.
Do you want to keep playing? Do you want to keep getting better? Here's the thing.
Why stop, right?
Well, why stop? But first of all, for whoever's asking that question, number one, do you want to keep playing and do you want to get better? If the answer is yes, then do it. Who cares how old you are? It doesn't matter. Do it, man. You only get, like, as far as we know, at least as far as I know, maybe you guys know more than me. I don't know. But as far as I know, we only get one life. Do what you want to do. Just play. Pick it up and play. Now, the other part of that is, I've said this before, a bunch of times, cause and effect. If you throw a ball up in the air, it's going to come down. If you slap somebody in the face, they're going to get mad. If you eat food, you're going to get full. If you do the exercises that we lay out for you, you're going to get better on guitar. It works. It's just that simple. Like, that's how it works. So again, the answer to that question is, do you want to keep getting better? If the answer is yes, then do it. And then how to get better, follow the steps that we lay out for you. That's it.
Yeah, you guys would be surprised how many emails we get for people who are saying, 70, I've been doing this for 50 years, and I finally. So, two of the guys running for president were 70, 80.
They're in their 70s, right?
Yeah.
So, president, come on.
Yeah, so I don't think, and one of them has never done it before. So I think that, like, it's never too late to learn something, and as long as it makes you happy, right? Like, if you got a bucket list, just go skydiving, learn to play guitar.
Right. Do it. Time is right now. I love whoever in the chat said do it. Appreciate that. That's awesome.
All right. Sorry, I didn't prep the next. Oh, here I got one. Here we go.
25.
25. Right. So I did the bar chord section and wondered if there's an easy way. Is a way to easily know the chords for minor keys?
Yeah, there's what we call we have a concept called the MMD formula. The MMD formula tells you what minor and major chords are in, in general, what chords are in any key. MMD stands for major, minor, diminished. There are a certain number of major chords, there are a certain number of minor chords, and there is one diminished chord in every major and minor key. Major and minor keys have the same chords. They're just starting on a different number, so to speak. So let's say there's 7 chords in the key of, let's make something up to make it simple. The key of X, there's 7 different chords. There's a certain number of major and minor chords, and there's one diminished chord in that key. In a major key, you would start on chord number 1, or that would be the key note or the key chord, if you will. And the minor key, let's just say there's what we call a relative minor. I don't want to confuse anybody by explaining relative minor or major right now. That's not the point. But for minor, you would start on the 6th chord, or the 6th chord would be the home bass, essentially, or the home chord, or the key chord, or the key note, or whatever you want to call it. So we have a course called How to Know All the Right Chords. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. You will know how to, you will literally know how to play all the right chords in one day, depending on how much time you put into it. But it's a very simple formula called the MMD formula. You will know how to play all the right chords in any major key and any minor key. Super simple.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to mention that we do have the Guitar Freedom Formula course that you guys can check out. That a lot of what we're talking about tonight, we teach all of that in depth with charts, with video training. Definitely recommend if you don't already have that course, or that package of courses, highly recommend checking them out.
Yep.
Yeah. Alrighty, so here we are. We're rocking at 26. 26. It's very difficult for me to do bar chords. My tends to go an extra fret away or up in tone. I can do bar chords in F, G, A. The A is a little difficult. So my question is, how can I work around this? And I think I already know the answer to that.
What do you think the answer is?
Basically, we shouldn't work around it. We should try. You keep working at it until you can do all of those. It's like doing splits, right? For whatever reason, on Facebook, I've been seeing ads for how to do splits. I have no idea why, but the guy basically promises that you can learn how to do splits in 2 weeks. I have no desire to do that, but if you try to do a split now, it'd be very painful. It would seem impossible, that there'd be no possible way to do it. That's how a lot of you guys look at it when you're trying to do bar chords or trying to stretch. It feels impossible. Your hands just don't work that way. It's either going to be rewind the video and look at how your elbow position is, or just keep working at it until your fingers stretch.
Yeah, so there's a guy named Harv Eker, older success coach, who used to say, in order to grow, you have to become bigger than your problems. So the first thing is, how do you, a lot of guitar players will say, well, let me play some cheat chords, or let me cheat, or what's a workaround for this? You don't want to work around. You want to be able to pick up the guitar and play whatever the hell you want. You don't want to cheat. You want to have complete, total freedom on the guitar neck, and you want to be able to know exactly what you're doing, and you want to be able to do it all. That's what you really want. So again, the reason I mentioned growing is to become bigger than your problems, is just to admit to yourself that you don't want to cheat. You want to do it the real way. You want to do it the right way. Is it going to require some more effort? Yeah. But so is cheating. Cheating requires effort too. And then you're still stuck with the outcome that you don't want, which is you can't really play what you want to play. So why go through all that hassle? Why go down that path? Just do the right thing. For the bar chords, I highly recommend, like I said, getting into the Effortless Bar Chords course. We will show you exactly what to do step by step, so you can literally play any bar chord anywhere on the neck.
I'm just going to call this one out because we've already answered it in multiple ways. But basically, how about some workarounds for old arthritic fingers? I will actually say, and this is something that I've done a video on. There are some workouts that you can do for your fingers to help strengthen them. I don't have a rubber band in front of me, but I met a lady who had really, really, really arthritic fingers. I think she might have had rheumatoid arthritis or something. And she just took a rubber band, and I met her on the airplane, and when she was sitting on the airplane or on a long drive or something, she would just put the rubber band around her fingers and just keep stretching her fingers like that. Mm-hmm. That's just one exercise you can do. There are tons of exercises that you can do that will strengthen your fingers. I'm sure there are some doctors that can probably give some medical advice on how to get rid of some arthritis pain, etc. So,
yep.
Yeah.
So in addition to that, I used to actually work with a guy who has a natural health company, and one of his biggest, the thing that he helped people with the most was actually arthritis and joints and whatnot. So I learned a lot about arthritis. I learned a lot about joints in that process. And essentially what happens is, you can kind of think of, when you get arthritis, the joint itself, and I know we're getting off the topic of guitar, but I think this will help a lot of people. The joint itself, essentially you can imagine that the where the joints meet, long story short, in layman's terms, the ends of the joints become corroded, or they get like a scrape, like you get a scrape on your knee, and essentially that's why it starts hurting, is because it's like, just like when you scrape your knee, it hurts, right? It's exposing stuff that's under the skin that's really not supposed to be exposed. Now, what happens is most people stop moving, and that's the biggest problem, and that's what makes it worse. They stop moving their hand. So when you stop moving, essentially there's joint fluid that surrounds your joint, and your joints actually dry out, and they actually become almost, you can imagine, like, instead of like nice clear water, you can imagine like toxic sludge building up in like a lake that's been sitting there for a while, or a swamp with all that stuff on top of it. That's what your joints start to look like on the inside, and it gets worse and worse and worse. So the point is, you have to keep moving, and in order to keep moving, a couple of other things that can help you are either take natural joint supplements. There are a ton of those out there. And then another thing you can do is pain cream. There's creams that you can rub on your hand that allows you to move. And remember, it's not about getting the pain to go away. That helps, of course. Nobody wants to be in pain. But by, let's say, rubbing a cream on your hand, it allows you to move more. And moving is what helps. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, very nice. All right, that was 27. This is 28. You have, you say hand size doesn't matter, but I feel it does. Other than the dexterity course, do you have any tips for small hands to not struggle so much?
To not struggle so much?
Not struggle so much.
So in order to answer that question, we would have to define what the struggle is. And I would imagine that it comes down to the same things that we've already talked about, that we always deal with, which is reaching certain strings or having the strength to play certain chords, right? So we've already covered that you can make your hands stronger, and you're going to, in order to play guitar better, you have to, right? That's the only way to do it. The other thing is, by doing the exercises, kind of like you mentioned, Brock, we have a course called Unlimited Dexterity, which is a series of exercises to get your hand to move around like this. And you can also work on how far your fingers can stretch. Now, the only difference would be that smaller hands can't reach as far when your hand is in one position. Your fingers can't reach as far as maybe larger fingers can. But so what? Just move your hand. You can still play it. Again, go look up like kids on YouTube playing guitar. Their hands are tiny, and they can shred on it. They can tear it up on guitar. I assure you, the only roadblock is you thinking there's a roadblock with small hands. It's a mental thing. Again, if what's his name, Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Regardless of if you have small hands, you can still do it anyway. If you think you can do it, you will do it. That's what it boils down to. So when whoever asked the question, it said, you say that small hands don't matter, but I feel that it does. The fact that you feel that it does is the problem. You need to get that out of your head and realize that you can play whatever you want. You're just going to have to play a little bit differently than, let's say, somebody who's 8 feet tall. So what? It is what it is. It doesn't mean you can't be a great guitar player.
All right, cool. So let's jump over to this one. This is question number 28. Is there a trick to toughening up my fingertips?
Yeah, play more. So look, if you go outside and you dig ditches with a shovel, your hands get calluses on them, right?
Love the calluses.
Keep on digging. That's what you got to do. Yeah, keep on digging. Just keep playing. They're going to get rough.
I played drums for at my church back home for 12 years. I think I was like the main drummer, and I had permanent calluses. Like I still have those calluses that they're not anything like they used to be, but they're probably not permanent. But I had calluses that were there forever. Sometimes they'd fall off, sometimes they'd bleed, whatever it was. But yeah, that stopped a lot of that was just playing. I don't think there's a lot of you guys have probably realized you go a couple months without playing and you pick up your guitar again and it hurts.
Yep.
Yeah. There's I know some Latin American percussion players, and some of them don't like the calluses. So their trick is to get rid of to prevent the calluses from coming. Urine. They put urine on their hand.
Okay.
Softens up the calluses.
I'll let you try that one.
I'd love trivia for you guys. I've never tried it. I played percussion on some tours, one of my first bands. Anyways,
All right.
totally random. All right, off topic. Okay, here we go. How should I, question number 29, how should I hold the guitar in relation to body, angle, height, middle, side? We did touch on this one a little bit.
We did. Let me address it real quick. So again, this is what I suggest because it makes your playing a lot easier. Put the body of your guitar basically right in the center of your body and about a 45-degree angle pointing up, just like this. You don't want it at 0 degrees. You don't want it at 90 degrees. Although if you're laying in your bed, you can play it like that. Guitar in front of your body, the body of the guitar in front of your body, or maybe a little bit to your picking hand side, and the guitar pointing up at about 45 degrees, just like this. Look at my body. It's natural for me to do this. So it's going to be the easiest playing position. That's what I suggest, even if it feels uncomfortable at first, which it will. Just do it and try to get used to it because you will find that playing is a lot easier after you do that.
All right. Question number 30, hand pain. Is there a way to lessen the pain on the fingers? I already use super slinky strings. At this point, once my fingers start to hurt from bending, I have to stop playing to give my fingers a break. Not hand pain, but finger.
Yeah, so I would definitely go with lighter strings on that one, even if it's if you think it's light. The guys from ZZ Top use 7-gauge strings. That sounds ridiculously low, and it is, but you can get used to playing that. In fact, I only play 8s now. I used to play 10s. Some people play 12s, 13s, etc. And most people say those feel like playing telephone poles. And realistically, yes, you get a fatter sound from the string itself, but it actually reduces the finesse, the amount that you can move the strings with your fingers. So your sound actually suffers, in my opinion, unless you don't ever do any bending or any kind of fast playing like that. So anyway, the tip here is we've already covered the arthritis tips, keeping your fingers moving, doing dexterity exercises. But as far as stopping your fingertips from hurting, just go with as light as gauge strings as you can. I would suggest trying out 8s. Try 7s if you can go down that low. It's going to feel weird at first, but try 7s or 8s. And another thing most people do is they don't realize that they're just freaking strangling the guitar neck. Like they just grip it so hard and they press into the fretboard. You don't need to press fret. You only need to press down hard enough to where the string touches the fret and it rings out. It's very light. That's what you need. That's all you need to do. So yeah, lighter gauge strings, lighter grip, and you have to focus on using a lighter grip. But that's it.
Here's just a quick response from the group. Exactly. Arthritis likes activity and hates inactivity.
Yep.
It's probably good for some of you guys that are new with in the arthritis game. So. Okay.
We're on 31, huh?
31. Come on.
All right, let's go.
Almost there. I practice with different guitars each night so I can work with the different feels of each. Do I focus on one of them or keep moving around?
Okay. Let me put it this way. Every guitar is different. Every guitar is going to influence your playing in different ways. Essentially, when you pick up a guitar, especially if it's one you've never played before, you kind of have to climb a little bit of a mountain to get used to it, right? We can say it's like climbing a mountain. So how do you think that you can get to a higher altitude faster if you're trying to climb the mountain? And when I say altitude, I mean getting better at playing. Do you think having 5 little tiny mountains and each night climbing each one of those 5 mountains, do you think can get you to a high altitude? Or do you think that just picking one mountain and going super high on that mountain will get you to a higher altitude? What will happen is when you pick one guitar and you get really, really, really good at playing that one guitar, you can still switch if you want to, but just pick one main guitar. Get really, really good at playing on that one guitar. You'll increase your altitude to a point to where now you can see, you have an altitude so you can see the other landscape and you can go play other guitars at the same level or a little bit lower of a level, where then you can work your way back up to as good as you got with the first guitar. Hope that makes sense. But the general advice there is I would suggest practicing with one guitar just so you get really used to it and you can get really, really good on it. You can take your playing a lot further on that one guitar, and it's a lot easier to branch out later rather than just switching around all the time because you're constantly readjusting.
All right, this is number 32. Are there any pointers for practicing?
Yeah, so the tips are this. Playing standing up versus sitting down, number 1, practice both. Number 2, put your guitar in a position that's going to be in the same position on your body, whether you're sitting down or standing up. For example, What I mentioned earlier is what's called classical playing position. This is my fretting hand leg. If I put my guitar on my fretting hand leg, and maybe I have a little footstool or something under my foot where my knee is up like this, look where my guitar is. It's exactly like we said a minute ago, where the guitar body is in the middle of my body, or pretty close, and the guitar neck is pointing about 45 degrees in this direction. That's about what you want to do with your guitar strap. So sit in this position with your fretting leg and put the guitar on your fretting leg. However the guitar rests, look, I'm not doing anything. However the guitar rests like this, adjust your strap. And yes, you can adjust your strap like a little bit higher, a little bit lower, depending on whatever's comfortable. But the point is, whenever you stand up, your guitar is going to be in that exact same position. You don't have to put it way up here and look goofy. You don't have to put it way down here like Slash and look goofy. Somewhere in the middle where it's comfortable. That's it.
Yeah, and this is just a relevant question off of that in the chat. Someone do the same thing with the acoustic.
What was that one?
Hold of the position of the guitar, 45 degree angle. Is it the same with an acoustic as it is with an electric?
Yeah, because your body is the same. Like just because I have an electric in my hand or an acoustic, my arm doesn't automatically get longer. I'm the same person. So yeah, put your guitar in the same place.
Except
you're gonna have. Yeah, go ahead.
You might want to pull your strap out a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. The body of an acoustic guitar is bigger, so you're just going to have to adjust it a little bit. Same principles apply.
Here we go. Okay, cool. So there's number 33. What hand exercises or stretches, etc., do you use to help your hands or fingers on your left hand?
So we've kind of covered this, like I said, we have a course called Unlimited Dexterity, and it is literally the 10 exercises that I use and that I went through that I still warm up with to this day that will get your hand from being able to play, just basic couple of notes to being able to literally look at my hand now. Like I couldn't do this before. I had to work my way into playing like that or stretching my hand this far or whatever. Those exercises will get you to the point when you actually do them, right? You have to actually do the exercises and put in the work, but they will get you to the point where you can start playing like that. Now, just as a tip for right now, a basic thing that you can do is, let's say, start on the 5th fret on let's say the A note. And what you can do is just play one finger per fret on every string. And then by the time you get to the bottom, like I was actually going to play with my picking hand like this. I know you can't hear it, but you can see what I'm doing. I'm just playing every single note. By the time I get to the bottom down here, you just go backwards. And you just do that, and you focus on relaxing your hand. Just doing that will take you a long way. And getting good at it, that's the key. You have to get good at it.
All right. Question number 34. I often pick the wrong string when traversing up and down scales. That will get me to the right string.
So we talked about this earlier as well. This is called two-hand sync. It's a two-hand sync problem, meaning your picking hand and your fretting hand aren't in sync together. So what you do is pick a simple pattern on one string with your fretting hand and work on only playing that one string, only playing that one pattern, just like I'm doing right now. And then practice feeling it, like not looking at your picking hand or your fretting hand and trying to get your two hands in sync. When you can do that one string, then move to the next string. Do that, do the next string until you can get it in sync without looking. Then combine the two strings together. Play the first one, then play the second one. Play the first one, then play the second one. Do that until you get good at it, and then you just literally keep expanding all the way down the fretboard. And what that process will do, it may not be like playing a Joe Satriani solo or something, but that's not the point. The point is to get better at your facility, get better at your ability on the guitar. By the time you do that process all the way down the guitar neck, across all the strings, your two hands will be a lot more in sync. Therefore, whenever you start playing other stuff, those skills will transfer over and you'll be a lot better at it.
There we go. This is number 35.
Nice.
Right now. How can I keep a steady strumming how can I keep a steady strumming I think motion while trying to learn a song with syncopation?
So this is a question of basically how do I do all of these things at once? That's essentially what we're saying. So in case we don't know what syncopation is, in case for you guys have never heard the word syncopation, I'll throw in a word called polyrhythm. And what that means, poly means more than one, and polyrhythm means more than one rhythm at the same time. So let's say I'm playing, I'm doing, can you hear the snap?
Yes.
Okay. This is a certain beat, right? If I bring this other snap in, I'm going to play two different rhythms, and it's going to give you a beat that everybody's familiar with if you're familiar with any Christmas songs. But I want you to watch the difference. Dun, 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 dun. Everybody knows that song, right? I'm playing two different rhythms. So the key here is you need to focus on one rhythm first. You need to focus on playing the first rhythm of whatever you're playing, whether you're playing lead or chords. Play the first rhythm until you don't have to think about it again. In other words, play the first rhythm until your attention is free now to focus on another rhythm. So once you have the first rhythm to where you don't have to think about it, now my brain is free to focus on the second rhythm, and I can bring in the second rhythm and focus on practicing the second rhythm. And that's it. What happens always with rhythm, and I say this in our course, we have a course called Bulletproof Rhythm 101, where we go through all this kind of stuff. Syncopation, polyrhythm, different times, odd time signatures is going to be something that we cover in our advanced rhythm course, Bulletproof Rhythm 201. It's called Advanced Rhythm Secrets. But in general, what you're going to find with any rhythm is that your body has to feel the rhythm in order to get in rhythm. And every single time, anytime you feel a new rhythm, it's almost like you can grasp it for just a second and then it falls apart. So I can do this for just a second and then I might get off beat a little bit. That's natural, that's normal. It's always going to happen that way. You just need to practice on staying in the rhythm, and eventually it's going to be like flipping on a switch to where you can just do the rhythm, and now I can talk while doing it. Can't do that at first, but you practice your way into it.
Okay, this is question number 36. I'd love some tips on how to structure practice time to get the maximum amount of benefit from it to build speed, dexterity, and knowledge.
Okay, that's a great question. We get that all the time. And in our limited amount of time here, I can give a general answer, right? So this person mentioned three different things. You want to get better at three different things: knowledge, speed, and dexterity, right? So you know those are three categories that you want to get better at. The first thing is I have always been against having a rigid practice schedule where you map it all out. A few people like that kind of stuff, maybe like engineers or like accountants or people who are really technical or system oriented, and that's fine, that's great, but that's not most people. By far, it's not most people. As humans, we can only focus on one thing at a time. So I can't focus my brain on improving my knowledge and my dexterity and my scales and my chords and this and that all at the same time. I can't do that. By working on one, you will naturally work on the other ones, but you can only focus on one at a time, and that's what I'm getting at. So the first thing to ask yourself is, what are those three things, knowledge, dexterity, or speed, do you want to get better at the most? So in other words, which one of those is a priority? Let's say it's your dexterity. Well, if you want to get better at your dexterity, that's your priority. So that's the one thing that you focus on right now. So again, just like I said before, in our course called Unlimited Dexterity, we have specific exercises that you would walk through, but basically that's what you would do. You would start at the first exercise and you would focus specifically on increasing your dexterity. Now, whether you do that for 10 minutes or 5 minutes or an hour, or you practice other things is ultimately up to you, because it depends on how much time you have. It depends on how much time you want to put into your guitar playing. It depends on if you like to sit down for a set amount of time or you just want to pick up your guitar. Me personally, I'm an advocate of what I call the 2-minute practice routine. And the reason I say 2-minute practice, I'm not saying you should only practice for 2 minutes. What I'm saying is, since humans can only focus on one thing at a time, our attention can only be on one thing at a time, I always say, what is the biggest domino? What is the one thing that I want to get better at right now? Or what is the one biggest thing that I think is going to help my guitar playing overall right now? And you focus on that one thing. Go pick up your guitar, plan on picking it up for 2 minutes. What's going to happen is, when you have specific exercises or when you have specific things to work on, what's going to happen is you're going to sit down for 2 minutes. You're going to start working on that one thing that you want to get better at. You're going to start getting better at it, and then you get excited. You start making progress. You start getting motivated. Then As soon as you know it, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour goes by, and you've gotten a heck of a lot better at the one thing that you wanted to get better at. Now, first of all, that's how it works. That's how the 2-minute practice routine works. Just pick it up. Just pick up the guitar. Focus on the one biggest thing that you want to get better at. That's it. You will keep playing. Now, do you need to keep focusing on dexterity for an hour? Not necessarily, unless you want to. I mean, do you want to keep improving your dexterity for an hour? Then do it. If not, then don't do it. If you want to if you have 30 minutes and you want to say you really want to improve your dexterity, that's the top thing you want to improve, start there. And then maybe after 5 minutes, if you make some progress, you feel pretty good about it. Maybe after 10 minutes, if you make some progress and feel good about it, move on to something else. If you want to practice your scales, what's the next biggest domino? What's the next biggest thing you want to improve or get better at? When you do that, let's say you have 5 different areas of guitar playing. This is what makes up our guitar freedom formula. There's 5 different skills that you need to basically play anything you want to on the guitar. It's framework, phrasing, fitness, harmony, and rhythm. Now, framework is basically how do I hit all the right notes? How do I know how to hit all the right notes? Phrasing is how do I make it sound good? Fitness is, like we've been talking about, getting your hand in shape, knowing where all the notes are. Harmony is anything that has to do with more than one note, aka chords. And then rhythm is self-explanatory. Rhythm is rhythm. So if you can imagine having pillars, we have 5 different pillars. We have framework, phrasing, fitness, harmony, and rhythm. If you focus on one of those areas, let's say framework, you really want to get good at scales and playing all the right notes and playing lead guitar and whatever. If you focus on that, well, that skill area is going to grow, right? And then what's going to happen is it's going to grow so much that all your other skills are going to start to get out of balance because this one is so great and so high. And naturally, you're going to recognize that and you're going to want to improve the other areas of your guitar playing. So as you focus on the one big domino, the one thing that you want to get better at next, your playing naturally balances itself between all those areas. So maybe framework goes up a little bit, but then rhythm comes up later, and then chords go up later, and then it constantly self-balances to where your skills literally go to the next level, to the next level, to the next level, to the next level, and that's it.
Stellar answer. Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, so we have a lot of questions that came in about rehearsal. I think a lot of them are related to that answer that you just gave. So one is number 37, how you combine a series of practice sessions to achieve a specific goal over a period of time.
Just in general? So, okay. So I like this question. It's a little, we want to kind of set it on the right track. But the reason I like this question is because the guitar player asking the question is thinking in terms of goals. So if you want to get in the car and drive somewhere, you got to have a destination. If you're going to go get some food, you know you're going to go to the grocery store, right? Most people know how to drive to the grocery store in their hometown. They don't have to think about it. They don't have to look up directions. They don't have to look up a GPS or anything like that. They know their way there, right? Because that's something that you've already done before. For something that you haven't done before, somewhere that you've never driven before, or somewhere that you've never been before, something has to give you directions to go there, whether that's a person who's been there or probably more accurately, a GPS that can take you there, right? So if you think about, it's just like driving somewhere new. If you want to be able to do something new, meaning if you have a goal, which is always the first step, you always want to define what's the destination you want to reach. Otherwise, you're just going to be literally driving around in circles, and most people do that, unfortunately. So the first step is to pick a goal, which is good. So kudos for thinking in terms of picking a goal. So pick a destination. The second step, honestly, no sugarcoating it, is find somebody who has already done what you want to do. Find somebody who's already been there, and then get them to tell you the exact steps to take. That's it. In the Guitar Freedom Formula, all the courses in the Guitar Freedom Formula, that's exactly what I've done and what I'm going to continue to do with all of the new courses that we come out with. I'm literally giving you not only the roadmap, but I'm giving you the step-by-step GPS directions, literally what to do at every single turn. Do this now. Drive on this street for 2 miles. Turn left at the next stop sign. Do this, then do this. And then by the time you follow all those steps, you will be at the destination. That's just how it works. So that would be my answer. Is first of all, choose the goal that you want to achieve, and then go find somebody who's already been there and can tell you exactly how to get there in the fastest amount of time possible. That's the most efficient way.
All right, so here's a quick question. What seems to be number 38, question number 38. What seems to escape me the most is an effective practice routine. I have seen people try and describe this in a number of different ways, but I'm wondering, how would you think the most effective routine is? 50 minutes to spend, 30 minutes to spend, or an hour to spend?
So we covered this a minute ago. I call it the 2-minute practice routine. So just to recap again, pick the biggest domino, pick the number one thing you want to get better at. Just pick your guitar up and start working on it. Here's the thing, guys. We all talk about making progress and getting better and whatnot, but it's this vague idea, right? We don't actually think about it in terms of, let me sit down and if I want to get better at, let's say, playing a G chord and then going to a D chord. Most people think in general, like, oh, I just want to get better at guitar. I just want to learn more stuff. I just want to get better. I just want to get to the next level. Well, the way to get to the next level is exactly the same way as you get to the top of a flight of stairs. You take the first step, then you take the second step, then you take the third step. The first step in this case, if I wanted to get better at playing the G chord to the D chord, well, what I need to do is stop everything else that I'm doing. And I need to focus on that one thing. And as I practice it, even in a span of 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 5 minutes, and I practice it in the right way, I'm going to make progress. I'm going to get better at it. So honestly, it really doesn't matter what you practice, as long as number one is the thing that you want to get better at, and then you actually do the steps to get better at it. There's no way, it's impossible not to get better when you do those two things.
Good question. Number 39, should I spend more? So this is, I think, specific on some of the training inside of Guitar Grid 101 or Master, or even the pentatonic fluency. So should I spend more time on the backing track exercises before moving to the next module?
In general, yes. So if somebody's asking that, they probably don't feel very comfortable with playing along with backing tracks. Now, here's the thing. You're never going to feel completely comfortable if you're getting better, because if you were completely comfortable with it, you don't need to get better at it. You're already good enough. As far as spending more time on backing tracks, in general, listen, like the more you practice, the better you're going to get at something, whatever that thing is. Now, what's not addressed in this question is, what is the goal here? Is your goal to be okay at playing along with backing tracks? And that's perfectly fine if it is. If your goal is to be okay, well, then just play a few times and be okay and then move on. But you need to define what the goal is. Is your goal to be incredible at playing over this one backing track? Or is it just to get down what the course is telling you to do, like just working through the course? If that's the case, then just do the action steps the course tells you to do in the amount of times that it tells you to do it, and then move on, right? Remember, we're always leading you somewhere. Each step in itself is not the end of the destination. We're always leading you to the destination.
All right. So here's
40.
What's that?
We're on 40.
Yeah, number 40.
Almost to 50.
Almost there, baby. All right. What would you do if you lose track of time or getting practice in the process? What would you do to get back on track?
That's really as simple as, once you recognize you're off track, then make a mental effort to do the 2-minute practice routine like I already said. You already have the guitar in your hand. You realize, oh, I've just been noodling, right? And everybody does this, by the way. Every single guitar player, every single musician I've ever met, you just get lost. It's fun. It's fun to get lost in the music, even if you're playing the same old stuff. Sometimes you just noodle around and it's fun, right? You're expressing yourself, you're letting off steam. But as soon as you mentally realize it, there's no like secret or there's no trick. It's literally just get back on track. It's ask yourself, okay, what's the number one thing I want to get better at right now? What's the next exercise, or what's the next step, or what's the next thing I need to practice or thing I need to do to get better at that? Step number 3 is do it. Do it for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, etc., and get better at it. That's it.
All right. This is similar to a question 41 that we've had before. I have 4 guitars, one Ibanez electric, one Chords electric, one Acoustic hollow body electric, and a Zager acoustic electric guitar. My question is, should I rotate playing these guitars as I have been, or pick one pretty much to do all my lessons?
Yeah, so we answered that. In an ideal scenario, pick one guitar to do all your lessons with, simply because you don't have to waste time getting used to the guitar again every single time you pick it up. The other part of that answer is that if you want to rotate guitars, just rotate guitars. Like just play which guitar you want to play.
All right, 42. Here we go. What is the question? What I want to know, what sort of ability should I expect I have completed the course?
I think you cut out there.
Oh, all right. Let's try that again. what what I want to know is what sort of ability should I expect to be at once I have completed the course?
Okay, so that's a good question. Again, it's a little bit of a short-sighted question. Not that I'm not saying that the person is short-sighted. I'm saying that we need to add some additional context, a little more distinction here. So when we measure ability, we don't have something called ability units, meaning like we measure length in inches or kilometers or miles or feet or whatever. We have units of measurement. When it comes to guitar playing ability, there's no like musician units. Like I'm not like 50 musician units good, so we can't really measure it that way. But what we can say is that every single one of our courses is designed to get you a very specific result by the end of the course. For example, Guitar Grid Mastery, by the end of the Guitar Grid Mastery course, you literally will be able to pick up your guitar, play every single right note across the entire guitar neck in any key. That's the result that you will achieve when you do all of the exercises exactly as we lay them out in the course. Now, if you want to keep getting better, of course, go to, let's say, for example's sake, a different course where, let's say we already mentioned the Know All the Right Chords course. Well, by the end of Know All the Right Chords, you will know all the right chords in any key. You will know how to play all the right chords, major, minor, diminished, in any minor key and any major key. So it's all about getting a specific result. It's not necessarily about an ability level. The ability level relates to the result that you'll get. So if you can say somebody has the ability to pick up the guitar and play all the right notes in any key, that's how you can measure that.
All right. We are chugging away.
Let's do it.
How you feeling, Jonathan?
I'm good. Let's keep chugging, man. You know what? It's guys, we're here during dinner time. I hope you don't mind. We're just kind of chilling with you. I got somebody brought me some dinner, so we're just gonna we're gonna relax and have dinner together and answer some more guitar related questions. But I think we're in a good rhythm now, so let's keep going.
Cool. All right, so let's see. I'd like to know about bending. I understand the concept, but I don't understand in which areas would it be proper to bend up or down, whatever feeling I'm and whatever feeling I'm going for. I understand the patterns, finger, ring finger, middle finger, and so on. I'm just finding it very difficult when I bend to string. It never is. Whenever when I've been to string, it never is bend. I think it's okay. Sorry, a typo. I'm just finding it difficult when I've bend a string to it's never in the right place. I know to bend it up to the right pitch, but when do I do it? Is there a pattern for that? So
Yeah,
you understand?
that's a good question. That's a good question. So I have three parts to the answer, and I'll try to remember all of them. One is, when should you bend? Whenever you want to. Now, yes, you might say, well, that's why I'm asking, because I don't know when I want to bend. Well, bending is just a mechanism, is just a vehicle to get a particular sound. Instead of playing just one note and then maybe playing, let's say, one note and then playing another note, or instead of sliding like that, it's just another way of getting to a different pitch. So it's just a different sound. If you like the sound of bending, try to bend more, or try to bend whenever you feel like you want to hear the sound of a bend. What I would suggest is watching guitar players. Let's say go to YouTube, watch somebody play blues. Blues is a very bend heavy style of music. Go watch B.B. King or Albert King or anything like that, and just watch them and listen to when they bend. What does it sound like? When do they do it? When do I like it? It really comes down to what you like. What do you like to hear? If you want to hear a bend, then that's when you should bend. Now here come the other two parts. How do you know how far to bend? And then also, when do you know when to bend up or when to bend down? When to bend up or when to bend down is a very simple guideline, if you will. For the lower three strings, the high three strings, if you're on this half of your fretboard, bend up. If you're on this part of your fretboard with these three strings, the E string, A string, D string, then bend down. The general rule is that you always want to bend toward the center of your neck. So if I'm down here, I'm going to bend up. If I'm up here, I'm going to bend down. That's really simple, right? The other part that people don't really connect with bends is that whenever we play music, we want to play certain pitches, meaning we want to play certain notes, because certain notes are right and certain notes don't sound very good. Certain notes are considered wrong. If I want to play one note, like this note right here, can you hear this, Brock?
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to play one note and then I want to play a bend, well, the question most people don't ask themselves is, well, how far up do I want to bend? And more specifically, what note do I want to hear when I bend? So what we need to determine is, do I want to hear from this note? Do I want to hear this note? In that case, I would practice bending from this note to this note. I would try to match. I would play this note first, then I would try to go back to this note and bend up to the same note that I just played. Like that. And you practice it. Or am I trying to bend all the way up to this note? So I do the same thing. I play this note first, then I come back down here to where I'm bending, and I try to bend up to the note. So I missed it there. I also have headphones and there's no guitar plugged in. It's hard to hear this, but there it is. It's a little harder. It's a little higher. I have to bend a lot higher or a lot more to get to that note. There you go. Now I'm hitting it. So that's how you would practice that. So just to recap, bend whenever you want to hear the sound of a bend. Always bend toward the center of the neck, or never say always. In general, bend toward the center of the neck. So if you're on this side, bend up. If you're on this side, bend down. And then practice bending up or bending your pitch up to a particular note. That's it.
All right, question 44. All right, even though I managed to learn the melody, the right notes, and the technique, slide bends, hammer-ons, pull-offs, etc., I seem to be hitting a wall. When I get back every morning to execute the solos, I keep making mistakes, parts that the day before I thought I had mastered. My question is, what am I doing wrong? I'm saying to myself that maybe I'm trying to do stuff which at this point is over my level.
It's not that it's over your level. You can get to the level. It's that you're trying to do too much at one time in one session. So for example, let me take a whole song. If this is the play button and this is the end of the song, most people, just because this is how we listen to music, right? We try to play the guitar, we try to play music the way we listen to it, and it doesn't work that way. So most people start at the play button and they try to learn a whole song and play all the chords and play all the parts until they get to the end. And what they find is they can't do it. Everything falls apart. They can't remember all the parts. They can't keep up. They can't whatever. That's because they're biting off too much. They're biting off more than they can chew. What you want to do is, here's the play button, here's the end of the song. What you want to do is just bite off a little section. Just learn the first chord progression. Just learn the first few chords. If you can't do the first chord progression, learn the first two chords. Or learn the first chord. Or learn the rhythm. The thing is, you want to learn something small. In this question, I'm not sure everything that you're trying to practice, but do less. You actually will go faster. You're going to make more progress. Ironically, you're going to make a lot more progress a lot faster by doing less. Meaning biting off less at a time and repeating that one thing over and over and over and over again, rather than starting at the play button and trying to go all the way to the end of the song and you never really get it. You could do that for years and years and still never really get the whole song. It's a heck of a lot faster if you just bite off one little piece and chew on it until you can swallow it. Till the next day, you can wake back up and your fingers just kind of remember what you were doing. That's how you know you're biting off the right amount.
Cool. All right. All right, question number 45. I practice and position my thumb opposite my middle finger to gain maximum stretch. But it's beyond awkward and somewhat painful after a few minutes. I tend to start sliding my hand a bit to achieve the reach. Is this okay, or should I force my hand to remain stationary? Also, my index finger tends to roll to the side and doesn't stay on the fingertip.
Yep. So that's a great question. Very common question. Extremely common when you're very first starting to make the big, what we call the big stretch. And that is referring to something like Guitar Grid Mastery or Guitar Grid 101, those kind of courses where we're learning major scales and minor scales. So again, extremely common, easy fix. Number one is, don't worry so much in the beginning about what your hand is doing. Yes, use the general guidelines that we give you to get your general hand position in place. But remember, guys, the point of playing guitar is to play music. And if you don't hit any of the notes, you're not going to play any music. So the number one thing to focus on first is getting the patterns down, getting the right notes down. Once you have that down to the point where you really don't have to think about it much, remember, I keep bringing the same theme up over and over again. Once your attention is free from being able to think about the actual pattern, about where the notes are, then you can go back and start tweaking your hand. And by that time, it'll probably have loosened up a little bit more. But then you can go back and focus on your hand and getting your hand to go in the right position. A huge, one of the biggest myths about guitar is that there's something you can do to just automatically make your hand do the right thing. or there's something that, you know, some people are born with it, your hand or two is the right size or the wrong size or whatever, or there's something that you can do to just magically just do something on the guitar, and it doesn't work that way. It's a development process, and it always will be a development process.
Awesome. All right, and here goes another one that's relevant. Number 46. I have big fingers, hands, and playing in first position, the narrow neck electric guitar doesn't seem to allow a clean, as clean a sound. I've always had, I also have left thumb pain, and notice that I often have the hitchhiker thumb position you talk about. So my question is, do you think it would be wise for me to put in more work for the electric guitar? Does it matter or hard to say?
I think the question is, should I keep playing electric guitar or not? And my answer is, do you want to play electric guitar? If so, then keep playing it. It's going to get easier. I get the feeling, I may be wrong, but I get the feeling that this person is playing, this guitar player is used to playing an acoustic guitar and then is going to the electric guitar just by the way that the question is phrased. Again, I may be wrong, but if that's the case, then yeah, of course, the electric guitar is a lot skinnier. The neck is a lot skinnier, a lot smaller, especially if you have like a Rickenbacker guitar or something. The nut width is very, very tiny. It feels very awkward. In reality, you can get used to anything. If you go play a sitar, like an Indian sitar, or people play mandolins, or like a ukulele or something, all that stuff is very different. The neck sizes are very different. The point is, you're going to get used to whatever you play, and it's always going to feel awkward at first. There's nothing you can do to not make it feel awkward at first. You just keep playing, and it starts to feel more and more natural and better. And what I bet will happen is when you keep playing your electric guitar and you get used to it, then you go back to your acoustic guitar, and the acoustic guitar is going to feel weird. So it's always a process of getting used to something. And by the way, that never goes away. No matter how good you get, no matter how many years you've been playing, whenever you switch instruments, you always have to adjust.
Yeah, I can say that bass I play a lot of bass guitar, but just with being in breakthrough guitar, I've been picking up the electric guitar a ton. And I was recording some backing tracks and pulled up my bass. And I'm like, wow, feels like a completely different instrument. I've never felt this way on bass guitar. Like, just felt like I've never picked up the bass before. So speaking of bass, I'm just going to throw in a couple of bass guitar questions. May even let you take a couple bites, Jonathan. So I'll jump over and grab these questions real quick and give you just a quick break. Okay, so question 47. My question is, how does your method, first few steps, apply to the U bass? I'm particularly interested in knowing if I can use the info you've given me to play the 4-string tenor ukulele and or the 4-string ukulele U bass. So just let me know if you want to jump in on any of these questions. But the answer is yes, absolutely. So especially when the tuning is in the same, like if it's EADG with a bass guitar, and because there's another question that's actually coming up about bass guitar, the way that the guitar grid is laid out, it's absolutely, the system can be used for that. There are some instruments like the ukulele, the tuning is going to be flipped where it's going to be G, D, A, E. So I would take the patterns that you're learning when it comes to the guitar grid, the different types of patterns that we teach inside of GG 101, Guitar Grid 101, and Guitar Grid Mastery. You're just going to flip those patterns upside down. But when you're learning the Freedom Key system, when you're learning the system, it's all about learning those patterns that are up and down the neck. So once you start to learn where the notes are on, say, a ukulele, or a U bass, you will be able to match those patterns up. Those patterns repeat up and down the neck. So question 48 is actually going to be, how can this apply to bass? I would say the exact same way that it applies to guitar. That's an easy one, because the bass guitar and the bass guitar and the electric guitar are going to be exactly the same, except for there are 2 higher strings on the electric guitar that aren't on the bass guitar. So if you want to copy what you're learning on, Guitar Grid 101, when it comes to the pentatonic scale or just the major scales, they are exactly the same on bass guitar. So I mean, those are pretty simple ones. And here's one that's a fun one to answer. Why do all bass guitar players, when facing the audience, always stand on the left side of the stage? The answer to that is because it's a rhythm instrument. Most bass guitar play. I actually, when I was playing bass in my band, I actually stood on the right hand side of the stage. That honestly was just because I had started standing on the right hand side of the stage. My guitar player stood on the left hand side. We got comfortable with that, and we just liked that positioning. The reason that most guitar players or bass guitar players will stand next to the drummer is because they want to be close to the hi-hat, and they're going to hear the hi-hat in their ears really clearly so that they're on rhythm. Bass guitar players play with drummers, right? They are both rhythm instruments. A lot of bass guitar players are just matching what the drummers are playing, just mimicking it on the drums or on bass guitar. So a lot of bass players will match the kick drum pattern on bass guitar. So they stand on that side so that they can just be really in rhythm with the drummer. There's actually pretty simple. Pretty simple. So, all right. Cool. Those were our bass guitar questions. And all right. There you're back.
Yeah, those are great answers, man. And I haven't thought about that in a long time, but most people don't realize that bass is probably the most important instrument in the entire song.
Yeah. When I dated a girl once, and she said, we were listening to a Journey song. I'm like, oh man, did you hear that bass guitar? She said to me, bass is like the most unimportant instrument in the band. And we're not together. It didn't work. We're like, oh, she that relationship ended quickly. So anyway, so that was question number 49. So for number 50, let's jump over to here we go. We're gonna touch a little bit on soloing. Are there any lessons on technique, such as left and or right hand muting, or how to develop the ability to play notes without the sound of other strings or notes bleeding through? That's question number 50.
I think, can you rephrase that one again?
So they're basically asking, are there any lessons in our course that teaches how to play the guitar, how to play specific notes without the other ones ringing out? So I think this came in through email a couple of days ago. They're playing a note, or they're moving from one note to another, or one string to another, and the other notes that they're not playing are ringing.
So there's different levels of answers to this question depending on what level you're at. And what that really means is not what level you can play at. It really means what level your attention is available to focus on different things. So most people don't realize that when, I'm just giving you an example, but when you see a guitar player, like let's say soloing on stage, and he's just playing across the neck, and maybe he's looking at the crowd or he's looking at his friend or something like that, that's because he has practiced to the point to where soloing is so comfortable to him that his attention is free to do other things. In fact, I actually tend to do a lot of my best thinking when I'm trying to solve problems and do other things when I'm actually playing guitar and soloing. It's just like a very therapeutic thing to do. But the reason I say this is just to, number one, give insight into the fact that there are varying levels of thinking as you grow in your guitar playing skills, as you become a better and better musician. But also because when it comes to muting the strings, there are different levels of techniques that are more appropriate to more highly trained guitar players, and then some techniques that are more appropriate for maybe just starting out or being an intermediate player or something like that. So in general, if you're playing notes, what you want to try to do, and this is going to sound maybe a little bit like a cop-out answer, but it is the answer at first, that you want to have your palm, like you want to have your hand on the strings, and you only want to lift up when it comes to your picking hand position, you only want to lift it up to the point to where you can hear the strings. And here's an added detail that we didn't mention before, the strings that you're playing. So as you're playing some notes, you can actually put your thumb on the strings, or you can mute. This is one of the more advanced ones, that you can mute some of the strings with your other fingers. That's harder to do. I don't recommend doing that when you're still trying to learn scales and whatnot, because your attention is only available for one thing at a time. You need to focus on the scales first and then talk about cleaning up your playing later. Playing the right notes is the most important thing. And then again, cleaning up your technique later is just an added bonus. It's like whipped cream on top of the, it's like the cherry on top, right? But in general, you can use your palm, and not necessarily what some people refer to as palm muting. You don't want to put all of you don't want to put your palm on all the fingers to the point where it mutes all the strings, but you can mute certain strings when you're playing across the strings like this, when you're playing individual notes. You can also use your thumb. This feels awkward at first, but you can do it. Use your thumb this way. Here we go. Use your thumb up against the strings that you're not playing like this. That's more of an advanced technique. And then also another advanced technique, like I said, is to use these fingers. I would suggest doing the palm thing first and keeping your hand as close to the strings as you can when you're picking without, muting the string that you're trying to play. That's basically it.
All right. Perfect. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound better. Sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, someone was saying my audio is out of phase, so which bothers me because I like having good audio, so it makes me sad. All right. Okay, so question 51. The only difference between the notes is the pitch, right?
Yes. So this is a little bit broader of an answer, but I love to make sure we incorporate everything and give a full answer, a complete answer that allows you to think in the right way. Music theory in general, or what people call music theory, or even the names of the notes, A, B, C, F sharp, whatever, something like the circle of fifths or reading music notation or whatever, all of that is literally, it's something that's invented by somebody for us humans to be able to communicate in terms of music by using words. That's it. So when we have like the A note, the B note, or whatever, it doesn't matter if it's like the X note or the zebra note or the tin can note. It doesn't matter what we call it. We can call it note 1, 2, 3, 4, 56. It doesn't matter what it's called. In general, the essence of the sounds that you're hearing, the difference between the notes, yes, it's just pitch.
Right, perfect. Mark has this question. When I play a certain note, I don't have any feelings associated with it. I just play the note and hear the sound. None feel happy or sad. Why is that?
There could be a number of reasons for that, but the number one thing that I would say is that it sounds like maybe you're not actually listening to the notes. You're thinking about it. You're not just listening and hearing it. So my question for Mark would be, Mark, do you actually listen to music? And if you actually do listen to music and you enjoy listening to songs, then you have the ability to feel the notes because you have certain songs that you like and certain songs that you don't like. You have the songs that you like them more than the ones you don't like because they make you feel good. They make you feel better than the ones that you don't like. The songs that you don't like, maybe you jump in your car and turn on the radio and it's like Miley Cyrus or something. That probably doesn't make you feel very good. So you're going to turn that off. My point is, if you can tell the difference between songs you like and songs you don't like, which I'm assuming you can, or otherwise you wouldn't be playing guitar and you wouldn't be interested in music, then yes, you can feel the different feelings of the notes. Listen to the notes as if you were listening to a song and just ask yourself, does that feel good to me or not? As you're playing, you don't actually have to ask yourself the question because that takes too long. You intuitively will know it. As you're playing, if you're truly listening to the music that you're playing with a background track, then you will be able to tell if something feels good to you or not. The other thing that may be missing here, Mark, that we haven't touched on is that if you're just playing individual notes by themselves with no background music, then yes, you're right. There is no feeling associated with one note. The feeling doesn't come from one note. The feeling comes from the contrast between two notes, meaning background music being played and then a note being played on top of the background music. That's where the feeling comes from.
All right, so question number 53. We've got, in one of the videos, the series of notes was shifted to the right, and I heard that the feelings for each note changed, which I don't understand. The A note on the low E string should always feel the same, right?
No. So that depends on the context. So let's say, first of all, that's a good question, right? but we need more context around this question to actually understand what's going on here. So if I said, let me put this into an example. If I was in a nice mood and you were a new acquaintance at school, and maybe I was a new kid at school and I was trying to be nice and make friends, and I walked up to you at lunch and I said, "Hey, Brock, trying to get your attention." Now imagine that I was at a store and I was disappointed by something that I bought. Maybe I bought a shirt and the shirt was ripped or something like that. And I knew you worked at the store and I was already upset in an angry mood. And I came up to you at the store and said, "Hey, Brock, see how the mood is different between those two? The only thing that's different is the context." I said the exact same words. So the note is just like the words. The note is technically the name of the note is going to be the same, A, but depending on the context, meaning depending on what background music is being played, that A note has a different feeling.
All right. Question number 54. I've hit a wall, and also by daisy chaining the pattern, my licks do not fit the tracks. Any help will be appreciated.
So right away, when I hear my licks do not fit the tracks, that means that that tells me that somebody has already learned predefined licks and they're trying to fit them in, like they're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. That's what that tells me. Number one, that's always going to get you stuck. You're always going to feel limited, and you're always going to use a word like fit, like my licks don't fit. The point is to be able to, just like having a conversation. If you and I were talking about like, what's your favorite coffee? As soon as I say the words, "What's your favorite coffee?" it brings up an opinion for you. You feel a certain way about it, right? So the point when you're playing and playing the notes of the scale, or playing, or even notes out of the scale, when you're improvising and you're trying to come up with new licks, the point is not to try to shove in stuff that you already know with pre-recorded responses. That's like going to Spain and knowing only a few phrases in Spanish and trying to say those same phrases over and over again in every scenario that you walk into. Like you go into the coffee shop and you ask, "Hello, how are you? What's your name?" Or you go into a movie theater and you're like, "Hello, how are you? What's your name?" It's weird. It doesn't really fit, right? You're trying to shove that square peg in the round hole. So the skill here and the point and what you need to get better at is listening to the conversation, listening to the background music, and then trying to play whatever the music that comes to your head, and it will. Musical notes or certain feelings or certain sounds will come to your head. Trying to execute those on guitar when you feel them is the goal. And by doing that, you will never have to have predetermined licks. That's where a lot of people get in trouble. They go to something like Lick Library, or they buy a book called 1001 Licks or something like that. Yes, you can pick up some new musical ideas that way. But the point is, that can get you stuck when you try to take these predefined licks and shove them into a different context. It doesn't work. You need to respond to the context. The best improvisers, the best guitar players, all they're doing is having a conversation. They are simply hearing the context, they're hearing the music, and they're responding with their musical opinion on the guitar. That's it. And that's what I suggest you get better at as well. And yes, it's going to be tough at first. But as we already talked about, the more you do it, the easier it gets and the better you get at it.
Alrighty. Question number 55. Just past the 3-hour mark.
We're getting there.
Please explain what's baffled me for a while is after learning all 7 feeling patterns, I've found that playing classic and heavy rock, I find that they use the flattened third and flattened seventh and other devices a lot. How do they fit into the 7 patterns?
That's a great question. So a flat third or a flat 7 is referring to, flat third is would be considered a minor note. And then the flat 7 would be considered something that we call a dominant 7 if we're playing a chord. And that chord or that sound is used a lot in rock and used in blues. And the question is, how do they fit in? Well, they're just additional notes that you can use to add certain color or to add a certain mood. So if you wanted to play a mood that's kind of like happy blues, if you want to say that, then playing that flat 7th note is going to give you that feeling. It's going to give you the flat 7 feeling. So essentially this is like an advanced version of the 7 feelings. So it's like 7 feelings advanced. The 7 feelings are the main 7 notes that are in any key. You always have to start there. Now, once you start there and you know that foundation, now you can start going outside of the 7 feelings to get certain moods or to get certain effects with your playing.
All right. In this is question number 56, is the number one feeling feels like home in the G major, G, and A major the same? The feelings, sorry, there's multiple parts to this. The feelings the numbers create do not change, just the notes as we slide up and down the fretboard, even though G major starts G as the number 1 and A major starts A as the number 1. So then every major scale, the numbers 1 through 7 as above, note 3 feels innocent, note 6 feels mean. Is this correct?
Yes. So essentially what this is referring to is, if you can imagine watching a movie, and let's say you're watching a movie like Lord of the Rings. At the beginning of the movie, the hero, so to speak, like the character, is always at home. The mood is always settled and happy, and the fire's going and everything's fine. There's no problems, right? But as you watch the movie, this person, there's a problem, and then he has to go on a journey, and then he goes away from home, and then it feels tense and it feels whatever. But by the end of the movie, it always winds up back home. Feels good, it feels settled, it feels resolved. So what this person is asking is that in every single key, does that same note or does the same number feel the same? Does home always feel like home in every key? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, I would actually even say that the composers who are writing the scores for those certain types of feelings and emotions that are being displayed on screen, they know about the feelings that music brings. So they are playing some of those notes that we are teaching.
Exactly.
To bring out those emotions. So,
Okay.
Question number 57. How can I sharpen my ear to recognize intuitively while improvising over one standard when I have to change the key and where to go? So what do I do? I get lost and back also.
So, okay, so there's 3 parts. One of the first things about this is, depending on the key change, that just depends on the song. So how do you know where to go? That's just going to depend on which key you're changing to. That's basically that one. And you're going to have to come up with that whenever you're playing the song. As far as playing standards and being able to hear the key changes, well, that's something that you have to learn how to hear, right? It's just like being able to hear the individual pitches of the 7 notes or the 7 feelings. Just like you can judge distance with your eyeballs, I can say 4 inches is about this far, right? Or pretty much anybody that you talk to can say, this is about 4 inches, or this is about 6 inches, or something like that, right? Being able to judge that distance with your eyeballs is how we judge distance physically. But judging the distance between 2 pitches, for example, this pitch and this pitch, I don't mean this distance, the physical distance. I mean the sound distance from this distance. Bah, bah. Being able to judge that by ear is how you train your ear. And of course, we have a course called How to Play Anything by Ear. And that course walks you through the series of steps to be able to hear and play all of the 7 notes in any key. And you will be able to hear the notes relative to each other. So you can literally say, somebody can play something in a song, and you could literally hear, depending on how good you get at it and how many times you go through the material on the course, you can literally hear and say, okay, this person is playing 1, 3, 5, 7, 2, 1. And you can literally learn just by listening to people, just by listening to a song. You can learn how to play it just by listening to it. That's the first step. The second step is all 7 of those pitches exist within one key. The next step is you need to be able to learn how to hear when the key itself changes. Meaning, if we had a set of stairs, we can think of on one stair we have the 7 notes, like a bag of marbles sitting on the stair. There's 7 marbles in the bag. All of those notes sound the same. They have the same feelings relative to each other. If you change the key, that's simply like going to a different stair with a different bag of marbles. Overall, the pitch is lower of all the 7 notes. Or if you go to a higher pitch, a higher stair step, that is, overall, all of those 7 notes is at a higher pitch. And it's just a matter, just like you train your ear on the 7 notes, you can also train your ear on hearing the different keys.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, cool. So that was 57. This is 58. Any tips on transitioning from playing chords and singing, then jumping into a little break?
Playing chords and singing And then jumping into a little break. I'm assuming this means playing like a lead part.
Yeah, so like like a John Mayer will play and sing, and then he'll jump into a solo, and then jump back into his progressions.
Yeah. So what I would say there is, like, there's always two parts to what you're doing. We talked about the guitar grid before, which is where all the right notes are. It's a grid of all the right notes. What most people don't realize at first is that chords are not different than scales. Chords are scales, just played more than one note at a time. So the only thing there is on your guitar neck is all the right notes. When you're playing a scale, you're playing one note at a time, or you can play one note at a time. When you're playing a chord, you're playing notes of that scale more than one at a time, right? So by knowing the scales, by knowing where the guitar grid is, where the right notes are, and you're playing some chords, well, then you can, let's say, take a break, as this person said, and then go on the scale and play one little lick or something like that on the scale. Now, how do you practice that? Well, you need to practice with your scales, playing licks and playing, improvising with backing tracks or with other music or something like that, or whatever song you're trying to play over. Now, when it comes to switching between chords and then lead guitar, chords, lead guitar, again, we've already covered something like this, but most people try to bite off more than they can chew. So they try to play too many chords and then too many lead parts and then more chords and then lead parts. What you really want to do is whatever chord progression you're playing, maybe you're playing a G chord to a D chord or something, then just choose one little section, maybe 5 seconds worth, or maybe one little tiny lick. And you play, maybe all you're doing is something real simple with 2 notes or 2 or 3 notes. So you just stop there and you go back and do it again. You rehearse it. So you play your chords, then you go play your little lick, and you do that over and over again until you get really good at it. And then when you get good at it, you just add on pieces to the song. So maybe you add on another lead lick, or maybe you go back to the chords and keep playing, and then you add another lead lick later. You just piece it together. That's all you do.
Cool. Here's a good, I think, follow up to that one. Guitar Grid 101 seems to be geared toward playing solos. It seems to me that it's equally important to learn what lead guitars do when they're not playing solos. They obviously don't stand on stage with their arms folded, waiting for the instrumental break. Is this covered in any future programs?
Yes. So what we're talking about here is scales versus chords, or lead guitar versus rhythm guitar, right? And the truth, like I just talked about, a chord is notes of a scale. That's it. So a chord is more than one note of any scale played at the same time. So in order to know how to play chords and how to play any chord anywhere on the guitar neck, you need to know how to play the scales, right? So Guitar Grid 101, if we call it 101, it's because it's the foundation. By the time you go through Guitar Grid Mastery and you can play all the right notes anywhere on the guitar neck, what that actually does is create a foundation for you to be able to understand how to play any chord in any key and how to actually know how to make chords, regardless of what the symbols are or how crazy they look or whatever, to make up your own chords and to be able to look at charts and see how the chords are, what the chords are called and how to construct them yourself. So the point is, Guitar Grid 101 and Guitar Grid Mastery is the foundation of everything in music. That's why we need to start there. It helps you understand chords. If we were to jump straight to chords, you would have no background context, and you would only be able to regurgitate certain chords without knowing how they work and how to create your own chords.
All right, so I'm going to give you 2 questions back to back because I needed to step away just for a moment. The first one is, sorry, we're on question number 60. All right, here. So I would like to play melodies and not just jam or noodle in the right key. And then the follow-up one, which I think you can answer fairly quickly, is, would you consider adding suggested songs that emphasize some skills in each module? So, sorry, I'll read the first one again. I would like to play melodies, not just jam or noodle in the right key. And the second question, would you consider adding suggested songs that emphasize some of the skills in each module?
All right, I'm just writing those down so I can remember both of them. All right, you can go ahead, Brock. I got it. So melodies and not scales. So what is a melody? A melody is something that sounds musical, right? So if I have my guitar, the point that we always start at is, let's say we're going to play some lead guitar, or we're going to play some kind of a scale or something like that, which is where we start when we play lead guitar. The reason for that is so we can know where the right notes are without having to think about the notes. So without having to think about, well, I'm playing an A sharp, and then I'm playing a B, and then I'm playing a C, and then I'm playing a this or that. No, we don't want to have to think about any of that stuff, right? Because that just clogs up our brain and stops us from receiving music that we can then play, right? That's the whole point, is that we want to receive music that comes through us that then we can play through the guitar. That's the whole point. So how do you start playing melodies? Well, like I said, the first step is we need to learn where the right notes are. That's why we start with scales. That's why we start with patterns, so you can learn where the right notes are. After you learn where the right notes are, and your attention begins to be freed from having to think about where the right notes are and having to think about what patterns you're playing, and you can pretty much just play the pattern without really thinking about it, or without thinking about it very much, then your attention starts to be able to focus on other things, right? And what is the next thing? Well, the next thing is, how do I sound musical with that scale? How do I actually take those notes and play something that sounds musical with it? Well, it's not magic. It's not going to magically appear, and then there's no secret to just starting to play it. Maybe there's a secret to the approach, but what I'm saying is there's nothing outside of you that is going to come and make you sound musical. The music comes from you. So I often say that if you take your guitar off the strap and you lay it down on the floor, how long does it take for the music to start coming out? It's never going to, right? The guitar is just a machine. It's not even a musical instrument. It's just a thing. It's just an object. I say that you are the musical instrument, because the music actually comes from you. So whenever you're playing let's say just scale notes, you're in practice mode and you're thinking about which notes to hit, right? You're not thinking about music, or music isn't on your mind. So what you want to start transitioning to is hearing music in your head. Remember, I said receiving music, and what you're really doing is singing it. You're singing the music in your head through your guitar. Now, you can't just magically snap your fingers and be able to just do that. You can do it. You can magically snap your fingers, and with knowing that knowledge, being able to do that in a small box or in a small way, because it's a paradigm shift. It's a new way of looking at it. But knowing that what you're really trying to do is singing the music that you hear in your head through your guitar, that's where the melody comes from. You're listening to the background music, and you're responding with your musical opinion, meaning the music that you start hearing in your head. And if you don't hear a lot of music in your head right now, first of all, if you've ever got a song stuck in your head, that proves that you can hear music in your head. The second thing is hearing music in your head and hearing longer phrases in your head is also a developed skill. So something, as you go and as we work together, you're going to be able to hear more and more and more music in your head as we go. And like I said, it's a developmental skill. So the better you get at it, the better you're going to get at playing it, and the more musical you're going to be able to sound. Now, how do you start developing ideas for melodies that you want to play? I really suggest listening to not only other guitar players, because when we listen to other guitar players, we tend to think in terms of guitar. We're thinking about, well, he's playing a pentatonic scale, or he's playing a this, or he's playing a that, or he's playing on this fret, or he's playing here. The point is, the point is not to play the guitar. The point is to play music on the guitar. That's what we're looking to do. So it doesn't matter what instrument you're playing, whether that's the guitar or the piano or the trumpet or the clarinet or whatever. Music works the same way on all the instruments. It's up to you to become a musician, somebody who can hear music and know how it works and play that music, regardless of the instrument, right? We just happen to be talking about the guitar. So how do you develop more ideas for melodies that you can then sing and figure out how to play with your fingers and try to make that sound from your head match your fingers? How do you do that? Like I said, when we listen to guitar players, we tend to think in terms of guitar. Yes, we can pick up certain licks and certain musical ideas or whatever, but really, when you want to have a more melodic feel to your playing, I highly suggest listening to singers. Who's your favorite singer? Try to mimic how they sing on your guitar. So one of my biggest influences on guitar, actually, is Stevie Wonder, the way he sings. I really like the way Stevie Wonder sings. It's very soulful. He repeats a lot of the same phrases, musical phrases and musical ideas that are characteristic to him, that I don't know if he came up with them or not. I doubt it. He probably got them from somewhere else, from somebody else. But either way, mimicking somebody singing is a great way to start sounding more melodic. So what I would suggest in this case, based off of the question, is whatever key you're playing in, or find out a song that you really like, how somebody sings, and find out what that key is. Then go put on a backing track in that same key and see if you can play the melody of how that person was singing in that track. And it takes practice, it takes skill, but that's where the musicianship comes from. That's where the musicality comes from. That's where the melody comes from. That's what's really going to make you sound musical. Now, the other thing you can do is, outside of listening to singers, you can listen to other instrument players. For example, listen to trumpet. One of B.B. King's most or favorite influences, and one of his biggest influences, is actually a trumpet player named Stanley Jordan. And trumpet, a lot of really great jazz guitar players and a lot of great blues guitar players listen to horn players. So whether that's somebody playing trombone or trumpet or French horn, whatever, saxophone is a great one, Miles Davis, right? Something like that. You can pick up a lot of great melodies and a lot of great musical ideas from doing something like that, from listening to other players from other instruments. Another one is piano. That one might be a little harder, but something that is a single tone instrument, meaning you can only play one sound at a time. Saxophone, trumpet, clarinet. You can pick up other ideas from, let's say, piano or whatever, but a lot of times piano players are playing chords. It's a little bit harder. But in essence, the key and the goal here is to find melodies that tickle your ear, find melodies that you like, regardless of the instrument, and then just try to copy those melodies on your guitar. Just try to emulate those melodies, try to imitate those melodies, and make them your own. And yes, it is a process, but you can do it. That's how you do it. That's the secret. Listen to other people whose melodies you like, and then just incorporate them into your own playing. So now let's go to the second question here, which is, would we consider adding suggested songs that emphasize certain skills? Now, yes, we can. The reason why we don't do that, and we can do that if you guys want to later, but the reason why we don't do that is because a song is just musical context. Now, it is a musical context that somebody has written, and we can recognize it as a song. It's fun to listen to, etc. But all it is just a scenario. All it is just a like the context of a conversation, depending on what's going on in the song, what the mood of the song is like, maybe even what's being talked about in the lyrics, but like what chords are being played, what is the arrangement, what are the instrumentals sounding like. That really just gives you a feeling, right? And you, over time, you develop your ability to hear your musical opinion in your head or feel a certain way about what it is that you're hearing from the song, and then respond to it on your guitar. Now, the reason we don't usually incorporate whole songs or full songs at first is because, remember, it always comes back down to attention. You only have so much attention that you can pay or to focus on something, or to focus on something that you're practicing. So a lot of times, and this is through years and years of testing with students, right? What we found is that by having something like a single instrument, meaning like a guitar playing chords, and that's it in the background, with the absence of a drummer, with the absence of a bass player or a singer or something like that, allows your brain to focus on the feeling of the chords, or focus on the feeling of what the guitar is playing, and also to be able to focus on what it is that you are trying to play. So in essence, it just makes it easier. It just makes it easier to focus on what you're trying to do. Now, as you get better, yeah, of course, you want to try to play that stuff with full songs, but the point of the choruses and the point of the steps that we laid out is to give you that 80% of benefit, the 80-20, like the biggest benefit in the most efficient way possible, so you can continue going through the steps and building all of your skills. And that's why we already have set up certain backing tracks that you can play with, or certain scenarios like, hey, play along with this one YouTube song, or play along with this one B chord, or play along with this one chord progression, or something like that, to where you could focus on, we know that you need to focus on one specific thing in the chorus or in that specific step that you can do. And as you keep going, we know that as you build on those steps, your playing is going to get better and better and better, to the point to where you can then focus on playing with full songs. But yeah, we can also always talk about adding songs and adding more stuff to play to. We just want to make sure that it is beneficial for you in your learning process because we know how much stuff you need to be paying attention to and what steps you need to do in what order.
Nice. All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, got you.
I'm back. Okay. Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sometimes I think that it's going to be like a really quick question or a quick answer, and you have like a really great philosophy to how you explain it. So I'm learning stuff, guys. For the 26 of you guys that are still on this call, I'm still learning stuff. This is great stuff. So if you are still with us, let us know in the chat that you're still there and you are taking notes. I hope you guys are whether it's mental notes or you're writing something down on paper, this is good stuff for you guys. So, all right. So let's see. Question 62. All right. When learning scales on a guitar, how do you incorporate it without learning chords in those same scales? I play the piano and I find it's so much easier to know how chords work on the piano than on the guitar because it's a bit confusing.
So that's a good question. We have a lot of piano players that switch to guitar. On piano, it's a lot easier to see the notes because you can see the keys and you can see how the chords work. On guitar, it's a lot harder to do that because you can't see. Like guitar players, we have a disadvantage when it comes to understanding how music works. That's why we always start with understanding how the scales fit together because the chords are made up of the notes in the scales. Then we layer the chords on top of that. So that's basically how that works. That's why we don't do them at the same time.
Oh, all right. So question number 63. In other words, can I take any scale? Sorry, in other words, because it's the beginning of the question, I just chuckled. All right. In other words, I can take any scale out there and find the key of a song and start the scale on the proper note as I would the major scale you've taught us and sound good? Question mark. Or is each of the hundreds of scales unique in their own way and placed at different points on the fretboard? Do you need to read that again?
Yeah, let's read that again. I think I got the gist, but let's read it again.
All right. In other words, can I take any scale out there and find the key of a song and start the scale on the proper note as I would the major scale you've taught us and sound good? Or is each of the hundreds of scales unique in their own way and placed at a different point on the fretboard?
So that's a great question. Just to tell you a quick little story, when I was trying to learn, I bought 2 books from Princeton, the Ivy League school, and I thought it was smart. I thought I was going to be smart because I finally found the right guitar information. What that actually was nothing but 200 pages each of scales and just different scales. And at the time, I thought that all of those were individual little scales. And I was like, what the heck? Like, how in the world? You got to be a rocket scientist to figure all this stuff out. You got to be a genius to be able to understand how all these scales and stuff work. Well, come to find out that that's not actually how it works. We talked about the guitar grid. You can play all of the right notes across the fretboard, and it makes up what we call all of the right notes makes up what we call the guitar grid. When we say the guitar grid, we're really referring to the major and minor scales, which are actually the same thing, just moved in a different place. Now, it's not important for me to go into why that is right now. Just know that the major and minor scales are the exact same notes, just starting in a different place. So that's what I call a layer or a grid. Let's assume there's one layer on the fretboard where you know where all the right notes are in the major and minor scales. Well, that allows you to play pretty much any song there is, but also we have another popular scale called the pentatonic scale. It's only one scale, but when you essentially learn how to layer the pentatonic notes, it's really what it is subtracting 2 major or minor notes to get the pentatonic scale. When you learn how to layer over the pentatonic over the major and minor scales of the guitar grid, well, now you have a grid where you can switch between any major or minor scale or mode, which gives you 7 different moods, if you will, to play with, in addition to the major and minor pentatonic scale. So technically, you could say that's 2 additional ones. My point is, you can play in 9 different moods by just learning 2 scales. You just learn the pentatonic scale and the major scale, and that's it, because the major scale is the minor scale, just starting in a different place. So no, all the scales are not disjointed, or they're not all individual scales, and no, you don't have to learn all of them. It doesn't work that way. They're all connected. They're all the same thing. You just can't see it yet. It's like pieces of the puzzle. All of the pieces of the puzzle are different, but the picture is one picture.
Brilliant. So we are officially at the halfway mark with this next question, 64.
So we got 128 questions?
Yeah, it's tough.
Man.
I do have interest in learning some slide guitar sometime down the road. Do you play slide at all? Any advice?
Slide, personally, the only slide I've ever played has just been messing around with it just because it sounds cool. My advice would be just to go find somebody else out there who is a slide guitar master and is great at it. Derek Chucks comes to mind. I don't know if he teaches, but he's great at slide guitar. But yeah, go find somebody else, learn slide guitar for them. That's what I would do.
All right, here's question number 65. Why do you not include classical guitars? And is there a chance that you are going to do that in the near future?
So the reason classical guitars aren't included is not because there's something wrong with classical guitars. It's just because I like to record videos with my guitar. That's it. All guitars work the same way, whether it's a classical guitar, an electric guitar, a bass guitar even, but mainly 6-string guitars. A classical, acoustic, electric, they're all the same. All the notes are in the same place. So you can apply all these principles. And that's what we teach. We teach mechanics and principles and fundamentals because you can apply them on any instrument and on any guitar for the guitar-specific exercises. But yeah, it all works on all guitars. So there's no reason you can't use a classical guitar.
Awesome. All right, question number 66. What makes some notes right or wrong?
That's a great question. So this would go back down. If somebody was asking me this and we were sitting side by side, I would actually start to go Google the history of how we got to our modern music system. Now, what makes, in layman's terms, what makes certain notes right or certain notes wrong is that in modern music, we have 12 different sounds. We have 12 different pitches. And the most common mood that we're all used to hearing is either the major scale, the minor scale, or the pentatonic scale. What does that mean? That means out of those 12 notes, we pick certain 7 of those notes if we're playing the major scale or minor scale, or 5 of those notes if we're playing the pentatonic scale, and it gives us a certain mood. One reason I think that certain notes sound wrong or certain notes sound right to us is because we've just been conditioned over time in Western society to hear the major scale, the minor scale, and the pentatonic scale. If you go listen to like traditional Indian music or a lot of Eastern music, you're going to hear a lot of sounds that don't really feel good to you, that don't that you've never heard before. It's not really going to make any sense. That's because their entire musical system is different than ours. It is what our musical system is. So I think we're just conditioned to hear those sounds. And I also believe one reason for that is because certain intervals, meaning out of those 12 pitches, certain of those notes resonate in a certain way to give us a good feeling versus giving us a kind of weird or uncomfortable feeling.
Awesome. Here we go. Question number 67. This is actually 2 different questions that are almost exactly the same. So I'm just going to put them together. When you jam with a track, when jamming with pattern 1 in G, do I just keep playing forward and backwards in the pattern or skip within pattern using the same numbers?
So, okay, I'm assuming that this person is asking about how to start sounding musical with it. So the first step would be just play forward and backwards like we teach because you just want to learn where the right notes are. That's it. After that, it's up to you to be creative and explore. So skip around, play different notes at different times, play the same note at different times. It's up to you. The point is so you can practice the skill of listening to what sounds good to you, given the framework of all the right notes. So once you have the framework of all the right notes to where you know you're going to hit all the right notes, then just skip around and play whatever you want to play. That's the point.
Cool. This one's a kind of a good follow-up. Yes, I've been working with the backing tracks for about a month, and I'm still not making any progress with improvising. It sounds terrible. It just sounds like me playing scales over a backing track. There's nothing musical about it. No aha moment for me yet, but still plenty of aggravation and frustration. I still don't hear any music in my head, only the sounds I'm playing. There has got to be something I'm missing somewhere. Any suggestions how to break through the wall? Thank you in advance.
So here's the thing. If you're playing a scale over a backing track, it's always going to sound like a scale over a backing track. You got to get out of your head that you're playing a scale. The only point of playing a scale or a scale pattern is so we can know where the right notes are. After we know where the right notes are, then it becomes a matter of trying to play different notes depending on what you think sounds good, and trying to string together what we call phrases, one musical sentence, one musical opinion. Now, if you're not hearing anything in your head, then what I would do is go listen to some of your favorite songs, whether that's, let's say you listen to Gary Moore or David Gilmour or Pink Floyd or John Mayer or whatever. Go listen to somebody who you like to listen to, and whatever song you're listening to, find out what that key is, then play with a backing track in that same key and try to repeat some of the melodies that you hear that player playing. That's how you can start to sound musical.
All right. Good stuff. All right, question 69. What does it mean to improvise in any key, and why would I want to do that?
So improvising just means making up music on the fly. Any key means any different song level, any different song pitch. So most people don't realize that whole songs are at certain pitches. So you can have a song at this, in general, at one pitch, or another pitch, or another pitch, or another pitch. And those are different, what we call different keys. It's just like different stair steps, meaning all of the notes, all of the chords and all of the notes in that one song are at a certain overall pitch. And then you can change that overall pitch to being higher or being lower. So why would you want to be able to improvise on all the different keys? Well, because by playing in all the different keys, that means you could play with any song or jam with anybody at any time, regardless of what key they wanted to play in. So essentially, it's just because you can have musical freedom. That's the short answer.
Question number 70. Despite watching many videos, I still don't know what a scale or key is. What are they, and how are they essential for improving?
So keys and scales are made up concepts, and it's a concept, so it sounds abstract, and that's why it's hard to grasp. So let's put it in terms that you do understand. A key is a container, just like a bag that contains marbles. So a bag of marbles. If you have 7 marbles inside of a bag, the bag itself is the container. We just call it a key. I don't know why. I don't know where the name came from. That's just what it's called. It's called a key. So let's say the key of A, for example, and I'm just going to make this up just for example to make it simple. Let's say the key of A contains the notes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It doesn't, but that's just an example. So let's say the key of B contains the notes B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? It just different keys contain different sets of notes. Now, why do they put music together like that? I have no idea. When it comes to guitar, it makes it harder to understand because it's easier to understand that on a piano, but it's harder to understand on the guitar. I honestly think a new entire system of playing guitar would be to have the keys based on where you're starting major scale pattern 1. So this would be key number 1, key number 2, key number 3, key number 4, key number 5, key number 6. Even if somebody said, let's play in key number 17, well, guess what? You just put your finger right here and start playing major scale pattern 1. And you automatically know where to play across the rest. We talked about in Guitar Grid Mastery. So that's a key. What is a scale? Let's say a scale is, we already talked about this before. In Western music, there's 12 different pitches. If we take any of those pitches, it can mean all 12, it can mean just 1, it can mean 2 of those, it can mean 7 of those. If we take any of those pitches, we create what's called a scale. Now, why is it that way? I don't really know, but I do know that within those 12 pitches, depending on which notes we take and play in that order, let's say we take notes number 1, 4, 6, and 12. If you play those notes in order, it's going to create a mood. It might sound like Egyptian, or it might sound like rock and roll, or it might sound like blues. If you take a different scale, meaning a different set of those notes, maybe let's say 1, 5, 7, 9, 11, if you play those notes, it's going to give you a different mood or a different theme. Like if you're watching a movie, like the background music at a scary part, it's going to sound scary. It just gives you a different theme. That's basically it. That's basically what a scale is and why it's useful.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I love that explanation of the container. It makes complete sense. Despite watching the, I just said that one. Just kidding. How can I get the same freedom in improvising over jazz standards?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in general, the overall approach to rock and roll music, to playing rock and roll music and to playing blues music is different than playing jazz music. So what I would, meaning mentally how they approach improvising and mentally and physically how they approach playing different improvising either patterns or ideas or melodic ideas, etc. Essentially, there is a big overall different set of melodic ideas in blues and rock and roll and any kind of rock and roll based music than there is in jazz music. What I would suggest is the best thing you could possibly do is to go find some jazz players that are good, that you could personally talk to and watch them play and watch how they play and talk to them about how they approach playing jazz music, because it's going to be different than how somebody approaches playing blues music or rock and roll music or progressive rock or classic rock or folk even or anything like that. That's what I would definitely suggest that you do. The other thing that you can do is there's a great old book, if you can find it. It's called Patterns for Jazz. And all it is literally is an entire book of different little patterns that jazz players use. And when I say patterns, I mean melodic patterns. It could be 4 notes, it could be 5 notes. It's just different melodic ideas. When you go through a book like that, you'll start to get in the mindset of a jazz player and how you approach the instrument versus how a rock and roll player or a blues player approaches the instrument.
All right. I love jazz. Just like to know what's your preferred, this is question number 72, by the way. Just like to know what your preferred scales when jamming with friends. Is it the major patterns or pentatonic scales? Or is it depending on the type of melody you're playing, like rock, blues, rock and roll, etc.?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's also a great follow-up answer. It always depends on the context. So nothing exists in a vacuum in this universe. There's always context behind everything, behind any conversations that we have, behind any songs that we have, etc. So what do I generally play? What I generally play is whatever sounds good with the song. But more specifically, the answer I think that you're looking for is I like to switch between a song is either going to be in a major key or a minor key. You can't be in both at the same time. So you can't mix and match a major scale and a minor scale, although you can play minor notes when you're playing in a major key and vice versa. So that's a different story. So what I like to do in general, major scale, minor scale, pentatonic scales, which can be major or minor, and then also all the modes of the major scales, major and minor scales, the different 7 modes. And then also occasionally I like to play what's called a harmonic minor scale. Other than that, there's something called a chromatic scale, which is literally, if we talk about 12 pitches, if you play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all of the notes is called a chromatic scale. And I like to do chromatic runs or chromatic scales sometimes when it sounds appropriate, like when it sounds jazzy or something, to play every single note. Like I'm running up to one note, you play every single note in between and it sounds cool. So that's it.
Awesome. Yeah, I've seen that a lot in sometimes people throw that in blues, hit 3, 4, 5, 6 or something,
Yeah.
So just it's not even the right notes, but they'll just walk it up those frets anyways. All right. Just like to know what you prefer. Oh, just read that one. Just kidding. All right. If I have a great question number 73, if I have a great enough command on diatonic scales, do I even really need pentatonic scales?
So first of all, what does this person mean by diatonic scales? Diatonic is just referring to the major and minor scales. Do you need pentatonic scales? Well, that depends on, do you want to play with the pentatonic sound? You don't need it. If you never want to sound bluesy or you never want to have some cool pentatonic sounding runs, of course you don't. But I would say the pentatonic scale is the most used scale probably in Western music, period. So I would imagine you would at least want the ability to play it, yes.
Cool. I've been noticing, looking on YouTube, and all of this there, and all there are. Okay, sorry. Question number 74. I've been noticing, looking on YouTube, and there are a lot of different scale patterns depending on the genre. I like a lot of different genres. I also noticed that depending on the person, the scale patterns can be different in the same genre. Any suggestion or advice?
Yes. So I love this question, and this is such a huge insight for all of you guys to get. I really want you to pay close attention to this. So in different genres, certain scales are used more often than others. For instance, in blues, the pentatonic scale is used a lot, or probably the most. Maybe in classical music, most of the time the major and minor scale is used probably the most of the time. in maybe metal or like neoclassical music or advanced like progressive rock or something like that, they might use scales like harmonic minor or something like that. Now, remind me of the question again, Brock, because I want to, it's basically saying different people use different patterns in different genres.
Yes.
Okay, so why are different people use different patterns, even if it's the same scale? So let's say you go to YouTube, you find a pentatonic scale, and somebody is saying, hey, learn the pentatonic scale, here's a pattern. Or somebody else might be saying, hey, learn the pentatonic scale, here's a different pattern. How do you know, why are there different patterns, and how do you know which one to do? This is a super important concept to get. A scale is not a pattern. A scale is not a pattern. So when somebody says, hey, play the minor pentatonic scale, and they play something like this, I don't know if you can hear this or not, but you can probably see what I'm doing. This pattern is not necessarily the minor pentatonic scale. The pattern itself is not the scale. The scale is the notes in the pattern. There are a million different patterns you can play on the fretboard to play the same scale notes, meaning you're playing the same scale with a million different patterns, so many different patterns. So it's not so much about the patterns. The patterns are literally just a vehicle. The patterns are literally just a way for you to understand how to play that scale, aka to play the notes in the scale across the fretboard. That's the only point of the patterns. After you learn patterns and you learn how to connect it all together, then after that, you don't need to focus on patterns anymore. The idea is not to play patterns. It's to play the notes in the scale, aka the right notes in the particular scale. So as we talk about in Guitar Grid Mastery, once we walk you step by step through building block steps to build you up to this ultimate pattern, we call it the big repeating pattern, or we call it the freedom key pattern. You can literally play every single right note anywhere on the guitar neck in any major or any minor key or even any pentatonic scale by using one pattern, one 7-string pattern. Now, yes, the guitar has 6 strings and the 7th string would overlap, but it's literally just one key. That's why we call it the freedom key, because it's like the key that unlocks the fretboard. You just use one pattern and you can literally play anywhere and hit all of the right notes. So again, I just want to reiterate that a scale or a pattern is not a scale. The pattern itself, the pattern doesn't matter what form the pattern takes. The point is that you're trying to play the right notes in that scale.
Awesome. All right, that was 74, I think. 75. How does major scale pattern 1 relate to other scales other than it just being a series of notes?
That's exactly it. It is a series of notes. And that same series of 7 notes is what repeats all across the fretboard. Just like I just talked about, a pattern is not a scale. So by using the patterns allow us to play the right notes in the scale. There are 7 notes, there are 7 right notes in the major scale. There's only 7 of them. Those 7 repeat over and over and over and over and over again on the fretboard. Let's say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, over and over and over and over and over again. That's all there is on the fretboard, those same 7 notes. The patterns themselves just allow us to hit those right 7 notes. That's it. So how does the pattern, major scale pattern 1 relate to the other patterns? Well, it relates because it's the same scale. All of those different patterns connect together just to allow you mentally to play across the neck, but all you're doing is playing those same 7 notes over and over and over and over again, just in different octaves.
All right. Good answer. All right, here we go. 77. Any advice on remembering which is better? Any advice on remembering which is which between major patterns 1 and 2 and the pentatonic pattern when trying to improvise connecting them?
Remembering which is which, I would take it slowly and let's say improvise with major scale pattern 1 for a period of time until you get really used to it and really comfortable with it. And it's like cemented in your mind that this is major scale pattern 1. And that's it. And then you just move on to major scale pattern 2, play with major scale pattern 2 until it's cemented in your mind. Then you combine them together. So then you improvise with major scale pattern 1 and mix it with major scale pattern 2, going back and forth. The whole point is you want to blend the line because you don't want to be stuck in patterns and boxes. You want to be able to play anywhere you want. Remember, just like we said a minute ago, the only thing you're doing by playing these patterns is playing the same 7 notes over and over again. So after you learn physically how to connect those same 7 notes in different areas of the fretboard, well, the pattern doesn't matter anymore. You can play an infinite number of patterns, or I don't know about an infinite number, but a lot. You can play thousands and thousands of different patterns.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would even say that with major patterns 1 and 2, I mean, you discussed this in the course. The easy way to remember that is pattern 1 starts on the root note or the 1 note, and pattern 2 starts 2 notes. So
exactly. We got a quick comment that I want to address. It says, any comments about using wrong notes as a lead guitar player when the player slides from right notes, passing, wrong notes? So passing is the key word there. In general, hitting the wrong notes on purpose is more of an advanced concept, of course, and we only really segue into that when our brain is free, when our attention is free to focus on, now I can play wrong notes, rather than where are all the right notes. You first need to know where all the right notes are, then we can start playing wrong notes. Where does that come in? In general, you can't remain on a wrong note or it feels weird. So if you play, I said the key word there was passing. If you play a wrong note in passing, meaning you play a right note, wrong note, right note, and you remain on a right note, that wrong note can sound cool because you're just glossing over it really quickly. And that's the general principle there, is that play it in passing or play it very quickly, but only land on the right notes.
Awesome. All right, that was all right. Okay, cool. Let me make sure that was 77. That was a bonus one, which was basically number 80. But 79. All right, here we go. 79. Where can I get other movable scale shapes?
Where can you get them? Depending on which scale they're talking about. So we have all the scale shapes that we recommend that you use for the major and minor scales. There's a reason that we recommend those very specific shapes, because they connect the fretboard in a certain way that allows us to explain how music works and how chords work and how keys work and how scales work. There's a reason that we set them up in that exact way. I have never seen another system with different patterns that allows you to gain all of this knowledge from one system before. That's why we do it in that way. So what I would suggest is follow the patterns that we already give you, whether that's for major and minor scales, the pentatonic scales, maybe the modal scales, etc. Get those down first, and then it won't really matter what patterns you use, because then you'll be able to know how to play all across the fretboard, and you can make up your own patterns if you want.
Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people that will learn our patterns and then hop over to YouTube and then see a completely different pattern, get totally confused. I would even say, like, when you hop into the course, don't try to look for outside information, because literally almost all of it that you'd want is going to be inside the course. And when you start looking for YouTube, it just starts that confusion cycle all over again, which you try to avoid getting back into.
Exactly. This is what I always say, follow one complete system to the top of the mountain, and then you can go to other mountains later. Right? Follow one complete system up.
Cool. Awesome. Number 80. Next, if you play pattern 1 on the 1 chord of the song and pattern 4 on the 4 chord of the song, and so on, do you play the pentatonic scales on 1, 4, 5 in the 12-bar blues? You're muted.
I was just saying that that's a great question, and it's a pretty advanced question. Now, the bottom line answer is that we're overthinking it. All of the notes in the scale will sound good over any of the chords. The question is, which notes sound better over which chords? You don't want to be thinking, when the 1 chord is being played, I want to play pattern 1. When the 4 chord is being played, I want to play pattern 4. You don't want to be doing that, because remember, you're just playing the same 7 notes over and over again with the scale. If you're playing pattern 1, it's going to sound like a major scale. If you're playing pattern 4, it's going to sound like a major scale. So it doesn't matter what pattern you're playing. I wouldn't go that far to think about that. You just want to be playing the scale, meaning you just want to be playing any of the patterns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, or the big repeating pattern, the freedom key pattern, that is. which is made up of all 7 of those patterns, no matter which chord you're playing on. Now, regarding the pentatonic question, the pentatonic scale only has 5 notes. Penta means 5, and it's 5 out of the 7 notes of the major and minor scales. So what tends to happen is that the pentatonic notes tend to sound better over the 1 chord, the 4 chord, and the 5 chord. That's because those 5 notes in the pentatonic scale match the notes in the chords 1, 4, and 5. But ultimately, you want to play and experiment and find what sounds good to you.
Cool. All right, with limited practice time, which is better to focus on, the 7 patterns, Ionian, Dorian, etc., or the 5 pentatonic scales?
That's a great question again, and again the answer is you're overthinking it. Don't even think that far. Just pick the first exercise that we lay out for you and just do it. If you have limited time, start on exercise 1 and go until you're done. That's literally it. What's going to give you more bang for the buck and more mileage is doing the major and minor scales first in guitar grid mastery, because it gives you the foundation of everything in music. Everything in music is built from the major and minor scales. All the chords, any bar chords that you can play, any chords that you can come up with on your own, any other scales, it's all based on that. So if you play the pentatonic scale first, which most people try to do, they get stuck because, as I mentioned earlier, the pentatonic scale only has 5 out of the 7 notes of the major and minor scales. So if you're missing those 2 notes, you're literally missing 2 pieces to the puzzle to be able to put the whole system of guitar together, to be able to understand how guitar works understand how music works on the guitar as a whole. So definitely recommend the major and minor scales first. Start at step 1 and just follow it.
Number 82, how to play simple fills in songs like Me and Bobby McGee, for instance. There seems to be no material on how to add fills, licks to well-known songs. I'm sure this would help many people progress.
Yeah, so that goes back down to what we talked about as far as melody goes earlier. So if you want to play with, like, say, Bobby McGee or George Benson or whoever it is that you're wanting to play with, first of all, learn the song that you're trying to play with. I would suggest learning the chords to the song so you know how the song goes. Or if you don't want to do that and you know how to improvise in the key of the song, then listen to the song, listen to the players, and then literally just try to mimic the melodies that they already play in the song. That's it. So if you have other artists that are in a similar style, or other artists that have melodies that you like that you can fit into that style that you're playing, then try to copy those melodies, just imitate them or emulate them, and then put it into the song. So whenever we say fills, the word fill means you're filling in space after something else is happening. So let's say the singer sings and there's a dead space of just music. Well, that's when you would play a fill, because you're filling in the space in between the lyrics. What you play in the fill doesn't really matter. As long as it's in the right key and as long as you like how it sounds, then it doesn't really matter what you play. You're playing a fill. If you want to play like certain players, then, like I said, go listen to those players and copy what they're doing, copy the melodic ideas and musical ideas that they're playing, and play those in your fills.
All right. So sorry, I had it stuck up there. We may hit a limit. So
okay,
we're hitting 4 hours. I just checked how long these things go. So we'll see what happens. We've been chugging along, so we might be good, actually. Maybe not. We'll see.
We'll get there. We're going. Let's go. Let's roll.
All right. Yeah, I'm just warning you, if we get booted or if the thing shuts off at the 4 hour mark, that is what happens. Here we go. All right, let's keep rolling. See what happens. We'll play till it kick us out of the club. I'm a left-handed guitar player, number 83. I'm a left-handed guitar player, intermediate, and I'm having trouble understanding connecting the blues scales up and down the neck. I'm just not getting it.
So I think you're trying to do too much. Blues scale, what is a blues scale? A blues scale is a pentatonic scale with 1 additional note, right? So first learn the pentatonic scales, how to connect the pentatonic scales across a fretboard, and then learn how to add what they call the blue note, which is a flat fifth. Do that later. You don't need to learn the blues scales. You just need to learn the pentatonic scale, how to play it across the neck, and then you can add in the flat fifth wherever you want, anywhere on the neck.
Boom. All right, number 84. I have learned all the scales and patterns and phrases, rhythms, etc. Not that I can do all of them well, but can do them. The problem is just not sure how to put it all together. Can start with major scale, when to change to another scale and change the pentatonic pattern. I understand scales, major 1, 4, and 5, and the minors. How do you tie it all together?
So that's a great question. And let me bring up football, for example. So football players go to the weight room, right? And they do, let's say they do bench press, they work out their legs, they run, they lift other weights with their arms. Maybe they do bicep curls or whatever. But whenever they go out on the field, do they try to do bicep curls and run and lift weights and do bench press and all that stuff? Of course they don't. They play the game. So how do you do it? The whole purpose of the Guitar Freedom Formula is to give you the skills, the training, the fitness, the framework, the harmony, the rhythm, the phrasing, all of it is to give you the background skills and give you the ability to play whatever it is that you want. So how do you apply it all? How does it all tie together? Anytime you're playing music, period, you're using all of those 5 elements of the Guitar Freedom Formula. You're using the framework because you're hitting the right notes. You're phrasing because you're making it sound good. You're using fitness because you have to physically play the notes and know where the right notes are. You're using harmony if you're playing chords, and you're always using rhythm if you're ever playing music. So you're automatically using all that 5 stuff together. So now, what do you do with it? Go play songs. Go find a song that you like and play a song. Go find a solo that you like, learn a solo. Go find some friends to jam with the friends. Go find a backing track to play with, jam with a backing track. That's what you do. You play. You get on the field and you play the game.
All right. We're still on. Let's keep going. All right, here we go. Question number 84, I think we're on.
Yep.
I like your technique for memorizing the fretboard with the repeating patterns, which is excellent for memorizing the major scale, minor scale, and modes up and down the fretboard. Are there similar repeating patterns you can teach to help memorize the harmonic minor and other more advanced scales, harmonic minor, melodic minor, etc., up and down the fretboard?
Yes, we have not made that course yet. That is a more advanced course for learning the other modes that people may not have realized that exist yet. But yes, there is a let's say a harmonic minor freedom key. There's the exact same thing. It's just another layer of a guitar grid over your fretboard that gives you completely different window of moods. That's it.
Nice. 85. This one's a little bit long, so bear with me. Sometimes, actually this one is pretty simple, but sometimes in songs with just the lyric and a chord written above. So this is in reference to reading written chord charts where the lyrics are written and then the chords are written on top. Yep. Sometimes in songs with just a lyric and a chord chart written above the syllable of a lyric, the chord is written with a forward slash and a second chord written in. For example, in a version of Blue Christmas, an example of this reads like this: D minor slash E7. I've been under the impression that the root of the chord was the D minor, but one note in the basic chord formation is changed to a note that is part of an E7 chord. But some of my colleagues said they thought it meant you play both chords, one after the other, keeping the timing of the root chord. Can you tell me what it is that chord to be played?
So there's 2 different versions of this answer. One is way more advanced. I'm gonna tend toward the simpler answer because it's gonna apply to most people. Now, when you just talked about playing chords on top of each other, a chord in general, a major or minor chord, is made up of 3 notes. Now, we don't want to go into super depth on exactly which notes and whatnot. Let's just say 3 notes. So if I can play, let's say 3 notes here and then 3 notes here, technically I could be playing 2 chords at one time. The slash chords are generally referring to something that is played in the bass, meaning the lower strings or the lowest sounding note. And this is going to lead me to my simpler answer. So like I said, slash chords, you can play a chord on the bass side and a chord on the treble side, which could explain the chord, let's say E minor slash D minor or something like that. I'm just making that up. But a far more common example is a slash chord where let's say you have a D major slash F sharp. And the F sharp is a note. The slash, whatever comes after the slash, is referring to the bass note of the chord. So for example, I have a D chord right here. If I have a D chord, well, I just play a D chord. But if I have a D slash F sharp, the slash F sharp tells me to put an F sharp note in the bass of that D chord. And it just so happens that we talked about this earlier, but here's an F sharp note right here. So if I put my thumb right here and play this chord, this would be a D/F sharp chord. So that's what it means. Whatever is after the slash, that's what goes in the bass.
Yeah, and those are actually really common if you guys end up playing at churches.
Yep.
Churches will give you just a chart with lyrics, chords, and then slash chords. So there you go. That one falls in line with the bass guitar question too, because that lower note when you're playing bass, the part under the slash is what you're actually playing as the bass guitar. All right, number 86. I understand the patterns for the finger placements, ring finger, middle finger, and so on. I'm just finding it very difficult when I've been to string it never is in the right place. I know to bend it up to the right pitch, but when do I do it? Is there a pattern for that?
I think we've covered that question before.
Yeah.
As far as when to bend?
Yeah, I think that's basically what I think it was a typo, but I think that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Bend to string it. Okay, yeah. All right, so let's see, 87. Only 3 scale patterns? Question mark. There should be 7 with root on low E string. No, there's a lot of space after scale pattern 3 before you get back to pattern 1 octave up. So
I think they're referring to the breakdown of what we call the freedom key pattern. So there's actually one pattern. There's one pattern that you can play any major and minor scale or any major and minor mode or a diatonic scale across the entire guitar neck, right? That can break down into 3 smaller patterns, which I think is what they're referring to here. But yes, you can break them down even further into 7 different patterns, which we show in order to understand how chords work, understand how music works, understand how keys work, etc. The thing is, after you do all that, you don't need to keep memorizing 7 patterns. You only need that one that we talked about, the big repeating pattern.
There you go. All right. Chugging along. I just started flamenco. Is the right hand more important than the left?
I don't play flamenco guitar, but I do play guitar, and both hands are, I would say, equally important. So I don't know. I would say find a flamenco teacher. I have been to Spain and seen some flamenco guitar players, and man, they're good. So go find one and ask them.
Yeah, I think it's just like a different, strumming technique, and I think, they're just as important because you're doing so much. It's a little bit more skill in the right hand or the strumming hand that you're going to need than if you're just going to play rock guitar with the pick. So, okay, let's see. All right, we got a lot. For whatever reason, I saved the bigger questions towards the end.
Perfect.
So like paragraphs. I seem to have hit a wall. I can't get the 7 feelings to work for me as I clunk along the backing tracks. I suppose part of my problem is moving them up and down the fretboard. Please help.
Yeah, so we've also addressed this one as well. Most of the time when this happens, whoever is playing is trying to play the scale pattern itself, and they're assuming that just by playing a pattern, it's going to somehow create music. That is not true. The scale pattern just exists to give you the right notes. Where are the right notes? In order to play music and sound melodic, then you need to have a melodic idea in mind that you're trying to execute on the guitar. If you don't already have that in your head, which most people don't at first, which is totally normal, you develop that ability, then you need to go out there and listen to other guitar players who you like to listen to and try to get ideas, get the melodic ideas that they use, and then go back to a backing track and try to copy the same idea or the same ideas.
Question number 90. Am I correct in assuming that I can switch from major scale pattern 1 and 2 by sliding 2 frets up or down, depending on where I am, anywhere in either pattern?
Yes. So major scale pattern 1, let's say major scale pattern 1. And by the way, guys, for you guys that aren't sure what we're talking about the Guitar Grid 101 course or the Guitar Grid Mastery course. Let's say major scale pattern 1 starts here. Major scale pattern 2 is always going to start 2 frets up, regardless of what key you're in. It's always how it works. So if major scale pattern 1 starts here, major scale pattern 2 is always going to start 2 frets up right here. That's it.
Cool. Here we go. Question 91. I'm working on the intro to Brown Eyed Girl. I'm sure you're familiar. I'm trying to slide up through the notes, and I cannot seem to get a constant quality sound or volume for the notes as I slide. Is there a technique you might be aware of that I may find helpful?
Yep, it's called practicing your slides. So literally play one note, depending on which finger you're trying to slide with. Let's say you're trying to slide with your index finger. play one note, and then pick a target note to slide up to. So play it and slide up, play it, slide up, play it, slide up, and then pick a different target note. So let's say I'm trying to slide up to here. So you play it, slide up, play it, slide up. And the whole point is you just play it with different target notes until you get good at it. The reason why you can't really do it that well right now is just because you're just not that great at it right now. And that's okay. Everybody's not that great at it at first, but you just get better. That's an easy way to get better at sliding.
Okay. This one is number 92. How to develop interesting chord progression riffs to inspire melodies, etc. I'm really inspired in creative ways to use guitars in songwriting beyond just sitting down and waiting for inspiration to hit me.
Yeah, so inspiration is not generated by you. Inspiration comes from somewhere else. We talked about this earlier, that you receive music and then you play it, right? So in order to receive more music, you need to go out there and listen to more music. Go listen to music that inspires you, that gets you kind of gets your juices flowing, that makes you want to pick up the guitar. That's part of it. The other part of it is you need to learn how, like let's say in Guitar Grid Mastery, you need to learn how to hit all the right notes with the guitar grid, and you need to learn how to play all the right chords with the Know All the Right Chords course. Once you know those two things, well, you can start writing songs and playing lead over those songs anywhere you want. Like I said, the first part of that was after you do that, then go listen to other songs that inspire you and other artists that inspire you, and that's where your inspiration will come from.
Cool. How do you, question number 93, how do you stop your forefinger from inching forward into the sharper fret? That is when trying to play a G, how do you keep the tip of the forefinger from turning into a G sharp on the low E string?
So I'm assuming they're saying when you're playing a G bar chord or something like that. And that's always going to come down to your elbow and your hand positioning. Your thumb positioning, so my thumb, if I'm playing a bar chord, is in the middle of the neck. My elbow is near my body, just like I'm playing scales. If I'm playing something way out here, watch, my forefinger tends to go in, just like that. So I would imagine this person's thumb is like a hitchhiker thumb. Notice how my forefinger goes toward the G sharp note, like that, automatically. So don't do that. Put your thumb in the back of the neck, and then put your elbow closer to your body, and you will be able to reach back as far as you can, and your finger will stay in place.
Number 94, why when I try to learn chords and strum strings, I find myself plucking the chord fingers also? Am I just brain dead? LOL.
Plucking the chord fingers? What do you think they mean there, Brock?
When I'm trying to learn chords and strum strings, I find myself plucking my chord fingers also. So maybe they're losing grip on their left hand, and the chords are I'm not 100% sure. Maybe they don't have enough strength in their left hand to hold down the chords.
Maybe so. So what I would say there is pick a simpler chord, meaning like let's say a D chord or something with less notes in it. It could even be a simple power chord or a one-string chord if you really need to go down that far, and then pick whatever chord that you don't have to think about. That's the whole thing. You need attention available to focus on something else. So pick a very simple chord that you can play, and then focus on your right hand. Go through the Bulletproof Rhythm 101 course, start at step 1, and just do the simple exercises very simply. That's going to practice getting your rhythm in place, going to practice holding your pick better, going to practice strumming more evenly, etc. So that's pretty much it.
Cool. How do you have any advice or input on connecting? This is number 95. Do you have any advice or input on connecting a lot of scale patterns to make chords besides open or bar chords? So
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a fantastic question. So we do have an upcoming course. It's going to be called something like How to Play Any Chord Anywhere. And we've referenced this before, but all chords come from the scale. Meaning if I'm playing a scale, I'm playing the right notes. And there are only, in the major and minor scales, there's only 7 right notes. So if I take any of those 7 notes and I combine them to play any one or more of those notes at the same time, I'm going to create a chord. When you know how chords work, then you can build your own chords and you can start to play any chord anywhere on the neck, literally, and that's how it works. So did I address the question there, Brock? I think there was something else. How can I take scales and start to play chords with the scales? So, okay, so basically if we go back to the idea that a scale is, a chord comes from the scale, meaning a chord comes from a combination of notes inside the scale, or really you can create any chord you want. Like I said, in the course that we're going to be having reasonably soon, it's going to be called something like How to Play Any Chord Anywhere. You're going to learn what is a chord, how do major and minor chords work, what does 7 and 9 and 13 and 11 and all that stuff mean. But really, what I would do if I were you is take the notes from the scale first, and then start experimenting, just having some fun with it, as far as take 3 notes from the scale and play 3 of those notes at the same time, and move those notes around to just play different notes on the scale. As long as you're playing scale notes, you're going to be playing the right notes, and you're going to be coming up with different types of chords, and those are going to give you different types of sounds, different types of moods, and different types of feelings. So that was basically it. That you, just experiment with that.
Yeah, I think that's great. Really looking forward to that course too. So, number 96, how does the freedom key work when you tune your guitar to drop tuning?
How does the freedom key work? So drop tuning, I'm assuming they're meaning drop D.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, so what that means is this note right here is right behind the nut. This is an E string. We can visualize this E note as being right here behind the nut. What happens is whenever you go to drop D tuning, meaning you tune this string to D instead of E, that means it actually goes, if this was a fret, it would actually go 2 frets down. So if this was a fret, our D note would be 2 frets down. So it would be something like down here. In order for us to compensate for that and pull this D back up to here, I know that doesn't make too much sense right now, and it doesn't need to, it doesn't matter. What I'm getting at is that instead of playing a note where we would normally play it, we would need to play the note only on the low E string 2 frets up. That's it. That's how it changes. So any note that you play on the low E string, wherever you would normally play it, just move that note 2 frets up, and that's how you would do it.
It's like a new double warp zone.
Yeah.
All right. Here's one that's interesting. How can you address how to deal with stage fright when playing before an audience? Hyper racing, heartbeat frozen still, fingers blanked out of mind, etc.
Absolutely. So the main advice is rehearse the song so much that you don't have to think about what you're playing. And then the second part is just do it. You're going to be uncomfortable. You're going to be nervous. You're going to have stage fright, etc. Guess what? Just do it anyway. You can do it. The more you do it, first of all, the more you rehearse so you don't have to think about what you're playing, the more comfortable you're going to feel, the more comfortable you're going to be. The second part is the more you rehearse playing on stage, meaning the more you play on stage, the less you're going to worry about it. If you're always going to have some level of butterflies or some level of anxiety in a good way before you get on stage, and that's a good thing. You could use that energy to create a better performance. But those are the 2 things. Rehearse way more than you need to, and then just get up on stage and do it.
Here we go. Here's number 98. Almost there. Can you tell or show the major pattern 1 for key of E using the open E string? I'm using an acoustic guitar, and it's hard to use that pattern down by the 12th fret. Yeah,
that's a great question. Something that's very common. So if we notice on the 12th fret, we have these 2 dots right here. And you can see them on the front, but of course on this side of the guitar we can see the 2 dots. I think we should put 2 dots right here below the nut, because this is where the E note would be. I always ask students, if the E note, the open E note, was on a fret, what fret would it be on? And it's really a trick question, because if this is a G, this is, let's say, a G flat or an F sharp, this is an F, the E note is right here. If this was a fret, this is where the E note would be. So if this is where the E note would be, and they want to play major scale pattern 1, essentially you would start major scale pattern 1 here and go up 2 frets for the second note, and then the third note would be right here. So you would essentially play it like this. Like that. And then you would move to this string, and then keep going up, and that's it.
Yep, I love it. Fret number 0.
Yeah.
All right, here's number 99. I'm conflicted, though, about the 3-note per string freedom system versus pentatonic. I really don't need to start a mode on any key or any fret. Maybe I don't need to be that free. Most stuff I play is a couple of common major and minor keys.
So I don't think there was actually a question there. So I think if there was a question, the question would be, do I really need to know all that stuff? And of course, you don't need to do anything. Like, the only thing you need to do is eat and stay warm. That's pretty much it. But as far as, like, hey, learn what you want to learn. If you don't want to learn it, don't learn it. But it sure would be nice to have the ability.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine just being stuck only using the pentatonic scale for the rest of my career. Like I would want to,
From one place on the fretboard.
Oh, yeah, exactly. All right, that was 99.
Are we at 100?
Almost.
Man.
That's it, baby. All right. I'd like a good chord exercise where it just spans 3 frets and covers a whole scale progression using inversions, etc., going through the 1 chord to the 7 chord. Any suggestions?
Yeah, so inversions is another advanced concept as far as how chords are constructed. And what that refers to is, let's say a chord is made up of 3 notes. And let's say we have the first note here, and maybe we have the second note here, and maybe we have the third note here. So let's say we're just going to play a chord like this. What an inversion means is you're taking one of the notes, like note number 1, and you're putting it on the opposite side. You're flipping it upside down. You're just changing the order of those 3 notes. That's what an inversion is. Now, that's something that we're going to be covering in that other course that I mentioned earlier, how to play any chord anywhere. That's a more advanced concept about how chords work and how to play different chords in different places on the neck and in different patterns. As far as exercises on how to do that, what I would do is pick a key, and maybe C is a good key, and pick one chord. What I would do is, like, say, pick a C chord. The notes in the C chord are literally C, E, and G. And then what I would do is invert those notes to within a span of 3 or 4 frets and play all of the C chords that you could possibly find in those 4 frets. That's it. So, you find a C, you find an E, and you find a G. Doesn't matter what order they're in, because those are what inversions are. They're in a different order than normal. And then what you can do to advance beyond that is you can take a song, any song that you want to play with a chord progression, and then you can find different chords in the same area of the neck and just play the chords in the same area of the neck, then move to a different area of the neck. Let's say these 4 frets, then play all the chords within those 4 frets. Take some thinking power to do that, but you can do it, and then you can practice getting better at
it. All right. I'll line a couple up. 101.
Bam.
Might you have any tips and tricks for jumping right into the notes of the scales patterns located on G, B, and high E strings? I'm getting good at the patterns, but to play the correct notes in the upper pitches, especially in the warp zone, I usually have to start from the first note of the pattern and play the entire pattern up to the desired note.
Yes, so the answer here is what we call one-string scales. So let's think about this, guys. The right notes are always across the fretboard on every string for every single song. You mentally don't want to have to get stuck in a pattern to where you can only work your way up to playing specific notes on specific strings. The way out of that is to start practicing your one-string scales so you can literally play the scale anywhere along any string, anywhere on the fretboard. That's how you do it.
Nice. Yeah, I like to learn the placement of between like if I know 5's here, I know 2's here. I like to think about that on the fretboard. I think it's good practice. It's going to help when you learn chords too. So,
for sure.
All right. The other night I was in Module 2 of Irresistible Phrasing, adding spice and soul. The backing track provided is in A minor. Just for fun, I played the A minor scale. The sixth major pattern starting on A of the low E string, 5th fret, and notice that the BB box prescribed in this lesson fell within the 6th pattern of the major scale. So does this mean that the BB box is prescribed in this lesson is also in the key of A minor, even though the first note of the particular BB box is in E?
Yes. That's a great observation.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I know we got a new chat that came up again. Said, Brock, I know I was late getting into the conversation, but again, can you please ask Jonathan about the easiest way to learn the notes on the fretboard? In my experience, most guitar players, myself included, you go to Google and you try to look at all the right notes, or I'm assuming you mean the names of the notes. So most guitar players go to Google or YouTube or something, and they see those charts with all of the names of the notes. You're never going to memorize that. Don't even try it. Don't waste your time, etc. The easiest way I've ever seen is through something we call the 4ths and the 5ths exercise on one string. So what we do is we have a course called No Nonsense Notes, And what it is you're actually playing music along to a beat, but you're playing the notes along one string to this beat, and you're playing it in a particular order. So by the time you finish these, you play along with the beat. By the time you know where all the notes are and you can get pretty good at it, you know where the natural notes are. And I'll talk about natural notes in a second, but you know where the notes are on that string. Do that same process for every single one of the strings, and literally the notes, the names of the natural notes will be burned into your brain, so that when you look on the fretboard, you'd be like, oh, E note, easy. Oh, A note, easy. That's the easiest way I've ever seen in my life to do it. Now, I mentioned the word natural notes. Natural means just a letter and no sharp or flat. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The reason is when you learn just the natural notes, meaning just where A is, B is, C, D, E, F, G on all the strings, you already know where, let's say, A flat is, because it's just one fret down from A. So you don't need to know where A flat is. You just learn where A is, and you automatically know where A flat is. What that does is, by only learning the natural notes, it actually reduces the amount of notes you need to learn and memorize by 41.66%.
I love that.
Yep.
All right. 103. I've always been interested in solo guitar. I typically will learn the melody first. After that is memorized. I then add fills, riffs, chords whenever there is a rest of the melody. After that is working, I then add in harmony whenever I can beneath the melody notes, thirds, sevenths, etc. When this is working, I then add a call response wherever I want to improvise a bit. I then put all these things together for a final guitar arrangement. Does this sound reasonable to you, or would you recommend a different approach?
So that's a very good method. I love how you're thinking in terms of, let's do this layer first, then let's add this other layer, then let's add this other layer, then let's add this other layer. I'm very methodical in my thinking as well, which is why our courses are designed the way they are. So I'd say it sounds good to me. I wouldn't change anything. If it works for you, don't change it. Keep doing it.
Come on, let's do it. All right.
And whoever said thank you, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, sweet. Awesome. That was Howard Robinson.
Thank you, Howard.
All right. So we're almost to the end. Thank you guys for whoever's been here this entire time.
Yeah.
I don't know if we anticipated this being a really long call. I don't know if it was exactly this amount of time, but we're happy to do it. All right, here we go. Ultimate Guitar Grid Mastery, Module 7. Play more fluently with scale sequence. The video indicates to use correct fingering for patterns 1, playing 4 notes in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Forward seems to be okay, but when going in reverse from highest note down to lower note, high E string, B string, I understand, but when going to G string, do I do the same finger to play E on 3rd string and G sharp on 2nd string and D on 3rd string, F sharp on 2nd string? It seems my pinky is in the way when I need to play the note on the B string, and the middle finger is in the way to play the note on the B string. I believe the notes E, G sharp, D, F sharp, I can tell in the video the same finger is being used to play both notes since they are above the other on the fretboard. Thank you. That was a long one.
Yeah. So what this is referring to is scale sequence is playing the notes in a scale in a certain sequence. So we might play notes 1, 2, 3, 4, then notes 2, 3, 4, 5, then notes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you keep going all the way down the fretboard. And what this is referring to is when you go backwards, it feels a little bit more confusing because your fingers kind of stumble over each other. There's one specific area on the scale. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Right here. So when I play going down this scale, your fingers kind of get tripped up over each other. So there's one area where, yes, I use the same finger for the B string, and then I roll it up to the G string. And then I play with my index finger on the B string, and then roll it up to the G string. I think that's what they're talking about. But that's what I do. In general, you should just do in that area that you get tripped up a little bit, you should just do whatever feels the easiest to you. That's it.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Other than actually doing it and putting in the maybe the same question that we had before, but other than actually doing it and putting in the time in front of people messing up, what do you recommend for getting off for stage fright so that I can play songs I know how to play in front of others?
Yeah, so this is the exact same answer that we addressed a minute ago. Number one is rehearse the songs enough to where you don't have to think about it as you play it. How you know you've rehearsed enough is that when you're playing the song, your mind starts to drift off somewhere else. That's how you know you don't have to really think about it anymore. And then the second part is just do it. It feels scary. It's going to feel scary. Just do it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I would even say, like, play in front of your girlfriend, boyfriend, family members. Like, get used. Like, if you were terrified in front of playing in front of big crowds, start with people you were comfortable with.
Yeah. You know what's funny? That terrifies me more. Like, I hate playing in front of like one or two people.
Yeah.
I would much rather be into like a faceless crowd, you know?
Every time I like my most vivid memories of messing up on stage is when I made eye contact with someone I knew. I'm like,
Exactly.
Man, what over there?
Every time.
Yeah. Is there a chart that shows the scales?
Yes. We have charts on every pattern in the courses.
There you go. Yeah. So wait till you get to the Guitar Grid Master. That's where we go chart crazy, and it's just good stuff.
Yep.
Some people print them out, hang them up on the walls so they can work on them. All right. Let's do some chord progression stuff. What number are we on? 107. All right.
We're good there.
When going through the MMDs and then looking at some songs that professional musicians play, I noticed that they substitute major chords when the key MMD states A minor. Example, they would use an A major in lieu of an A minor, say in the key of C. I tried it myself and it works. Why is this?
Yeah, so that's a great question. There are a lot of advanced techniques and a lot of advanced tips. It's the same thing as like when you're playing lead guitar and you hit the wrong notes on purpose. It's just an advanced technique, right? So the reason we start with the MMD formula is because that's the foundation of how music works. That's where we start. From there, once you know how the MMD formula works, and once you can play all the right chords in the key, then you can start adding in things like what's called a Neapolitan chord, which is like a flat 2 major chord. And it's kind of weird stuff, right? But there are additional layers. This is why, the best players know that there's always something new to learn. There's always a new level to get to. There's always more that they can add to their playing to make their playing better. But essentially, that's why, is that the MMD formula is the foundation of how chords work across any key, and then we can start adding more advanced techniques from there.
Nice. I'm so excited that people are still here. This is amazing.
This is amazing. Yeah. Thank you guys.
And
awesome.
For those of you guys who watched half of it and then have come back and came back to watch it later, props to you guys. So, all right, let's stick on some chords. Working on the Freedom. This is 108. Working on the Freedom chorus and understanding how the pentatonic scale and the 3 major scales tie together and fit into certain keys. This has allowed for some major movement up and down the fretboard while sounding good as you promised. I purchased the book on scales to read on the side of my questions. On that side, my question is, would I apply these other scales the same way as some chords question scale?
So the question is, would I apply these scales the same way?
Yeah, so, sorry, I tripped up the wording. This has allowed me some major movement up and down the fretboard while sounding good as you promised. I purchased the book on scales to read on the side. And my question is, would I apply those other scales the same way?
So we're going to have to assume, a few things here. But when we say apply the scales in the same way, I'm assuming meaning connecting them all together. Mm-hmm. Now, I just want to iterate and reiterate that the guitar grid system that we have is one system. Within that one system, all other scales fall into that system. Like if this was a puzzle, all of the pieces fall into place on this system that we have. So therefore, any other scale that you can learn, yes, it fits on top of or within this context. The only thing that I would want to warn you about there is that if there is another system that may be incomplete or not even a system, it just may be a list of scales or something like that, you have to know how those scales, depending on what they are, how do they fit into the guitar grid system? How do they fit into the roadmap or the puzzle that we give you? Because everything in music fits onto that puzzle, which is why we teach it, right? The guitar grid, everything is there. You just keep adding more and more advanced layers, like we talked about earlier, to continue and to enhance your playing more and more. So what I'm saying is it's all in there. If you know how to take other scales from, let's say, other books or whatever, and fit it into that grid, then you're good. But if you get to a situation to where you're trying to learn a whole new roadmap and you're trying to piece together scales, you've already gone down the wrong path, because we've already given you the roadmap. We've already given you the path and the whole puzzle completed together. There isn't another puzzle. Does that make sense? There isn't another one. We already have all of it.
Yeah, basically, if you learn the freedom key, you've learned it. You've learned it all. You could write your own scale book.
Exactly.
So to get a scale book, you are risking confusing yourself from the point. You're at the top of the mountain and you're trying to get to a higher mountain, but there is no higher mountain. You're just going to start sliding back down and have to work yourself back up to that top of that mountain.
Yep.
So, cool. All right. 109er. A point, though, I have swayed toward using the pentatonic scales as preference over the 7 major scale patterns. They seem to fall together more readily for me and don't feel as cumbersome. I also noticed that a majority of YouTube backing tracks adopt them as well. This has left me wondering if I'm heading in a wrong path for further development.
So I can see the intent behind this question. I appreciate the question, because the person is asking whether they're going down the wrong path or not, which shows that they're willing to trust, mentorship, etc., of somebody who's been down the path that they want to go down, and that already has been to where they want to go. That part I love. The other part is that the reason I think they're talking about the patterns themselves and playing the major minor scale patterns versus playing the pentatonic patterns. The difference is the major and minor scales ones have 3 notes on a string. The pentatonic scale patterns have 2 notes per string. That's why it feels easier. But remember, the point is not the patterns. The patterns are just a vehicle to get you to be able to play the pentatonic scale, aka the notes in the pentatonic scale, aka the pentatonic mood or the pentatonic sound across the entire fretboard. Then when you discover in pentatonic fluency the pentatonic freedom key pattern, you know that there's one pattern, just like we have in guitar grid mastery with the major and minor scales. There's one pattern that you can play any of the major and minor scales anywhere on the fretboard with one pattern. Same thing in the pentatonic fluency course with the pentatonic freedom key. There's one pattern. It's a 5-string pattern in this case that allows you to play any pentatonic notes or the pentatonic scale anywhere on the fretboard with just one pattern. The other patterns that we use are literally just like scaffolding to allow us to build, to be able to like lay all the bricks on the brick wall. But by the time we lay all the bricks, we don't need the scaffolding anymore. We remove it and we're just left with one pattern. So in essence, whether the pentatonic scale feels easier or the major scale feels easier, that's not really that important. It might feel easier because it might seem easier at first because there's less notes per string with the pentatonic patterns at first, but ultimately, whenever you remove the scaffolding, none of that matters anyway. You have the freedom to play the pentatonic sound or the major minor scale sound anywhere on the fretboard.
All right. Yeah, cool. All right, 110. How do you feel about 11 more questions? You all right there?
I feel great. I have to admit, I wasn't sure we were going to be able to do it there for a while, but we pushed through, and it's been, 5 hours? 5 hours, man.
We haven't been booted, so we're still on.
Let's go.
All right. 110. I have played guitar for many years and managed to put together a pretty good show. Now I retreated and find I have lost my speed and dexterity. I take your lessons seriously. Just wonder if I can get it back. I know practice. Instead of picking the strings, I find myself beating the strings and my wrist travels in and out instead of up and down. I still can fake it, but I know it's a problem. Back to basics. How do bluegrass players develop all that picking speed? These are 2 questions in there.
So back to basics, absolutely, of course. So have you ever seen, Brock, any person in your life start going to the gym and then kind of get in shape and then stop going to the gym and get out of shape? You ever seen that before?
I mean, that's me right here.
Can that same person go back to the gym and get in shape again?
Absolutely.
There you go. There's your answer.
Mhm. Yeah, I would even say that it would be easier for you to get back in shape because you have what's called muscle memory that allows
Yep.
you to, once your muscles start getting that fitness back, you get there a lot quicker than if you were to start from zero.
Yep.
Yeah,
100%.
it's good stuff. Good stuff. All right. I have this right here is like a course itself. I mean, it's and this is
It
all
is.
right. I have trouble picking, this is 111. I have trouble picking the correct strings even with a 7-note exercise. I'm hesitant to move on till I can get it nailed. It's really frustrating. I have cross-picking exercises I do, but I'm not sure I'm getting any better. Everybody I play with in my jam groups says just keep practicing. I'm like, how long is it gonna take? I'm sure I'm sure enjoying your emails, but I haven't seen this problem addressed.
So again, great question. And the advice of just keep practicing doesn't work, because most of the time, by the time you arrive at the point of receiving the advice that says just keep practicing, well, that means there's something that you're not quite as good at as you want to be, and so therefore somebody is telling you to just keep practicing. But if what you were already just practicing was working, then somebody wouldn't need to be telling you that, because you would be getting better at it, right? So you get, again, I say this all the time, but you get better at whatever you practice. If you're practicing in the wrong ways, you're going to continue to get better at doing the wrong things, or playing the wrong way, or playing in a way that's not very efficient for you. It doesn't work very well for you. So in order to get different results, you have to change what you're doing. So if you keep practicing the same old thing, you're going to keep getting the same old results. So we've already answered this question, but here's what it boils down to. As far as being able to hit the right strings with your picking hand, pick one string to start with, the low E string. Pick a 3-note pattern with your fretting hand. Let's say it's just this. Let's say it's a 3rd fret, 5th fret with your ring finger, and then 6th fret with your pinky. It doesn't matter what that pattern is. Just pick one, and then work on with your right hand, playing that one pattern over and over again on that one string until you can look around. You can play it cleanly. I can look up at the ceiling. I can do whatever I want until you can play it cleanly. When you can play it cleanly and you don't really have to think about it, then move to the next string. Do the same thing. Play the same pattern until you don't have to think about it. I'm looking around, I'm having a conversation, and then add the two together. Play the first string, then play the second string. Play the first string, play the second string. Play the first string, play the second string. By the time you get good at both of those, then move on to the 3rd string. Then add all 3 together. Then move on to the 4th string. Then add all 4 together. Then move on to the 5th string, 6th string. By that time, your two hands will be way more in sync, and therefore you won't have that problem much anymore.
All right, home stretch. Let's do this. 112. So what I'm asking for help on is if there are 6 A's and 6 D's and so on the neck, first 12 frets, of course. So say a song is an A, let's just say it's ABC chord progression. When do I jump in with leads and still follow the chord progression? I seem to hit many sour notes.
So, okay, when to jump in with a lead part, that depends on the song. That depends on when you want to jump in with the lead part. I can't really tell you much other than that, other than maybe you can jump in and do a fill, meaning in between a drummer's part or a vocalist's part or something like that. When there's not much happening, that might be a good place to jump in and do a lead fill or lead part. The second thing is you want to make sure you're playing the right notes in the scale. If you're playing the right notes in the scale, automatically you're going to be playing the right notes. Now, the nuance comes when the question is, which of those right notes do you play? You said sometimes you're hitting sour notes. Some of those notes could be wrong notes, but other of those notes could actually be right notes played at the wrong time. So how do you know how to follow the notes in the chord? Well, you could get a little bit more advanced and start studying the names of the notes in the chord, but I wouldn't do that for right now. What I would do is not worry about what chord's being played. I would just find the notes at that particular point in the song. I would just find the notes in whatever scale you're playing that sound good to you at that time, and then continue to repeat to start on that note, or start a phrase on that note, or start a melodic line on that note. And then you can invent or come up with other little notes that you can play to create other melodic lines or other phrases. But it's really just a matter of, out of the 7 right notes, which of those 7 sound the best to you or reasonably good to you at the time you jump out to play lead guitar. It's going to be really obvious. You're going to know that maybe the first note you try either sounds really good or maybe not so great. So if it sounds not so great, pick another one. You're going to find the note that you want to start on, And then from the note that you want to start on, you can also find the other notes that give you the phrase that you want to hear.
Boom. All right. Here we go. All right, this one's a longer one, 113. I'm a newbie for jazz and struggling to try to remember chords instantly. I have a list of about 15 types of chords, no bebop versions. First, tried using progressions that seem to work, but then a chord that thought I learned, appears by itself, and I'm thrown. So currently trying chord shapes instead of, example, major triads, major seventh, dominant seventh, minor seventh, etc., working through the family. Also looking for a standard tune that I can use as a chord learning tool to get my fingers working. Example, various chord types to play, but not just an exercise. I've been playing guitar, mainly rhythm, and an orchestra for a couple of years. I like to try and outline the melodies using chords so that it is possible to recognize a tune just from the chords. I find that standards seem to have chord progressions that don't seem to have any relation to the tune, even experimenting with various inversions.
So the question that I got out of that was basically, I can't remember all of these chords that I'm trying to learn. How do I do that? That's essentially what I'm getting out of it. Yeah. So the first thing that I heard was, I have these 15 different types of chords that I'm trying to learn. Well, the first step is, don't try to learn 15 different types of chords at one time. If we want to make it really, really simple, I think this is another case of biting off more than you can chew at one time. Remember, we only have so much capacity in our little brains, right? We may be smart. Some of us will say that they're not smart, but that's not true. But we only have so much capacity. We only have so much attention. We only have so much that we can hold in our mind at one time. Why make it hard? At a very simple example, what I would do is pick one new chord that you can't just remember on the spot, one of the treble chords, so to speak, that you haven't quite internalized yet, to where you always know it. And what I would do is pick a chord progression with all chords that you know except one new chord. That's it. And you play that chord progression with that one new chord. And you play that chord progression maybe in different forms, maybe in different keys, maybe with different tunes, whatever. But the whole point is, you have core chords, not four, but core chords that you already know, with the addition of one new chord. And the whole point is, just by playing the stuff that you know, your brain is focusing on one new chord, just one. You only need to focus on one thing, and you only can focus on one thing. So focus on playing those different chord progressions with that one new chord until that one chord starts to become second nature. I always imagine like a witch stirring a cauldron. And if you think you're stirring a cauldron, all the stuff in the cauldron is already soupy, right? And then you just add one more ingredient in there, and you stir it. You stir it until it turns into soup. So you take a new chord, stir it till it turns into soup, then you add a new chord. Then you keep going. And then before you know it, you have 15 chord soup, and there you
go. Alrighty. 114. Will there be anything coming up that deals with harmony and discovering those inversions that work wonders on the fretboard?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, there will be. And we already talked about this. There's going to be a course that's going to be called something like it's going to be called How to Play Any Chord Anywhere. And that course is going to be exactly about how chords work, what are inversions, and literally how to make up any chord anywhere on the fretboard. So that is exactly what we're going to cover in that course.
Cool. So 115, we got 4 left. 115, how to write melodies over chord progressions, or how do songwriters go about this? I know nothing about music theory, only how to figure out what chords are in a given key, and thanks to you, how to apply a given scale or mode to a song in a given key. How does a melody fit on top of this? A Tyros version of this would be awesome. Even a book suggestion would be appreciated, as long as it's not super complicated.
Yeah, so this is a good question. And what's funny about this is that most guitar players get scared of learning music theory, or intimidated is a better word, about learning music theory, because it seems complicated, and it is complicated. And this person said they don't know anything about music theory, but they know how to play all the right chords. They know how to play the scales over the right chords. They know how to play all the right notes. So that is what other people deem music theory. So yes, congratulations. You do actually know music theory. We just didn't approach it in terms of music theory, because nobody wants to learn music theory. It's scary, it's intimidating, it's hard to apply. We changed the context to make it easy to understand and easy to relate to. Therefore, it doesn't feel like we're learning any theory, because technically we're not. as far as how to create melodies, how do songwriters approach it, and how to create melodies over chord progressions, there are different techniques, there are different ways of doing it. It's really personal preference, but the two main ones, if I can use an example of singing. So most people who write songs and write lyrics are either lyrics people first, words first, and then music second, or the other way around, music first and then words second. So all words in music pretty much are sung, meaning there's a melody to how the words are sung. So if we eliminate the words, we can just focus on the singing and the melody. So your two approaches here are, do you write chord progression first and then put a melody on top of it? Or do you hear a melody first and then try to find chords that fit underneath it? Those are basically the two approaches. And what I would suggest is to try both of them. You're probably going to have a natural preference. I personally like to write music first and then put a melody on top of it. But you mix and match. You do both over time. But as far as coming up with a melody, that just boils down to what is the sound, what is the melody? Do you have a melody in your head? Are you inspired by a specific maybe guitar player or other artist playing a specific thing or a specific song? Maybe you can grab that melody out of there and then use that as a seed to start your own song. That's what I would do.
There's a little funny thing about melodies. Paul McCartney or the Beatles, they would write melodies while they were doing daily tasks. So I think it was Paul McCartney was making ham and eggs when he wrote the song Yesterday. Ham and eggs, There's something about ham and eggs. Yeah, anyway.
It's awesome.
So, yeah. I'm always listening and grabbing melodies and ideas from people talking and singing and,
Yeah.
Anyway, ham and eggs.
Ham and eggs.
All righty. 3 left. Let's see if we can get it done.
It's crazy.
Is there a simple way or a good resource that you know of to determine what mode or scale a given solo for a given song is in, such as White Rabbit being I always can't pronounce these, Phrygian? There we go. Phrygian, there we go. Obviously, there are a lot of good tabs online, books you can find with tabs of the solo, but I think it would be easier to remember what I'm practicing if I keep going into the David Gilmour, in that David Gilmour, or whoever it is using Lydian here, etc. Tune that is a good resource for determining the key of a song. Anything comparable for modes?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So the first thing to do that you can do is just go to Google. What key is it? The song XYZ. What key is it in? That's the easiest way to do it. And I would start there. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but it is a way to get started. The second thing I would do is go through, and when I say go through, I don't mean skim through. I mean do all of the exercises and master it in Guitar Grid Mastery, in Pentatonic Fluency, and in Total Modal Mastery. Those are the 3 courses that we have that are in sequential order in the framework section of the Guitar Freedom Formula. That is, again, Guitar Grid Mastery helps you, gets you to play all the right notes in any major and minor key anywhere on the fretboard. Pentatonic Fluency is the next one, which gets you to play any pentatonic scale with what you already learned in Guitar Grid Mastery, mixing it in with the major and minor scales anywhere on the fretboard. And then Total Modal Mastery is how do you take what you already learned and then expand it to be able to play the 7 different, what I call moods, or modes, as most people say, but most people get confused when you say modes. So it's different moods of playing, just like you're going to watch a movie. Like I already said before, in a happy scene in a movie, you're going to hear happy music. In a sad scene, you're going to hear sad music. Those different moods of sounds are different modes of the different scales. Now, how do you know what key something is in or what mode something is in? Well, first, the best way to do it is to complete those courses that I talked about, so you have the knowledge of how those things work and how the modes work and whatnot. And then the other thing I would do is to go to our How to Play Anything by Ear course, so you can learn to hear all the 7 notes in any of the major, minor scales, any of the modes, and the pentatonic scales as well. So therefore, when you listen to music, you can start, you literally put one finger on the fretboard and move your finger around until you hear a note in the scale. By the way, you're always 1 note away from the right note. So any song, pretty much any song you hear, you can put one finger on the fretboard, and if that's the wrong note, then you move 1 fret down or 1 fret up on any string, then you're hitting a right note. Okay? It always works that way. So honestly, this is exactly what I do when I hear a song. Like there's a song playing right now. in the hotel that I'm in. If I was going to try to play along to this song, I wouldn't spend 1 second thinking about what key it's in. I would just put my finger on the fretboard and hit a note. If it sounds wrong, I would move down or I would move up based on how I feel. Does it need to go down or does it need to go up? That's it. Because of what I've just told you that I've trained on before, which is guitar grid mastery, pentatonic fluency, total modal mastery, and then also the how to play anything by ear course. Training all of that stuff gives me the ability to be able to do that, to just hear music, put my finger somewhere, and then just start finding where the right note is, and then I can hear the pattern that I need to be playing. The pattern or the sound will tell me what key and what mode I'm in, and that's the answer.
All right. 2 questions down left. There we go. I just got this is 117, by the way, 117 questions answered. I just got a Jim Root Telecaster, and I'm tuned in drop B. I'm having some issues adjusting the bridge and my string height. Basically, I'm getting a fret buzz around the 12th fret on my low E string. Any suggestions?
So drop B is way down there. I imagine his string is very floppy. What that means is he's dropping the low E string all the way down to a B note, and that's why he's having trouble tuning it, adjusting the saddle height, etc. Honestly, in a perfect world, you would get a different guitar. I know you just got that brand new guitar, but can you try playing not in drop B? If you can't avoid it, then what I would do is just go get a bass string, get a very thick string, so the string isn't as floppy whenever you tune it all the way down that low. That will help with the buzzing for sure. Now, when you're tuning that low, the guitar is meant to be tuned with an E, E, A, D, G, or whatever. We answer so many questions, I don't even know what the names of the notes are of the strings. E, A, D, G, B, E. There you go. But your guitar is set up in a way to be able to, here we go, it's cool. To be able to tune within this range right here, and this saddle doesn't move that much. So if you're going to tune wildly different than the guitar is meant to be tuned, you're going to have issues with your hardware. You're going to have issues with trying to get it to intonate, etc. But like I said, if you, the Jim Root guitar looks really cool. I've seen it recently, actually, so congrats on that. But what I would do if I were you, I'd probably just go out and get a very thick string for the low E string. Just try to get like a bass string. That's what I would do.
Yeah, interesting thing. Would you just add on, like shift all your strings down, take off your high E, and shift all your strings down so that's B, E, A, D, G, B?
You could. That would be like playing a bass, essentially. But yeah, you could totally do that. But that would be B standard tuning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All righty. Are you ready?
Is this it?
This is the last one.
Oh, man. I can't believe we made it.
118 questions. Here we go. So I've been a guitar hobbyist for a really long time and have actually been playing shows regularly for over 25 years. The problem is I still feel a little bit of a hack around the neck. I'm a visual learner and play mainly by ear and feel. I continue to feel like I'm oh so close to connecting the dots. I've always played by feel and I'm more of a visual learner. I typically strum solo shows these days and have hesitated to commit even more time to the craft. Do you have any advice on next steps for someone like me?
Man, so this is such a great question to end on because I just want to point out that no matter how long you've been playing, it really doesn't matter how good you are at what you do. That doesn't mean you know what you're doing. And if you see most of the artists that you see out there on stage, even famous artists that you would never imagine, you would be blown away to know that they don't really know what they're doing on the neck. They're just good at what they do. So that's so common. That's the first thing I want to point out. The second thing I want to point out is that this sounds like a person who is a dead-on perfect fit for our philosophy, for our teaching style, for our courses, etc. So exactly the reason we created Breakthrough Guitar is for folks like you who literally just feel like they're missing one missing link, or they're able to play a little bit and they just need to connect it all together. That is exactly why we created this and created these platforms, created the Guitar Freedom Formula platform, created all these courses that we're talking about. So exactly what I would do in your position is exactly what I mentioned a second ago. I would 100% I would roll in Guitar Grid Mastery first. That's exactly what I would do. I would enroll in Guitar Grid Mastery. And fortunately, we actually have a new offer for Guitar Grid Mastery coming out next week, I think. So that's going to be good. So we can, enroll in Guitar Grid Mastery. That's the very first thing you would do. That will help you connect all the major and minor scales across the fretboard, so you know exactly what you're doing. It gives you the foundation for explaining how music works, period, so you're able to understand how chords work, how scales work, how how ear training works, even how rhythm works, how it all works together. It connects it all together. I would highly recommend doing that first. Second thing I would do is then go to what we call Irresistible Phrasing 101. Irresistible Phrasing is a course that helps you get your phrasing, meaning your melodic ideas, in a place where you can be more expressive and you can be more musical and you can essentially sing through your guitar. That's the whole point. From there, I would go to Pentatonic Fluency. That's another course that we have, which will give you the pentatonic layer of the guitar grid and allow you to play any pentatonic scale anywhere on the neck, or not any pentatonic scale, there's only one. The pentatonic scale, the pentatonic mood anywhere on the fretboard, no matter which string you're starting on, no matter where on the fretboard you're starting on, and the ability to switch back and forth between major, minor, or pentatonic scales instantly. The next thing I would do is go to Total Modal Mastery, and then that will allow you to play the 7 different modes or the 7 different moods anywhere on the fretboard, starting from any string. That gives you all the tools to literally play any mood that you want and any color that you want on the fretboard while you know exactly what you're doing. Now, the last 2 things I would do is go to the course called How to Play Anything by Ear, because that will allow you already play by ear, but that will allow you to connect the dots in your head, in your ear, about all these different moods that you learned, all the different scale patterns that you learned, to be able to hear your way around the fretboard and know exactly what you're doing, and be able to learn by ear, be able to just hear something and learn exactly, relate it to the scale patterns that you already know, to be able to understand how to play something new without even having a guitar in your hands. And then the very last thing I would do for you in this case, in this scenario, is go to a new course called The Greatest Musical Ideas of All Time from the World's Best Guitar Players. Why? Because that will add to your arsenal some of the best melodic ideas of all times, from people like Jimi Hendrix, Sean Lane, Stevie Wonder, Pat Metheny, Gary Moore, David Gilmour, all the greats, right? This will give you essentially an arsenal to put in your quiver, if you had a quiver of arrows, to incorporate so many different famous and great musical ideas into your playing, so that by the end of doing all of that, you literally can play any mood, anywhere on the fretboard, with all these fantastic musical ideas that you can also create your own style. You can use to obviously improvise and jam with anybody at any time in any key, create your own style, add your own creative touches, be able to hear and learn by ear, and essentially have fretboard freedom. And that's a good place to wrap it up.
Come on. All right. Wow.
Oh, we did it.
Yeah. 118 questions and 5 hours.
Yep.
Not bad.
Just on the dot. 5 hours on the dot.
Well, guys, thank you so much for those of you who are.
They're turning the lights off on me. We did it. We did it.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much, guys. Those of you who stuck around the entire time, you guys are incredible. Thank you, everybody who has sent in questions. There are tons of questions still left over in the chat. We are going to compile those and maybe do another Guitar Answerpalooza sometime soon, so that every question is answered. No question left behind is the goal. So
thank you guys for those of you who stayed on. You're saying awesome. Thank you. No, thank you guys. Thank you for being on this. I can't believe honestly that we went this far, but again, it's all about you. We're here for you. We spent 5 hours on this call, just giving value to you, answering your questions, because we know from experience that you can't find a lot of these answers elsewhere. So we want to give those answers to you.
And the great thing is that there are answers. Like you know that you can find them from us. You don't have to go down the YouTube rabbit hole and get multiple answers from all these different people. If this fits in our system, you guys are in our system, this fits, this works for you guys. So thank you so much. You guys have a blessed night. See you in the future.
Thank you guys. Loved it.
Thanks, Jonathan.